through C25. Second edition, The System Architect. Copyright 2026, The Recovery Kernel. All rights reserved. Deploy patches as needed. Your system, your recovery. Copyright and disclaimer. Copyright 2026, The Recovery Kernel. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods without the prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. Critical notice, medical disclaimer. This book is for informational and educational purposes only. The content contained herein is not medical advice and is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any condition or disease. Always consult a qualified healthcare provider before beginning any new treatment, supplement regimen, or making changes to your existing care. Never disregard professional medical advice or delay seeking it because of something you have read in this book. The protocols described in this volume are presented as informational frameworks and systems thinking tools. Individual results will vary based on genetics, health status, medications, and many other factors. If you are in crisis, please contact emergency services or a crisis hotline immediately. National Crisis Hotline 988. Call or text. Emergency 911. Published in the United States of America. Formatted for Amazon KDP, 6 inches by 9 inches, print edition. ISBN, to be assigned by KDP. First printing 2026. How to use this volume. Architect's Log. This is Volume 4. Centurian Papers of the Recovery Kernel. The Centurian Papers are expanded technical addendums that provide deeper dives into the core protocol domains. Each paper corresponds to a core protocol and delivers extended research, case studies, genotype-specific guidance, and advanced implementation strategies. The Recovery Kernel treats addiction recovery as a systems engineering problem. Addiction equals malware. Recovery equals system rebuild. You are the architect. These are your tools. Recovery phase coverage. Deployment window. Supplemental. Reference as needed alongside core protocols. Each Centurian paper expands its corresponding core protocol. Suggested reading order. Architect's recommended sequence. Read each Centurian paper alongside or after its corresponding core protocol. No fixed order required. Deploy by relevance to your current phase. The color-coded information system. Architect's Log. Blue boxes contain explanatory content, context, and system architecture notes. System. OK. Green boxes contain protocols, solutions, and actionable implementation steps. Critical system error. Red boxes contain warnings, contraindications, and critical safety information. Caution. Orange boxes contain important caveats and moderate warnings. The complete recovery kernel system. This volume is part of a 4-volume system. Volume 1, Boot Sequence, Protocols 01 to 15. Volume 2, System Rebuild, Protocols 16 to 34. Volume 3, Advanced Architecture and Edge Cases, Protocols 35 to 44 plus 35S Series. Volume 4, Centurian Papers, Deep Dive Addendums, C04 through C25. Search the Recovery Kernel on Amazon to find all volumes. Volume 4, Centurian Papers, Protocol Index. This volume contains 19 protocols. Hash. Protocol title. Subject/core function. C04. Sonic Therapeutics. Extended Frequency Therapy. Music Medicine Deep Dive. Clinical Sound Research. C08. Emergency System Fueling. Crisis Nutrition. Acute Stabilization Feeding. 72-hour Fueling Protocol. C09. Emergency Sleep. Acute Sleep Deprivation Intervention. Crash Protocol. GABA Emergency Stack. C10. Relapse Architecture. Deep Dive Relapse Neuroscience. Decision Point Mapping. Prevention Architecture. C11. Excess Pattern. Addiction as Excess Algorithm. Cross-Addiction Risk. Pattern Generalization. C12. Sonic Architecture Extended. Advanced Frequency Protocols. Therapeutic Playlist Construction. Brainwave Entrainment. C13. Beyond the Rooms. Post-12-step secular frameworks. Smart Deep Dive. Building Your Own Recovery. OSC14. Digital Detox. Extended. Tech Addiction Neuroscience. Dopamine Fasting Science. Screen Architecture Rebuild. C15. Phenotype Path. Extended Pharmacogenomics. Full Genotype Roadmap. Precision Recovery Mapping. C16. Neuroplasticity. Sprint. Accelerated Rewiring Protocols. BDNF Optimization. Synaptic Sprint Training. C17. Social Firewall. Extended Relationship Architecture. Predator Identification. Social Network Rebuild. C18. Gut-Brain Patch. Extended Microbiome Science. Psychobiotic Protocols. Enteric System Deep Dive. C19. Joy Algorithm. Dopamine Restoration Science. Pleasure Circuit Rebuilding. Reward Prediction Repair. C20. Hardware Upgrade. Physical System Optimization. Exercise Science Extended. Movement as Pharmacology. C21. Hydration Architecture. Extended Electrolyte Science. Cellular Hydration Optimization. IV Protocols. C22. PharmaTrap Extended. Benzodiazepine Deep Dive. SSRI Dependency. Psychiatric Polypharmacy Audit. C23. Pain Management Trap. Extended Chronic Pain Architecture. Opioid Receptor Science. Pain Neuroscience. C24. Rebooting. The Drive. Sexual Dysfunction Deep Dive. Hormonal Architecture. Libido Restoration Science. C25. Isolation Algorithm. Loneliness Neuroscience. Social Pain Circuits. Connection as Medicine. Sonic Therapeutics. Protocol 04. Sonic Therapeutics. Therapeutic Frequencies. Hacking the Nervous System with Sound. A protocol for using audio as medicine. Architect's Log. Your brain runs on electricity. Electricity oscillates at frequencies. These frequencies correlate with mental states. This is not mysticism. This is neuroscience. Delta waves, 0.5 to 4 Hz. Deep sleep. Theta waves, 4 to 8 Hz. Drowsy, meditative. Alpha waves, 8 to 12 Hz. Relaxed, calm awareness. Beta waves, 12 to 30 Hz. Alert, focused. Gamma waves, 30 to 100 Hz. Peak cognition. Insight. Here's the hack. External stimuli can entrain brain waves. If you expose the brain to a specific frequency, it tends to synchronize with that frequency. This is called brainwave entrainment. Using specific audio frequencies, you can nudge your brain toward desired states. Need focus? Beta frequencies. Need sleep? Delta frequencies. Need calm? Alpha frequencies. Need cognitive repair? 40 Hz gamma. You have a tuning dial for your brain. Time to learn how to use it. Section 4.1. Binaural beats. The basic mechanism. System green. How binaural beats work. The mechanism. Binaural beats are an auditory illusion. When you play, 200 Hz in the left ear, 210 Hz in the right ear. Your brain perceives a third frequency, 10 Hz, the difference. This 10 Hz beat is not in the audio. It's created by your brain reconciling the two inputs. And here's the key. Your brain tends to synchronize with this perceived frequency. So if you want to induce alpha state, 10 Hz, play tones 10 Hz apart. Theta state, 6 Hz. Play tones 6 Hz apart. Delta state, 3 Hz. Play tones 3 Hz apart. Requirements. Must use headphones, different frequency in each ear. Speakers won't work, frequencies mix in the air. Works best with extended listening, 15 to 30 plus minutes. Effects are cumulative with consistent use. 4.1.1 Frequency targets by purpose. System green, delta frequencies, 0.5 to 4 Hz. Deep sleep. Target state, deep, dreamless sleep. Physical restoration. When to use, difficulty falling asleep. Insomnia. Need physical recovery. Before bed, 30 to 60 minutes prior. The protocol. Find delta binaural beats, many free on YouTube/Spotify. Use comfortable headphones. Lie down in dark room. Eyes closed. Let the tones play for 20 to 30 minutes minimum. Do not try to do anything. Just listen. Caution. Do not use while driving or operating machinery. Can cause drowsiness, that's the point. If you have epilepsy, consult doctor first. Expected effect. Gradual relaxation, heaviness, drift into sleep. May take multiple sessions to fully respond. System green. Theta frequencies, 4 to 8 Hz. Meditation and creativity. Target state. Deep relaxation, meditative states, creative insight. When to use. Meditation practice. Accessing subconscious material. Creative work. Processing emotions. Hypnagogic exploration, the state between wake and sleep. The protocol. Find theta binaural beats. Comfortable position, sitting or lying. Eyes closed. Let thoughts flow without attachment. 20 to 30 minute sessions. Caution. Can bring up emotional material. May feel floaty or dissociative. This is normal. Do not use if you need to be alert. Expected effect. Dreamy, fluid mental state. Creative connections, similar to deep meditation states. System green. Alpha frequencies, 8 to 12 Hz. Calm focus. Target state. Relaxed alertness. Calm but awake. When to use. Anxiety reduction without sedation. Light relaxation. Reading. Gentle work. Transition from stress to calm. Background during low-intensity tasks. The protocol. Find alpha binaural beats. Can use while doing other activities. Eyes open, okay? 15 to 30 minute sessions. Caution. Mildest of the frequencies. May not be dramatic effect. Subtle shift, not overwhelming. Expected effect. Quiet mind, reduced anxiety, gentle alertness. The rest and digest state. System green, beta frequencies, 12 to 30 Hz. Alert focus. Target state, concentration, active problem solving, alertness. When to use. Need to focus on work, studying, tasks requiring attention. When feeling foggy/unfocused. morning activation. The protocol: find beta binaural beats, often around 15 to 20 Hz. Can use during work, headphones required. Eyes open, engaged in task, 30 to 60-minute sessions. Caution: can increase anxiety if already anxious. Not for use before bed. If feeling wired/agitated, switch to alpha. Expected effect: sharpened focus, clearer thinking, reduced distraction. Similar to caffeine effect, without the substance. Frequency range, brain state, use case, cautions, delta 0.5 to 4 Hz. Deep sleep, insomnia, physical recovery, causes drowsiness, theta 4 to 8 Hz. Meditative, meditation, creativity, processing, may feel dissociative, alpha 8 to 12 Hz. Relaxed alert, anxiety reduction, calm focus. Subtle effect, beta 12 to 30 Hz. Focused alert, work, studying, concentration, can increase anxiety. Gamma 30 to 100 Hz. Peak cognition, cognitive repair, insight. Newer research area, section 4.2, 40 Hz gamma, cognitive repair. The emerging research, architect's log. There's a specific frequency getting a lot of attention, 40 Hz. Research, primarily from MIT's Psi Lab, has shown that 40 Hz light and sound stimulation reduces Alzheimer's markers in mice. It appears to activate microglia, brain's cleanup cells. It may clear amyloid plaques. Human trials are underway. For recovery specifically, addiction damages neural networks. 40 Hz may support neural repair and plasticity. May enhance cognitive function during recovery. May support clearing of cellular debris. This is emerging science, not settled. But the risk is low and potential benefit is significant. System green, the 40 Hz protocol. The science: 40 Hz is in the gamma range. Gamma waves are associated with higher cognitive function, information integration, peak awareness, neural synchronization. The research suggests 40 Hz specifically entrains brain to gamma oscillation, may activate immune response in brain, may support protein clearing, may enhance neuroplasticity. The protocol: 1. Find 40 Hz binaural beats or isochronic tones. Isochronic equals pulsing single tone, doesn't require headphones. 2. Use for 30 to 60 minutes daily. 3. Can be background during other activities. 4. Consistency matters more than duration. Daily short sessions greater than occasional long sessions. 5. Combined with 40 Hz, light flicker may enhance effect. Some devices offer this, research ongoing. When to use: morning or midday, not before bed, during work or study, as part of daily recovery routine. Expected effect: may be subtle initially. Over weeks, improved mental clarity, better memory, clearer thinking, potentially supporting neural repair. Caution: if you have epilepsy, avoid flickering lights especially. Stop if you experience discomfort, headaches. This is supportive, not curative. Continue all other recovery practices. System caution: the caution on sound therapy. Sound therapy is a tool, not a solution. Binaural beats and frequencies can support state regulation, enhance sleep, aid focus, potentially support neural health. Binaural beats cannot replace proper treatment, cure addiction, substitute for therapy, fix everything. Use as adjunct, part of a comprehensive protocol, supporting other practices, not a magic fix. If not working, some people don't respond strongly. Try different frequencies. Try isochronic tones. Don't require headphones. Don't force it if it's not helping you. Section 4.3. The Anthem Trap. Cross-reference. Warning on lyrical content. Critical system failure. Therapeutic frequencies not equal to any music. Important distinction. This protocol covers therapeutic frequencies, binaural beats, isochronic tones, specific hertz targeting. This is different from general music listening. The Anthem Trap. Songs with lyrics install narratives. If those narratives glorify substance use, self-destruction, victimhood without agency, living fast, dying young, you are running dangerous code. See Protocol 3, Sonic Architecture, Lyrical Inputs, for full coverage of the lyric audit, the coat of many colors, diversification, the mood state rule, counter-cyclical programming. The rule for this protocol: when using therapeutic frequencies, use instrumental or pure tones. Lyrics introduce variables. Pure frequencies are cleaner input. For meditation, sleep, focus. Binaural beats without lyrics. Ambient/drone music without words. Nature sounds. Pure tones. Save lyrical music for intentional conscious listening, not for therapeutic frequency work. Section 4.4. Key takeaways. System Green, Protocol 04. Key takeaways. 1. Brain waves can be entrained. External frequencies can synchronize brain waves. Different frequencies equals different mental states. This is neuroscience, not mysticism. 2. Binaural beats basics. 2 slightly different tones, 1 per ear. Brain perceives the difference as a third tone. Brain tends to synchronize with this frequency. Requires headphones. 3. Frequency targets. Delta 0.5 to 4 Hz. Deep sleep. Theta 4 to 8 Hz. Meditation, creativity. Alpha 8 to 12 Hz. Calm focus. Beta 12 to 30 Hz. Alert focus. Gamma 30 to 100 Hz. Peak cognition. 4. 40 Hz gamma protocol. Emerging research on cognitive repair may support neural cleanup mechanisms. 30 to 60 minutes daily. Consistency matters more than duration. Supportive, not curative. 5. Practical application. Sleep issues, delta before bed. Need to focus, beta during work. Anxiety, alpha for calm. Meditation, theta for depth. Cognitive support, 40 Hz gamma daily. 6. The Anthem Trap Warning. Therapeutic frequencies not equal to any music. Use pure tones/instrumental for this work. See Protocol 03 for lyrical content management. Don't mix frequency therapy with narrative-loaded music. 7. Cautions. Not for everyone. Some don't respond. Avoid if epileptic. Not a replacement for treatment. Tool in the toolkit, not the whole toolkit. Architect's log. Final system. Note: you have a dial on your brain. Most people don't know it exists. The dial is influenced by what you see, light frequencies. What you hear, sound frequencies. What you do, activity patterns. What you consume, substances, food. For most of your life, this dial has been turned by accident, environment, others' choices, substances, artificial dial turning, Now you know the dial exists. Now you know how to turn it yourself. This is not magic. This is not woo-woo. This is using the same neurological mechanisms that substances hijacked. For intentional state regulation, you are not broken, you are tunable. Start tuning. The system architect. End of protocol. 04. Sonic Therapeutics. Architect's log. Extended frequency therapy. Music medicine deep dive. Clinical sound research. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Emergency system fueling. Protocol 8. Emergency system fueling. Nutrition for detox and withdrawal. Hardware stabilization through dietary input. Critical system failure. Universal withdrawal warning. This module addresses the nutritional support of a system in crisis. During withdrawal, your hardware is experiencing catastrophic voltage fluctuations. Food is not a substitute for medical supervision. If you experience severe symptoms, seizures, hallucinations, chest pain, suicidal ideation, seek emergency care immediately. This is harm reduction guidance. Your safety is the priority. Note, if you are MTHFR or don't know, find out. And if you are, stay away from folic acid entirely. It will deplete you and you will feel sometimes normal, sometimes not. It can make it seem like something worked once but then stopped working. Section 8.1. The biology of the crash. Understanding why your system is failing. Architect's log. When you stop using, you're not just detoxing, you're experiencing a catastrophic system reboot without proper power management. Your brain has been running on external chemical power for so long that it forgot how to generate its own stable current. Now it's trying to boot up from a dead battery while simultaneously experiencing power surges. This section explains what's actually happening in your hardware. The paranoia circuit, glutamate overflow. You're not losing your mind. Your brain is experiencing a glutamate storm. Here's what's happening. GABA is your brain's cooling system. It calms neural activity and prevents overheating. Glutamate is the accelerator. It excites neurons and increases processing speed. Substances like alcohol, benzos, and opioids artificially boost GABA while suppressing glutamate. Your brain adapted by downregulating its own GABA production and upregulating glutamate receptors. When you remove the substance, the cooling system is offline, but the accelerator is stuck at maximum. Critical system failure, voltage spike, the glutamate surge. Result, your neurons are firing at maximum speed with no brakes. This manifests as racing thoughts, paranoia, hypervigilance, inability to relax, feeling like something terrible is about to happen. You are not crazy. Your excitatory/inhibitory balance is catastrophically off. This is measurable, observable, neurological reality. The shakes. Hypoglycemia plus adrenaline. The tremors aren't weakness, they're a power supply failure compounded by a stuck alarm system. Architect's log. Two systems are colliding. 1. Hypoglycemia, low blood sugar. Substances hijack your blood sugar regulation. Your liver, accustomed to the metabolic chaos of substances, can't maintain stable glucose output. Low blood sugar equals your brain thinks it's starving, equals emergency mode activated. 2. Adrenal overdrive, HPA axis dysregulation. Your stress response, covered in the oxytocin override module, is stuck on. Cortisol and adrenaline are flooding your system 24/7. Your body is in perpetual fight or flight, shaking, sweating, heart racing. The combination, a brain starving for fuel while simultaneously being told, "There's a tiger in the room. No wonder you can't hold a cup of coffee steady." The crash, dopamine depletion. The depression isn't emotional, it's a neurotransmitter deficit. Substances artificially elevated dopamine, sometimes 10 times normal levels. Your brain responded by reducing its own dopamine production and pruning dopamine receptors. Now you've removed the external source, but the internal factory is still mothballed. Result: low power mode. Everything feels gray, meaningless, exhausting. System green, the goal of this module. We cannot instantly repair these systems, but we can provide the raw materials your brain needs to rebuild neurotransmitters, stabilize blood sugar to reduce panic signals, reduce inflammation, the brain on fire that amplifies everything. Avoid foods that make the crisis worse. Food is not a cure. Food is hardware stabilization while repairs are underway. Section 8.2, the Safe Mode menu. Foods to stabilize the grid. Architect's log. Think of your body right now as a computer trying to run on a damaged power supply. We're not trying to run demanding applications. We're trying to keep the system from shutting down while we replace components. Each food category below serves a specific engineering function. This isn't about eating healthy. This is about targeted input. 8.2.1, voltage regulators, magnesium and potassium. Function: stop the voltage spikes, calm the shakes. Magnesium is your nervous system's voltage regulator. It controls the excitability of neurons. When magnesium is depleted, which it always is after heavy use, neurons fire too easily. This creates that wired but tired feeling, muscle twitches, and inability to relax. Potassium works alongside magnesium to regulate nerve impulses and muscle contractions. The shakes, cramping, and heart palpitations of withdrawal are often worsened by potassium depletion. Voltage regulators, magnesium and potassium sources. Avocados, highest potassium content of any fruit. Also contains magnesium and healthy fats. Eat one daily. Bananas, classic potassium source. Easy to eat when appetite is low. Keep a bunch visible. Dark chocolate, 70% plus. High magnesium content. Small doses, 1 to 2 squares, provide mineral support plus mild mood lift. Spinach/leafy greens, magnesium dense. Add to smoothies if you can't stomach salads. Pumpkin seeds, highest magnesium per ounce of any food. Keep a bag for snacking. Coconut water, natural electrolyte balance, better than sports drinks, no added sugar. Black beans, magnesium plus potassium plus slow-release carbs, easy to add to any meal. System caution, supplementation. Note: food sources are preferred, but during acute withdrawal, consider magnesium glycinate, 200 to 400 milligrams before bed. Glycinate form is easiest on stomach. Do not use magnesium citrate. It's a laxative, and you don't need that problem. If you're experiencing severe tremors, muscle cramping, or heart palpitations, seek medical evaluation. These can indicate dangerous electrolyte imbalance. 8.2.2, the cooling system, anti-inflammatory foods. Function: reduce neuroinflammation, quiet the brain on fire. Withdrawal creates massive inflammation throughout the brain and body. This isn't metaphorical, it's measurable. Inflammatory markers, cytokines, spike during detox, contributing to the feeling that your brain is on fire. Anti-inflammatory foods act as a cooling system, reducing the biological heat that amplifies every negative symptom. The cooling system. Anti-inflammatory foods. Blueberries, highest antioxidant content of common fruits. Neuroprotective. Eat a handful daily. Fatty fish, salmon, sardines. Omega-3 fatty acids are direct anti-inflammatories. Canned is fine. Convenience matters. Turmeric plus black pepper. Curcumin is a powerful anti-inflammatory, but requires black pepper for absorption. Add to food or take as supplement. Green tea, decaf, okay. L-theanine promotes calm plus EGCG, reduces inflammation. Limit caffeine if it triggers anxiety. Extra virgin olive oil. Oleocanthal has ibuprofen-like anti-inflammatory effects. Use for cooking and dressing. Ginger, anti-nausea and anti-inflammatory. Make ginger tea or add fresh ginger to smoothies. Cherries, tart, natural source of melatonin plus anti-inflammatory anthocyanins. Helps with sleep too. 8.2.3. Raw materials, amino acids. Function. Provide building blocks for neurotransmitter reconstruction. Your brain can't rebuild its neurotransmitter systems without raw materials. Amino acids from protein are the precursors to dopamine, serotonin, GABA, and norepinephrine. Architect's log. The key constraint: your digestive system is also in withdrawal. Heavy proteins can feel impossible to stomach. We need easy-to-digest sources that won't stress an already compromised GI tract. Think of it like feeding a patient on a ventilator. They need nutrition, but you can't hand them a steak. Raw materials, amino acid sources, easy digest. Bone broth. Glycine, calming. Glutamine, gut repair. Collagen, gut lining. Pre-made is fine. Sip like tea. Eggs, soft/scrambled. Complete protein, easy to digest. Contain choline for brain function. Aim for 2 to 3 daily. Greek yogurt. Protein plus probiotics for gut-brain axis repair. Choose plain. Add berries for sweetness. Collagen powder. Add to coffee, smoothies, or broth. Glycine supports GABA function. Turkey/chicken. High in tryptophan, serotonin precursor. Choose ground or shredded for easier digestion. Whey protein. Isolate pre-digested protein. Mix with water or milk for easy calories when appetite is gone. Cottage cheese. Casein protein releases slowly. Good before bed. Add fruit if needed. System green. Tyrosine and tryptophan. Note: tyrosine to dopamine precursor found in eggs, cheese, turkey. Tryptophan to serotonin precursor found in turkey, eggs, dairy. These amino acids are the literal building blocks your brain needs. Eating these foods is not optional during recovery. It's hardware resupply. 8.2.4. Stable current. Complex carbohydrates. Function. Prevent blood sugar crashes that trigger panic. Blood sugar instability is one of the most underrated drivers of withdrawal anxiety. When glucose crashes, your brain interprets it as a survival threat and releases adrenaline, creating a panic attack indistinguishable from psychological anxiety. Complex carbohydrates provide slow, steady glucose release. Stable current instead of voltage spikes. Stable current. Complex carbohydrate sources. Oatmeal, steel cut. Slow-release carbs plus beta-glucan fiber for sustained energy. Make overnight oats for zero-effort mornings. Sweet potatoes. Lower glycemic index than white potatoes. High in vitamin A. Bake a batch for the week. Brown rice. Steady glucose plus B vitamins depleted by substance use. Keep pre-cooked packets. Quinoa. Complete protein plus complex carbs. Cook once, refrigerate, add to meals all week. Whole grain bread. Look for 100% whole grain. Avoid enriched flour. Toast with almond butter. Legumes, lentils, chickpeas. Fiber plus protein plus slow carbs. Canned is fine. Rinse to reduce sodium. Barley. Beta-glucan fiber promotes stable blood sugar. Add to soups or eat as a side grain. System caution. Blood sugar strategy. Never let yourself get truly hungry during withdrawal. Hunger equals blood sugar. Drop equals adrenaline release equals panic symptoms. Eat small amounts every 2 to 3 hours, even if you're not hungry. Always have a stabilizer available. Banana, handful of nuts, Greek yogurt. This is not about weight management. This is about preventing chemical panic. Section 8.3, the Do Not Install list. Foods that act as malware during detox. Critical system failure. These inputs will destabilize your system. The following foods and substances actively worsen withdrawal symptoms. They're not just unhealthy, they directly interfere with your recovery hardware. During the acute phase, first 2 to 4 weeks, treat these as malware. Your system cannot safely process them right now. 8.3.1 Caffeine. Why it's malware. Caffeine forces a tired adrenal system to sprint. Your adrenals are already in overdrive from HPA axis dysregulation. Caffeine forces them to produce more adrenaline and cortisol from an already depleted system. This creates increased anxiety and paranoia, worse sleep, even if consumed in morning, blood sugar instability. Caffeine triggers glucose release. Magnesium depletion. Caffeine is a diuretic that flushes electrolytes. System caution. Caffeine protocol. If you're caffeine dependent, don't quit cold turkey during withdrawal. Taper gradually. Cut intake by 50% for first week, then 25% each subsequent week. Switch to decaf or half-caf if needed. Exception: 1 small cup, 8 ounces in the morning if it prevents caffeine withdrawal headaches. Never drink caffeine after noon during detox. 8.3.2 Refined sugar. Why it's malware. Refined sugar creates the exact blood sugar roller coaster you're trying to avoid. Rapid spike leads to insulin release, leads to crash, leads to adrenaline, leads to panic symptoms. Sugar hijacks the same dopamine pathways as drugs, creating mini cravings. Inflammation. Sugar is one of the most inflammatory substances you can consume. Specific malware to avoid: soda, candy, pastries, sweetened coffee drinks, fruit juice, yes, even natural, most breakfast cereals, flavored yogurt, energy drinks. 8.3.3 MSG and excitotoxins. Why it's malware. MSG and similar compounds overstimulate already excitable neurons. Your glutamate system is already in overdrive. Adding more glutamate receptor stimulation is like throwing gasoline on a fire. Hidden sources: Chinese takeout, chips/snack foods, canned soups, fast food, salad dressings, processed meats, soy sauce. Label aliases: natural flavors, hydrolyzed protein, autolyzed yeast, textured protein. 8.3.4 Alcohol, even just one. Why it's malware. Even if alcohol wasn't your substance, it resets your GABA recovery. Alcohol floods GABA receptors, undoing the recalibration your brain is attempting. The relief you feel is your brain recognizing the same chemical pattern. Alcohol disrupts sleep architecture, preventing the deep sleep your brain needs for repair. Cross-addiction. Your sensitized reward system can latch onto alcohol as a substitute. 8.3.5 OTC relaxation products. Why they're malware. Products like Feel Free and similar kratom-based drinks hijack the same opioid receptors. Critical system failure. Warning: OTC opioid mimics. Products marketed as relaxation drinks or mood enhancers often contain kratom, metragonine, partial opioid receptor agonist, will cause dependence. Kava, GABAergic effects similar to benzodiazepines, can cause liver damage. Phenibut, GABA-B agonist with severe withdrawal syndrome. These are not safe alternatives. They perpetuate the same receptor patterns. You're trying to escape. Your CYP3A4 and CYP2D6 variants, covered in Chapter 4, affect how you metabolize these compounds. Safe doses may not be safe for you. 8.3.6 Processed/fast food. Why it's malware. Combines all of the above in one convenient package. Fast food typically contains high sodium, dehydration, MSG, refined carbs, inflammatory seed oils, and zero nutritional value. During withdrawal, your compromised digestive system needs quality input, not industrial food products. Section 8.4, the 3-day System Restore Meal Plan. Low compile time, high stability output. Architect's log. You have no energy. Your appetite is shot. Your stomach is unreliable. These meals are designed with one priority: low compile time. This is not a gourmet cookbook. This is emergency field rations for a system administrator trying to keep the servers online during a crisis. Every item below can be prepared in under 10 minutes or requires no preparation. Pre-made grab-and-go options are listed wherever possible. System Green. Meal Plan. Ground Rules. 1. Eat something every 2 to 3 hours, even if you're not hungry. 2. Hydrate constantly. Withdrawal causes dehydration. Add electrolytes. 3. Don't skip meals. Blood sugar crash equals panic symptoms. 4. Prep in advance. If you have a good hour, it removes future decisions. 5. Acceptable shortcuts. Pre-made, frozen, canned, delivery. Whatever keeps you fed. Day 1. Stabilization. Day 1. Menu, low, compile time. Upon waking. Large glass of water with electrolyte packet, LMNT, liquid IV, or coconut water. Breakfast. Overnight oats. Oats plus Greek yogurt, plus chia seeds plus banana. Prep night before. Zero morning effort. Mid-morning. Handful of pumpkin seeds plus small piece of dark chocolate. Lunch. Bone broth. Store-bought carton is fine. Plus scrambled eggs plus avocado toast on whole grain. Afternoon. Smoothie. Banana plus spinach. Plus protein powder. Plus almond butter. Plus water. Dinner. Pre-made rotisserie chicken. Plus microwaved sweet potato. Plus steamed broccoli. Evening. Cottage cheese plus tart cherries. Melatonin plus protein for sleep. Bedtime. Magnesium glycinate, 200 to 400 milligrams, plus chamomile tea. Day 2, rebuilding. Day 2, Menu, low. Compile time, upon waking. Warm water with lemon plus electrolytes. Breakfast, Greek yogurt. Parfait, plain yogurt plus blueberries plus walnuts plus drizzle of honey. Mid-morning, 2 hard-boiled eggs, batch prep, plus banana. Lunch, can of wild salmon plus quinoa, microwavable packet, plus olive oil plus lemon. Afternoon, apple slices with almond butter. Dinner, turkey meatballs, frozen pre-made, plus brown rice plus roasted vegetables. Evening, bone broth with collagen powder stirred in. Bedtime, magnesium plus passion flower tea. Day 3, maintenance. Day 3. Menu, low compile time, upon waking. Coconut water plus handful of cashews, immediate minerals. Breakfast, veggie omelet, eggs plus spinach plus mushrooms plus cheese plus whole grain toast. Mid-morning, protein smoothie, protein powder plus frozen berries plus flaxseed plus water. Lunch, chicken salad, canned chicken plus Greek yogurt plus celery on whole grain bread plus side of grapes. Afternoon, trail mix, almonds plus dark chocolate chips plus dried tart cherries. Dinner, baked salmon or canned plus mashed sweet potato plus green salad with olive oil. Evening, warm milk with turmeric, golden milk, plus handful of walnuts. Bedtime, magnesium plus valerian root tea. System caution, shopping list. Grab these in one trip. Produce avocados, bananas, lemons, spinach, berries, sweet potatoes, broccoli. Protein, eggs, rotisserie chicken, canned salmon/chicken, turkey meatballs, frozen, Greek yogurt. Pantry, oats, quinoa packets, brown rice packets, bone broth, nut butters, olive oil. Supplements, magnesium glycinate, electrolyte packets, collagen powder, protein powder. Snacks, pumpkin seeds, dark chocolate, 70% plus, almonds, walnuts, dried cherries. Drinks, coconut water, chamomile/passion flower/valerian tea. System green. Protocol 8. Key takeaways. 1. Food is hardware stabilization, not a cure, but essential system support. 2. Voltage regulators, Mg/K, stop the shakes and calm overexcitable neurons. 3. Cooling system, anti-inflammatory foods, reduces brain on fire symptoms. 4. Raw materials, amino acids, provide neurotransmitter building blocks. 5. Stable current, complex carbs, prevents blood sugar crashes that trigger panic. 6. Avoid malware, caffeine, sugar, MSG, alcohol, and OTC relaxation products. 7. Eat every 2 to 3 hours. This is non-negotiable during acute withdrawal. 8. Low compile. Time. Easy beats perfect. Canned, frozen, pre-made are acceptable. 9. Hydrate plus electrolytes. Withdrawal causes dehydration. Replenish constantly. 10. This is temporary. Your system will stabilize. You're rebuilding the grid. Architect's log. Final system. Note, you're not weak because you need to eat specific foods. You're not broken because your body can't handle caffeine right now. You're running a damaged system through the most demanding process it's ever faced. This protocol is not about restriction. It's about giving your hardware the exact inputs it needs to complete the reboot. Every meal is a line of code executing in your recovery program. Every avoided trigger is a firewall rule protecting your stability. The grid will stabilize. The power will return to normal. But right now, we're in emergency mode, and we're stabilizing the grid. Trust the process, feed the system, protect the boot sequence. The system architect. End of protocol. 8. Emergency system fueling. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Crisis nutrition. Acute stabilization feeding. 72-hour fueling protocol. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Emergency sleep. Protocol 9. Emergency sleep protocol. Circadian system. Restoration for withdrawal and recovery. Rebooting the internal clock. Hardware sleep mode repair. Critical system failure. Sleep deprivation warning. Sleep deprivation during withdrawal is not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. Lack of sleep amplifies every other withdrawal symptom: anxiety, paranoia, cravings, depression. After 72+ hours without sleep, you may experience hallucinations and psychosis. This is a medical emergency if you haven't slept in 3+ days. If you're experiencing visual/auditory hallucinations, seek emergency care immediately. This protocol is for those struggling with sleep, not those in psychotic crisis. Section 9.1, The Broken Clock. Understanding why your system won't enter sleep mode. Architect's log. Your circadian system is the master scheduler that tells every cell in your body what time it is. It controls when you feel awake, when you feel tired, when hormones release, when your body temperature rises and falls. Substances don't just affect your brain, they hijack the scheduler itself. After months or years of chemical override, your internal clock has no idea what time it actually is. It's like trying to run a computer with a corrupted BIOS clock. Nothing schedules correctly. This section explains what's actually broken. The master clock, your suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN. Deep in your hypothalamus sits a tiny cluster of about 20,000 neurons called the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN. This is your body's master clock, the system scheduler that coordinates every biological rhythm. The SCN receives direct input from your eyes, light exposure, and uses this to set the 24-hour cycle. It then broadcasts timing signals to every organ system. When to release melatonin, shutdown signal. When to release cortisol, boot up signal. When to raise/lower body temperature. When to activate/deactivate digestive systems. When to consolidate memories. Requires deep sleep. Critical system failure. Clock corruption. How substances break the scheduler. Alcohol suppresses REM sleep, fragments sleep architecture, depletes melatonin. Opioids disrupt sleep staging, reduce deep sleep, cause central sleep apnea. Stimulants override adenosine, sleep pressure, delay melatonin release by hours. Benzodiazepines produce unconsciousness but prevent restorative deep sleep. Cannabis suppresses REM sleep, creates dependency for sleep initiation. Result? Your SCN has been receiving corrupted timing signals for months/years. It no longer knows when night is. The scheduler is running garbage data. The melatonin problem. Your shutdown signal is offline. Melatonin is not a sedative. It's a timing signal. It tells your body, darkness has arrived. Begin shutdown sequence. In withdrawal, melatonin production is severely compromised. Alcohol directly suppresses melatonin synthesis. Stimulant use delays melatonin release by 2 to 4 hours. Chronic substance use depletes tryptophan, melatonin precursor. Screen exposure, blue light, further suppresses what little melatonin you produce. Architect's log. Think of melatonin like the shutdown-h-now command in Linux. If that command is corrupted, the system doesn't know how to power down. It just sits there running processes it should have terminated hours ago. That's why you lie in bed with racing thoughts at 3 a.m. Your system never received the shutdown signal. The cortisol inversion. Your boot sequence is backwards. In a healthy system, cortisol follows a predictable pattern. Peak at wake time, 6 to 8 a.m. The cortisol awakening response boots up your system. Gradual decline throughout the day. Lowest at night, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., allowing sleep initiation. Critical system failure, the inverted cortisol curve. In withdrawal, this pattern is often reversed. Cortisol is low in the morning, leads to you can't wake up, feel exhausted, no motivation. Cortisol spikes at night, leads to racing thoughts, anxiety, hypervigilance at bedtime. This is why you feel like a zombie during the day but become wired at night. Your boot sequence is running at shutdown time. Your shutdown is running at boot. The scheduler is completely inverted. The adenosine debt, sleep pressure system failure. Adenosine is a byproduct of neural activity that accumulates throughout the day. It's essentially a tiredness buffer. The more it builds up, the more pressure you feel to sleep. Caffeine works by blocking adenosine receptors. Stimulants do the same, but more aggressively. After chronic stimulant use, your adenosine receptors are upregulated, more sensitive. When you stop using, adenosine floods these hypersensitive receptors. Result: crushing fatigue but inability to actually sleep. Architect's log. The adenosine paradox. You're exhausted beyond words, but you can't sleep. Your sleep pressure gauge is maxed out, screaming, "Sleep now!" But your cortisol is spiking, screaming, "Danger, stay alert." And your melatonin is absent, never sending the shutdown command. 3 systems, all malfunctioning, all contradicting each other. No wonder you're lying in bed for hours, exhausted but wired. Sleep architecture, the defragmentation problem. Sleep isn't a single state. It's a complex cycle of stages that serve different maintenance functions. Stage 1 to 2, light sleep. System cool down, transitional processing. Stage 3 to 4, deep sleep/slow wave. Physical restoration, growth hormone release, immune function, hardware maintenance. REM sleep, memory consolidation, emotional processing, software updates and defragmentation. System caution, substance-induced sleep architecture damage. Alcohol increases deep sleep initially, then eliminates REM in second half of night. Benzos/Z drugs produce unconsciousness but suppress deep sleep. You're out but not restored. Cannabis suppresses REM sleep significantly. Dreams disappear. Emotional processing fails. Opioids fragment all stages, reduce total deep sleep, cause micro-arousals. In withdrawal, you may experience REM rebound, vivid, intense, often terrifying dreams, as your brain tries to catch up on months of missed emotional processing. System green, the goal of this module. We cannot instantly repair your circadian system. It takes 2 to 4 weeks minimum. But we can reset the master clock with strategic light exposure. Support melatonin production with precursors and timing. Lower nighttime cortisol with targeted interventions. Create environmental conditions that facilitate sleep. Avoid inputs that further corrupt the scheduler. This is a system restore operation. We're rebooting the clock. Section 9.2. The Clock Reset Protocol. Light, temperature, and timing, recalibrating the master scheduler. Architect's log. Your SCN, master clock, takes its primary timing signal from light. Specifically, it responds to blue spectrum light hitting specialized receptors in your eyes called intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, IPRGCs. This is not psychology, this is photobiology. If we control light exposure, we can manually recalibrate the corrupted clock. This is the single most powerful intervention for circadian repair. 9.2.1. Morning Light Protocol, the boot sequence. Function. Tell the SCN that morning has arrived. Start the cortisol clock. System green, morning light, non-negotiable. Within 30 minutes of waking, get bright light into your eyes for 10 to 30 minutes. Ideal. Direct sunlight outdoors, even overcast sky, is 10 times brighter than indoor lighting. Acceptable. Light therapy box, 10,000 lux, positioned at eye level, 12 to 18 inches away. Not acceptable. Indoor room lighting, too dim. Phone/tablet screens, wrong spectrum. This single intervention is more powerful than any supplement. Your SCN needs this signal to set the day's timing. Why this works. Morning light exposure triggers cortisol release. Healthy awakening response. It stops melatonin production, clearing the shutdown signal. It sets a timer. Melatonin will begin releasing approximately 14 to 16 hours later. Consistent timing trains the SCN to expect this pattern. System caution. Light box specifications. If you can't get outdoor light, weather, location, schedule. Brightness. 10,000 lux minimum. Check specifications. Most cheap boxes are too dim. Spectrum. Full spectrum or blue-enriched white light. Position. At eye level, slightly off to the side, 12 to 18 inches from face. Duration. 20 to 30 minutes while eating breakfast, reading, etc. Timing. As close to your target wake time as possible, same time every day. Recommended models: Verilux Happy Light, Carex Daylight Classic, Northern Light Technologies Boxalite. 9.2.2 Evening Light Protocol, the shutdown sequence. Function. Tell the SCN that night has arrived. Allow melatonin release. Light at night, especially blue spectrum light from screens, tells your SCN that it's still daytime. Melatonin release is suppressed. The shutdown command never executes. Critical system failure. Blue light after sunset equals corrupted shutdown. Every minute of screen exposure after sunset delays melatonin release. Studies show 2 hours of evening screen use delays melatonin by 1.5 plus hours. Your phone, tablet, computer, and TV are broadcasting "it's still daytime" directly into the receptors that control your sleep timing. This is not optional to fix. This is the primary saboteur of your sleep. System green. Evening light protocol, starting 2 to 3 hours before target bedtime. 1. Dim all overhead lights. Switch to lamps, candles, or dimmed fixtures. 2. Activate night mode. Enable on all devices. Reduces blue light emission. 3. Wear blue blocking glasses. Orange/amber lenses block the problematic spectrum. 4. Eliminate screens. 1 hour before bed. Non-negotiable. Read a physical book instead. 5. Use red/amber night lights. For bathroom trips, these don't suppress melatonin. Your goal: create an artificial sunset that tells your SCN darkness has arrived. 9.2.3 Temperature Protocol, the thermostat hack. Function: trigger the core body temperature drop required for sleep initiation. Your body temperature naturally drops 1 to 2 degrees Fahrenheit at night to facilitate sleep. This temperature drop is a requirement for sleep initiation, not optional. Architect's log. Here's a counterintuitive hack. A warm bath or shower 1 to 2 hours before bed helps you sleep. Why? The warm water brings blood to the surface of your skin. When you get out, that blood rapidly releases heat to the environment. This accelerates core body temperature drop. The bath doesn't warm you up for sleep. It sets up a faster cool down. It's like revving an engine before turning it off to clear the cylinders. System green, temperature protocol. Bedroom: 65 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 18 to 20 degrees Celsius. On the cooler side. Warm bath/shower, 1 to 2 hours before bed, 10 to 15 minutes, comfortably warm, not hot. Feet: wear socks to bed if extremities are cold, dilates blood vessels, promotes heat loss. Bedding: use breathable materials, avoid memory foam that traps heat. Ceiling fan: gentle air movement aids temperature regulation. The goal: facilitate the natural temperature drop that signals time to sleep. 9.2.4 Timing Protocol, the anchor points. Function: create consistent timing anchors for the SCN to lock onto. A corrupted clock needs consistent input to recalibrate. Variable wake times, irregular meal times, and chaotic schedules prevent the SCN from establishing a stable rhythm. System caution, the 2 anchors. Protect these times. Anchor 1, wake time, same time every day, including weekends, plus or minus 30 minutes, max. This is more important than bedtime. Your wake time sets the entire circadian cascade. Sleeping in on weekends causes social jet lag. It's like flying to a new time zone every week. Anchor 2. Light exposure. Morning bright light at the same time, daily. Within 30 minutes of your anchor wake time, get that light exposure. These 2 anchors are the sync signals your clock desperately needs. Time. Daily timing protocol. Sample schedule: 7 a.m. Anchor. Wake. Same time daily. No snooze. Feet on floor immediately. 7 o'clock to 7:30 a.m. Bright light exposure. Outdoors or light box, 20 to 30 minutes. 7:30 a.m. Breakfast. Eating signals. Daytime to peripheral clocks. 12 to 1 p.m. Lunch. Second meal anchor. Avoid eating after 8 p.m. 2 p.m. Caffeine cutoff. No caffeine after this time, 14 hours before bed. 5 to 6 p.m. Light exercise. Walk, yoga, stretching, not intense cardio. 7 p.m. Dinner. Last meal, 3+ hours before bed. 8 p.m. Begin dim light. Overhead lights off. Screens dimmed / night mode. 9 p.m. Warm bath/shower. Trigger temperature drop protocol. 10 p.m. Screens off. No exceptions. Physical book. Journaling. Stretching only. 10:30 p.m. Lights out. Bedroom pitch black or sleeping mask. 10:30 to 11 p.m. Target sleep. Don't force it. If not asleep in 20 minutes, get up. See 9.5. Section 9.3. The sleep stack. Supplements and interventions for hardware, sleep support. Architect's log. Supplements are not a replacement for light protocol and timing anchors. They are support for a system that's trying to recalibrate. Think of these as firmware patches. They can help, but they won't fix a fundamentally broken clock. Use them in addition to behavioral protocols, not instead of them. All dosages below are general guidance. Start low. Adjust based on response. Your COMT and CYP 450 status, covered in chapters 3 to 4, affects metabolism. 9.3.1. The timing signals. Timing signals. Supplements that support circadian signaling. Melatonin, low dose. Dose, 0.3 to 0.5 milligrams, not 5 to 10 milligrams. High doses can cause grogginess and dependency. Timing, 30 to 60 minutes before bed. Low dose is a timing signal, high dose is a sedative. You want the signal. Tart cherry extract, natural melatonin source plus anti-inflammatory, 480 milligrams or 8 ounces tart cherry juice, 1 to 2 hours before bed. Gentler than synthetic melatonin. Glycine. Dose, 3 grams before bed. Lowers core body temperature, improves sleep quality. Can be taken in bone broth or as powder mixed with water. System caution. Melatonin dosage warning. More is not better with melatonin. High doses, 5 to 10 milligrams, are counterproductive. Cause morning grogginess and hangover effect. Can suppress your body's natural melatonin production. May worsen depression in some individuals. Create dependency. Your body produces even less on its own. The physiological dose is 0.3 to 0.5 milligrams. This mimics natural production. Start with 0.3 milligrams. Only increase if no effect after 1 week. 9.3.2. The calming agents. Calming agents. Supplements that reduce hyperarousal and promote relaxation. Magnesium glycinate. Dose, 200 to 400 milligrams before bed. Glycinate form is calming, avoids citrate, laxative effect, supports GABA function, relaxes muscles, lowers cortisol. L-theanine. Dose, 200 to 400 milligrams, promotes alpha brain waves, calm alertness, synergistic with magnesium, found naturally in green tea. Apigenin. Dose, 50 milligrams, found in chamomile. Mild anxiolytic, GABAergic effects, gentler than prescription sedatives. Taurine. Dose, 500 to 2,000 milligrams. GABAergic amino acid, calms overexcited neurons. Can be taken with or before magnesium. Lemon balm, melissa. Dose, 300 to 600 milligrams extract. GABA transaminase inhibitor, increases GABA availability, reduces anxiety and promotes sleep. System green, the basic sleep stack. For most people in early recovery, start with this combination. Magnesium glycinate, 300 milligrams. L-theanine, 200 milligrams. Low-dose melatonin, 0.3 to 0.5 milligrams. Take together 30 to 60 minutes before bed. This stack supports GABA, signals sleep timing, and aids relaxation, without sedation or dependency risk. Add other agents only if this baseline isn't sufficient after 1 week. 9.3.3. The precursors. Neurotransmitter. Precursors. Raw materials for serotonin to melatonin pathway. L-tryptophan. Dose, 500 to 1,000 milligrams on empty stomach before bed. Direct serotonin/melatonin precursor can cause drowsiness. 5-HTP. Dose, 50 to 100 milligrams, 1 step closer to serotonin than tryptophan. More potent, Don't combine with antidepressants, serotonin syndrome risk. Vitamin B6 P5P form. Dose 25 to 50 milligrams. Required cofactor for tryptophan to serotonin conversion. Take with tryptophan or 5-HTP. Zinc. Dose 15 to 30 milligrams. Supports melatonin synthesis. Depleted by alcohol use. Take with food to avoid nausea. Critical system failure. 5-HTP warning. Serotonin syndrome risk. Do not take 5-HTP if you are on any of the following. SSR is Prozac, Zoloft, Lexapro, etc. SNR is Effexor, Cymbalta, etc. MAO is rare but dangerous combination. Tramadol, MDMA or recent MDMA use. Combining 5-HTP with serotonergic drugs can cause serotonin syndrome, a potentially fatal condition involving hyperthermia, seizures, and cardiovascular collapse. If you're on antidepressants, use L-tryptophan instead, safer, or consult your prescriber. 9.3.4. The herbal sedatives. Herbal sedatives. Plant-based sleep support. Use short-term. Valerian root. Dose 300 to 600 milligrams extract. GABAergic effects. Takes 2 to 4 weeks for full effect. Can cause vivid dreams. Passion flower. Dose 250 to 500 milligrams extract. Increases GABA, especially helpful for anxious insomnia. Can combine with valerian. Magnolia bark. Dose 200 to 400 milligrams. Hinokiol extract. GABAergic and cortisol lowering. Good for stress-related insomnia. Ashwagandha. Dose 300 to 600 milligrams. KSM 66 or sensoril extract. Adaptogen that lowers cortisol, helps with the wired but tired pattern. CBD cannabidiol. Dose 25 to 50 milligrams. Anxiolytic, may improve sleep quality. Variable response, ensure THC-free if drug testing. System caution, CBD and drug interactions. CBD is metabolized by CYP3A4 and CYP2D6, the same enzymes discussed in Chapter 4. If you're a poor metabolizer, CBD effects may be stronger and last longer. CBD can inhibit these enzymes, affecting metabolism of other medications. If you take prescription medications, consult your prescriber before using CBD. Always use third-party tested products from reputable sources. Section 9.4. The Do Not Install List. Substances and behaviors that corrupt the sleep scheduler. Critical system failure. These inputs will prevent clock recovery. The following substances and behaviors directly interfere with circadian repair. They are not just bad sleep hygiene. They actively corrupt the scheduler. Avoiding these is not optional if you want your sleep to recover. 9.4.1. Caffeine, the adenosine blocker. Half-life, 5 to 7 hours, varies by CYP1A2 status. 1 cup at 2 p.m. equals half a cup still circulating at 9 p.m. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors. You don't feel tired, but sleep pressure still builds. Even if you can fall asleep, caffeine reduces deep sleep by 15 to 20%. Slow metabolizers, CYP1A2 variants, may feel effects 12 plus hours later. System caution, caffeine protocol for sleep recovery. Cut-off time. No caffeine after 2 p.m. Noon is better if you're sensitive. Maximum dose, 1 cup, 100 milligrams in the morning, only during recovery phase. Taper if needed. Don't quit cold turkey if heavily dependent. Headaches worsen sleep. Exception: if you're a CYP1A2 slow metabolizer, consider eliminating entirely. Track your response. Some people can tolerate morning caffeine, others cannot. 9.4.2 Alcohol, the REM killer. But alcohol helps me fall asleep. Yes, and it destroys sleep quality. Alcohol is a sedative. It produces unconsciousness, not restorative sleep. First half of night, increased deep sleep seems good. Second half of night, REM sleep eliminated, fragmented waking. Morning, no emotional processing occurred, brain is not restored. Creates dependency. Brain forgets how to initiate sleep without it. Critical system failure. Alcohol and sleep in recovery. If you're recovering from any substance, using alcohol for sleep is substitution. Your GABA system is already dysregulated. Alcohol further corrupts it. The insomnia you're treating is often rebound from previous alcohol use. Breaking this cycle requires 2 to 4 weeks of alcohol-free nights. There are no exceptions. Alcohol prevents circadian recovery. 9.4.3 OTC sleep aids, the anticholinergic trap. Diphenhydramine, Benadryl, Ziziquil, Tylenol PM, and doxylamine, Unisom, are anticholinergic drugs marketed as sleep aids. They produce drowsiness, but suppress deep sleep and REM sleep. Tolerance develops within days. Need higher doses for same effect. Next-day cognitive impairment, hangover effect. Long-term anticholinergic use linked to dementia risk. Create dependency, rebound insomnia when stopped. System caution, OTC sleep aid reality. These are not safe because they're over-the-counter. They are sedatives that produce unconsciousness without restorative sleep. If you're currently using them nightly, you'll need to taper off. Stopping abruptly can cause severe rebound insomnia. Reduce by 25% per week while implementing the protocols in this module. 9.4.4 Late night eating. Your digestive system has its own circadian clock. Eating late at night sends conflicting signals. Insulin release at night disrupts melatonin production. Digestion raises core body temperature, opposite of what you need. Blood flow diverted to gut instead of supporting sleep processes. Acid reflux from lying down after eating disrupts sleep architecture. System green, eating window for sleep. Finish your last meal 3+ hours before bedtime. If you must eat something close to bed, choose. Small portion, under 200 calories. Protein plus fat, minimal carbs. For example, handful of nuts, small cheese portion. Avoid sugar, processed carbs, large meals. Drinking water is fine. Avoid large volumes that cause nighttime urination. 9.4.5 Late exercise. Exercise is excellent for sleep at the right time. Intense exercise raises cortisol and core body temperature for 2 to 4 hours. Working out at 8 p.m. means elevated cortisol at midnight. The endorphin rush may feel good, but prevents sleep initiation. System caution, exercise timing for sleep. Best, morning exercise, supports cortisol awakening response. Good, afternoon exercise, 4+ hours before bed. Avoid, intense exercise within 4 hours of bedtime. Exception, gentle yoga, stretching, walking are fine in evening. They lower cortisol. If your only option is evening exercise, finish by 7 p.m. for 11 p.m. bedtime. 9.4.6 Napping, the pressure release valve. Napping is tempting when exhausted, but it sabotages nighttime sleep. Naps release adenosine, sleep pressure. You feel less tired at night. Late naps, after 3 p.m., directly interfere with melatonin timing. Long naps, greater than 30 minutes, cause sleep inertia and fragment nighttime architecture. Critical system failure, napping protocol, emergency use only. During circadian repair, avoid napping entirely if possible. If you must nap to function, maximum 20 minutes, set an alarm. Before 2 p.m. only. Sit in a chair, not lying in bed. Have a coffee immediately before, the nappuccino. Caffeine kicks in as you wake. The goal: build sleep pressure for nighttime. Naps release that pressure. Section 9.5, Emergency Protocols. When the system won't enter sleep mode, architects log. Sometimes, despite everything, sleep won't come. You've done the light protocol, taken the supplements, avoided the screens, and you're lying there at 2 a.m., fully alert. This section covers emergency procedures for those nights. These are tactical interventions, not long-term solutions. 9.5.1, the 20-minute rule, stimulus control. If you haven't fallen asleep within 20 minutes, your bed is becoming associated with wakefulness instead of sleep. System green, stimulus control protocol. If you're not asleep in 20 minutes, 1. Get up. Do not lie there trying. 2. Go to a different room or different area if studio. 3. Keep lights dim. No screens. 4. Do something boring. Read a dull book. Fold laundry. Write by hand. 5. When you feel genuinely drowsy, not just tired, return to bed. 6. Repeat if necessary. The goal: your brain must associate bed with sleep, not lying awake frustrated. Do not watch TV, scroll your phone, eat, or do anything stimulating or rewarding. The goal is boredom, not entertainment. 9.5.2, the cognitive dump, racing thoughts protocol. Racing thoughts at bedtime are often unprocessed items your brain is trying to hold in working memory. Architect's log. Your prefrontal cortex is running a don't forget loop. Tomorrow's tasks, unresolved problems, worries about the future, replaying past conversations. This loop prevents the brain from releasing into sleep. You need to offload these items from RAM to external storage. System green, the cognitive dump procedure. Keep a notebook by your bed. When thoughts race. 1. Sit up and turn on a dim light, red/amber if available. 2. Write down every thought, tasks, worries, ideas, replays. 3. Don't organize or solve, just dump. Raw, messy, incomplete is fine. 4. Close the notebook and tell yourself, it's stored. I'll deal with it tomorrow. 5. Lie back down. You're literally moving data from working memory to external storage. The brain can release its grip because the information is saved. 9.5.3, physiological sigh, acute calm protocol. When you're lying in bed with a racing heart and physical anxiety, you need to shift from sympathetic, fight/flight, to parasympathetic, rest/digest, nervous system dominance. The physiological sigh is the fastest known method to activate the parasympathetic system. System green, physiological sigh technique. 1. Inhale through your nose. Fill lungs about 80%. 2. Second inhale. Small sip of air to fully expand lungs, 100%. 3. Long exhale through mouth. Slow, complete. Take 6 to 8 seconds. 4. Repeat 3 to 5 times. Why it works. The double inhale maximally inflates the lungs' alveoli. The long exhale activates the vagus nerve, triggering parasympathetic response. This is not meditation. This is direct manipulation of your autonomic nervous system. 9.5.4, the body scan, progressive relaxation. Physical tension prevents sleep. You may not notice how clenched your jaw, shoulders, or hands are until you systematically check. System green, 10-minute body scan. Lying in bed, eyes closed. 1. Feet. Notice any tension. Flex hard for 5 seconds, then release completely. 2. Calves. Flex, hold 5 seconds, release. 3. Thighs. Same pattern. 4. Glutes. Clench, hold, release. 5. Abdomen. Tighten, hold, release. 6. Hands. Make fists, hold, release. 7. Forearms. Flex, hold, release. 8. Biceps. Flex, hold, release. 9. Shoulders. Shrug to ears, hold, release, let them drop completely. 10. Face. Scrunch everything, hold, release. Unclench jaw. After completing, notice the contrast between tension and relaxation. Let your body sink into the mattress. Each exhale, release a little more. 9.5.5, nuclear option, sleep restriction therapy. If you've been sleeping poorly for weeks despite all interventions, your brain may have lost the association between bed and sleep entirely. Sleep restriction therapy, SRT, is the most effective non-pharmacological treatment for chronic insomnia. Critical system failure, sleep restriction, advanced protocol. Warning: this will make you more tired in the short term. It works by building massive sleep pressure to override the broken clock. Only use this if other interventions have failed for 2+ weeks. Step 1. Calculate your average actual sleep time, for example, 5 hours. Step 2. Set your sleep window to that duration only. Example: if you average 5 hours sleep, you're only allowed in bed 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Step 3. Maintain this window for 5 to 7 nights, regardless of how tired you feel. Step 4. When you're sleeping 85% plus of time in bed, expand window by 15 to 30 minutes. Step 5. Repeat expansion until reaching target sleep duration, 7 to 8 hours. This forces sleep efficiency. Your brain relearns that bed equals sleep. System caution. Sleep restriction warnings. Do not drive or operate machinery while sleep restricted. Do not use alcohol or sedatives to cope with tiredness. Daytime functioning will be impaired initially. Not recommended if you have bipolar disorder, can trigger mania. Consider working with a CBTI therapist if possible. This is hardcore, but it works. Sleep efficiency typically improves within 2 weeks. Section 9.6. Key takeaways. System green. Protocol. 9. Key takeaways. 1. Your clock is corrupted. Substances hijacked your circadian scheduler. Recovery takes 2 to 4 weeks minimum. 2. Light is the primary input. Morning. Bright light, 10,000 lux, within 30 minutes of waking is non-negotiable. 3. Darkness is equally important. Dim lights 2 to 3 hours before bed. Screens off 1 hour before bed. 4. Anchor your wake time. Same time every day, including weekends. This is more important than bedtime. 5. Temperature drop enables sleep. Cool bedroom, 65 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Warm bath 1 to 2 hours before bed. 6. Supplements. Support, not replace. Magnesium, L-theanine, low-dose melatonin, not high-dose sedatives. 7. Avoid sleep malware. Caffeine after 2 p.m. Alcohol, OTC sleep aids, late meals, late exercise, naps. 8. Use emergency protocols. 20-minute rule, cognitive dump, physiological sigh, body scan. 9. Sleep restriction is the nuclear option, highly effective but intense. Use if nothing else works. 10. This is temporary. Your circadian system will recalibrate. Protect the process. Architect's log. Final system. Note, you're not weak because you can't sleep. You're not broken because your brain won't shut down. You're running a system that's been fed corrupted timing data for months or years. The clock can be reset. The scheduler can be repaired. But it requires consistent patient input of the right signals. Every morning, light exposure is a calibration pulse. Every evening, dim light is a shutdown command. Every consistent wake time is a sync signal for the master clock. Your circadian system evolved over millions of years to respond to exactly these inputs. It will respond. It just takes time. Don't expect perfection in week 1. Expect gradual improvement. 1 good night becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. The pattern rebuilds. You're not forcing sleep. You're creating the conditions where sleep can happen. Trust the biology. Protect the protocols. The system will reboot. The system architect. End of protocol. 9. Emergency sleep protocol. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Acute sleep deprivation intervention. Crash protocol. GABA emergency stack. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Relapse architecture. Protocol 10. Relapse architecture, prevention, intervention, and system recovery. Beyond the purity trap, a system's approach to stability. Architect's log. This module rejects the moral model of relapse. You are not a sinner seeking redemption through abstinence. You are not earning clean time to prove your worth. You are not one slip away from being a failure. You are a complex biological system managing a chronic condition. Relapse is a predictable system state, not a character flaw. Understanding the architecture of relapse lets you prevent it, interrupt it, and recover from it without burning everything down. This is engineering, not confession. Section 10.1, the relapse cascade. Understanding relapse as a process, not an event. Critical system failure, the biggest lie about relapse. Traditional recovery culture teaches that relapse is a moment. The instant the substance touches your lips, enters your bloodstream, hits your brain. This is catastrophically wrong. Relapse is a process that begins days, weeks, or months before that moment. By the time you're holding the substance, you've already lost. The system crashed long ago. The substance is just the blue screen. The cascade model, 5 stages of system destabilization. Relapse follows a predictable cascade. Each stage creates vulnerability for the next. Intervention at early stages is far more effective than white-knuckling at the final stage. Architect's log. Think of it like a server going down. First, the monitoring alerts start firing, emotional dysregulation. Then, services start timing out, behavioral drift. Then, memory starts swapping to disk, mental preoccupation. Then, the system enters a degraded state, the fuck it threshold. Finally, complete system failure use. The substance didn't cause the crash. The cascade did. The substance is just the final symptom. Stage 1, emotional destabilization, the early warnings. The cascade begins with shifts in emotional regulation, often so subtle you don't consciously notice them. Increased irritability over minor frustrations, sleep disturbances, insomnia or hypersomnia, appetite changes, loss or compulsive eating, free-floating anxiety without clear cause, decreased frustration tolerance. Everything is annoying. Feeling off without being able to articulate why. System green, stage 1, intervention point. This is the easiest stage to intervene. The system is stressed but stable. Actions: check sleep, nutrition, exercise, social connection. Ask, what maintenance have I been neglecting? Often, stage 1 is simply accumulated self-care debt. Pay the debt before it compounds. Stage 2, behavioral drift, the slow slide. Unaddressed emotional destabilization leads to behavioral changes, gradual abandonment of protective structures, skipping recovery meetings, therapy sessions, or check-ins, isolating from supportive relationships, returning to old environments or social circles, abandoning exercise, sleep schedule, or nutrition protocols, testing proximity to triggers. I can handle it. Romanticizing past use. It wasn't that bad. System caution. Stage 2. Intervention point. The system is now actively degrading. Behavioral drift creates feedback loops. Less support leads to worse emotional regulation, leads to more drift, leads to less support. Actions: re-engage protective structures immediately. Call someone, go to a meeting, reinstate the protocols. This is not weakness. This is maintenance. Stage 3. Mental preoccupation, the obsession. This is where the substance re-enters conscious thought, not as a plan, but as an uninvited guest. Intrusive thoughts about the substance. What if? Euphoric recall, remembering only the good parts. Mental negotiation. Maybe I could use just once. Fantasizing about use scenarios. Increased triggering by environmental cues. Dreams about using. Very common, not a sign of weakness. Architect's log. The obsession is not a moral failing. It's a neurological process. Your brain has learned that the substance is the fastest path to dopamine. When stressed, depleted, or dysregulated, it retrieves that solution. This is pattern recognition, not character deficiency. The thought arising is not the problem. Believing the thought and acting on it is the problem. You can have the thought and not be the thought. Critical system failure, stage 3, intervention point. This is a critical juncture. The system is in a degraded state. You have not failed. You are not basically relapsed already. But you need intervention now, not willpower. Actions: tell someone, break the isolation. The obsession thrives in secrecy. Exposure to light weakens it. I'm having thoughts about using is the most powerful sentence in recovery. Stage 4. The fuck it threshold, decision point. This is the moment of internal permission, the decision to use even before the substance is obtained. I don't care anymore. I deserve this. Nobody will know. I've already failed anyway. Just one time to take the edge off. What's the point of all this effort? Critical system, failure, stage 4, last exit before crash. At this stage, the decision has been made internally. The only intervention is to prevent access to the substance. Leave the environment immediately. Call someone who will physically stay with you. Go to an ER if necessary. Dispose of any substances or paraphernalia you have access to. This is not about willpower. This is about preventing physical access. Until the acute crisis passes. The feeling will pass. Survival is the goal. Stage 5. Use system crash. The substance has been consumed, but even here the cascade is not complete. A lapse, single use, is not the same as a relapse, return to pattern. System green. Stage 5. Damage control. A slip is an error. A relapse is a choice to keep making the error. After a lapse, you have a critical window to prevent full relapse. Do not let shame spiral you into continued use. The damage from one use is recoverable. A binge is not. Contact your support system immediately. Do not isolate to hide what happened. The next 24 to 48 hours determine whether this is a slip or a slide. You are not back to zero. You are a system that experienced a fault. Faults can be recovered from. We'll cover this in Section 10.5. Section 10.2. The Purity Trap. Why counting days and seeking acceptance creates vulnerability. Architect's log. The dominant cultural model of recovery is built on a dangerous premise, that your worth is measured by consecutive days without using. That clean time is a moral achievement to be displayed. That acceptance by others depends on maintaining purity. This model doesn't just fail to help, it creates relapse conditions. When your identity is fused to an unbroken streak, a single slip doesn't just end the streak, it destroys your identity. If I'm not a person with 847 days, who am I? The answer: you're the same person you were at 846 days. Your neural rewiring didn't reset. Your coping skills didn't vanish. The arbitrary counter-resetting doesn't change your biology. But the shame model convinces you otherwise. And shame is rocket fuel for relapse. 10.2.1. The day counter problem. Day counting isn't inherently bad. For some, it's motivating. But when it becomes the primary metric of recovery, it creates structural vulnerabilities. Critical system failure. The day counter failure. Modes. Failure mode. 1. All or nothing thinking. I broke my streak, so I might as well keep using. A single slip becomes permission for extended relapse. Failure mode. 2. Identity fusion. I am my day count. When the count resets, the self shatters. Failure mode. 3. External validation dependency. My worth depends on others seeing my day count. Recovery becomes performance, not practice. Failure mode. 4. Artificial milestones create crisis points. I almost have 90 days. I can't mess up now. Pressure peaks at arbitrary thresholds, creating paradoxical vulnerability. Failure mode. 5. Binary success/failure. No room for nuance. A slip is categorically equal to a 6-month binge. This is mathematically and neurologically absurd. 10.2.2. The acceptance trap. Recovery culture often creates conditional acceptance based on purity performance. Share your day count. Public accountability becomes public shame. How long do you have? Status hierarchy based on abstinence duration. Chips, coins, and public recognition. Extrinsic motivation displaces intrinsic. You have to start over. A slip erases all progress. Architect's log. When acceptance is contingent on purity. 1. You learn to hide struggles. Can't admit cravings equals might lose status. 2. You isolate when you most need support. Shame drives secrecy. 3. A slip becomes catastrophic, not just losing community. 4. You perform recovery instead of practicing it. This is the opposite of what works. Recovery requires the ability to say, I'm struggling without losing your place at the table. 10.2.3. The kernel alternative. System metrics. Instead of counting days of purity, we measure system health. This is a fundamentally different approach. Purity model. System model. How many days clean? How stable is my system today? Binary, clean or dirty. Spectrum, degraded to stable to thriving. One slip equals complete failure. One slip equals data point, not identity. Progress erased by any use. Progress is neural rewiring, permanent. Worth tied to streak length, worth inherent. Behavior is just behavior. Recovery equals abstinence. Recovery equals increasing stability over time, hiding struggles to protect status, sharing struggles for early intervention, external validation, chips, counts, internal metrics, sleep, mood, function. System green, the kernel metrics. Instead of days clean, track. Sleep quality. Am I getting restorative sleep? Emotional regulation. How quickly do I recover from disturbances? Social connection. Am I maintaining supportive relationships? Physical health. Exercise, nutrition, self-care. Cognitive function. Focus, memory, decision-making. Craving intensity, frequency and duration of urges. They should decrease. Functional capacity. Am I showing up for work, relationships, responsibilities? These metrics matter more than whether you had a slip 47 days ago. A person at day 3 with excellent metrics is doing better than a person at day 300 who's white-knuckling in isolation. Section 10.3. The gotcha moments. Mapping and managing your unique vulnerability matrix. Architect's log. Gotcha moments are acute triggering events, sudden, intense urges that seem to come out of nowhere and demand immediate action. They don't actually come from nowhere. They're predictable outputs of specific input conditions. If you map your vulnerability matrix, you can predict the gotcha moments before they happen and install countermeasures in advance. This is not about eliminating triggers, impossible. It's about installing interrupt handlers. 10.3.1, the HALTS framework, Classic Plus Extended. The classic HALT acronym identifies basic physiological vulnerability states. We extend it. HALTS vulnerability, matrix, states that create acute triggering risk. H, hungry. Low blood sugar mimics anxiety and depression. Your brain screams for fast dopamine. Intervention. Never let yourself get truly hungry. Eat every 3 to 4 hours. A, angry. Unprocessed anger creates cortisol overload and impaired decision-making. Intervention. Name the anger. Express it safely. Writing, exercise. Don't suppress. L, lonely. Isolation removes external regulation and accountability. Intervention. Reach out before you need to. Schedule regular connection. T, tired. Fatigue impairs prefrontal function, impulse control. Intervention. Protect sleep. Cancel plans if necessary. Rest is recovery. S, stressed. Chronic stress depletes willpower reserves. Intervention. Identify stressors. Reduce what you can. Accept what you can't. Seek help. Plus, sick. Illness creates physiological vulnerability and self-pity. Intervention. Rest. Hydrate. Postpone decisions. Ask for help. Plus, celebratory. Euphoric states lower inhibition. I deserve a reward. Intervention. Pre-plan sober celebrations. Don't let guard down. Plus, bored. Understimulation creates restlessness and reward-seeking. Intervention. Have a list of engaging activities ready. Avoid empty time. 10.3.2, your personal trigger map. Beyond universal vulnerabilities, you have personal triggers unique to your history. These must be identified and cataloged. System caution, trigger categories to map. Environmental, places, old hangouts, neighborhoods, bars, dealers, objects, paraphernalia, associated items, sensory cues, smells, sounds, music. Temporal, time of day, evening versus morning, day of week, weekends, seasons, anniversaries of trauma or loss. Relational, specific people, relationship conflicts, family gatherings, romantic rejection. Emotional, specific emotions, shame, boredom, excitement, emotional memories, anticipatory anxiety. Cognitive, specific thought patterns, euphoric recall triggers, I deserve thoughts. Physiological, pain, sexual frustration, PMS/hormonal cycles, medication changes. Architect's log. Exercise, create your trigger map. Over the next week, whenever you notice a craving, any intensity, log, what just happened, event. Where was I? Environment. Who was I with? Relational. What was I feeling? Emotional. What was I thinking? Cognitive. What was my body state? Physiological. Patterns will emerge. The random gotcha moments become predictable. Once predictable, you can install countermeasures. 10.3.3 Installing interrupt handlers. An interrupt handler is a pre-planned response to a specific trigger. It executes automatically, bypassing decision fatigue. System green, interrupt handler format. If specific trigger, then specific pre-planned action. Examples: if I drive past my old dealer's street, then I take the alternate route. If I feel the 5 p.m. craving, then I call my sponsor at 4:45 p.m. Preemptive. If I'm invited to a party with alcohol, then I bring my own drinks and have an exit plan. If I start romanticizing past use, then I read my why I quit letter. If I feel the halt states, then I address the physical need. First, the key: decide in advance. Don't rely on in-the-moment willpower. Write these down, review them regularly, make them automatic. Sample interrupt handlers, pre-programmed responses to common triggers, craving wave, surf it. Set a timer for 20 minutes. Observe the craving without acting. It will peak and pass. They always do. Euphoric recall. Play the tape forward. Remember not just the high, but the crash, the shame, the consequences. Write out the full story. Just once. Thought. Challenge the lie. When has just once ever been true? Your brain is lying. It wants the pattern, not the exception. Environmental trigger. Leave immediately. Don't negotiate. Remove yourself from the environment first. Process later. Relational conflict. Don't use AT someone. The anger is valid. Using won't hurt them, only you. Express the anger directly. Celebration temptation. Pre-plan sober rewards. I deserve a reward is true, but the substance is a punishment disguised as a gift. Section 10.4, the acute craving protocol. In the moment, interventions for the gotcha. Architect's log. You're in the gotcha moment. The craving is here. This is not the time for deep self-reflection. This is the time for tactical intervention. The following protocols are designed to be executed, not pondered. When the craving hits, you don't have full cognitive capacity. These steps are simple, concrete, and can be followed under duress. 10.4.1 The Stop Protocol, Immediate Response. Execute these 4 steps in order when acute craving hits. S. Stop. Physically freeze. Don't make any movement toward obtaining the substance. Literally, stop moving for 10 seconds. T, take a breath. 3 deep physiological sighs. Double inhale, long exhale. This activates parasympathetic response and buys time. O, observe. Name what's happening. I'm having a craving. It's intense. My heart is racing. I'm thinking about using. Observing creates distance. P, proceed mindfully. Choose your next action deliberately. Refer to your interrupt handler. Call someone. Leave the environment. Execute the pre-planned response. 10.4.2. Urge surfing, riding the wave. Cravings are waves. They rise, peak, and fall. No craving lasts forever. Average duration, 15 to 30 minutes. System green, urge surfing technique. 1. Set a timer for 20 minutes. Commit to not using for just this window. 2. Sit with the craving. Don't fight it. Don't feed it. Just observe. 3. Notice where you feel it in your body. Chest, stomach, throat. 4. Describe it neutrally. There's a tightness in my chest. It's pulsing. 5. Watch it change. Cravings are not static. They shift moment to moment. 6. Wait for the peak. It will come. Then it will begin to descend. 7. When the timer ends, reassess. The craving will be significantly reduced. You are not resisting the craving. You are outlasting it. Every wave you surf weakens the next wave. Neuroplasticity in action. 10.4.3. The 5 senses grounding. Cravings hijack the brain into future focus, imagining use. Grounding brings you back to now. System green, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Grounding. Name out loud 5 things you can see. Look around. Be specific. 4 things you can touch. Feel textures, temperatures. 3 things you can hear. Ambient sounds, breathing. 2 things you can smell. Search for any scent. 1 thing you can taste. Your mouth, recent food. This forces sensory processing, which competes with craving processing. The brain cannot fully do both simultaneously. Use this to your advantage. 10.4.4. Emergency Contact Protocol. Isolation is where cravings become decisions. Breaking isolation is the most powerful intervention. Critical system failure, the phone call. When in acute craving, call someone. Not text, not, I'll call later. Now. You don't need to have something profound to say. I'm having a craving and I need to talk is enough. The act of speaking out loud engages different brain regions. The presence of another human activates social regulation systems. Keep a list of 3 to 5 people you can call at any hour. Sponsor/recovery mentor. Therapist, if available for crisis. Trusted friend who knows your situation. Recovery hotline. SAMSI 1-800-662-4357. Store these in your phone under Emergency. Call now. 10.4.5. The Cognitive Challenge. Your brain is generating pro-use thoughts. Challenge them systematically. Craving thoughts versus reality. Cognitive distortions and their counters. I deserve this. You deserve recovery. Using will make tomorrow worse, not better. No one will know. You will know. And the consequences don't require witnesses. Just this once. Your brain has said this before. When has it ever been true? I can't take this feeling. You've survived every craving so far. 100% survival rate. You can survive this one. I've already failed. Having a craving is not failure. Using is a choice. You haven't made it yet. What's the point? The point is who you're becoming. One craving doesn't define that. It wasn't that bad. Read your Why I Quit list. Remember the full truth, not the edited version. I'll start over tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. The only moment is now. Choose now. Section 10.5. When relapse happens. Harm reduction and damage control, not shame. Architect's log. If you've used, you're not reading the wrong section. You're reading the section that might save your life. What happens in the next few hours matters more than what just happened. A lapse does not have to become a relapse. A relapse does not have to become a catastrophe. The purity model says you failed. Start over. Shame yourself. The kernel model says, okay, system fault occurred. Let's minimize damage and restore stability. Which approach do you think leads to better outcomes? 10.5.1 Immediate Post-Use Protocol. You've used. Now what? Critical system failure, harm reduction, first priority. Safety. First, if you've overdosed, risk. Opioids, benzos, alcohol. Get to a safe location with someone who can monitor you. Have Narcan available if opioids are involved. If you're intoxicated and in a dangerous environment, leave or call for help. If you're alone and impaired, call someone. Do not drive. Do not make any major decisions while intoxicated. Do not spiral into continued use because it's already ruined. Do not isolate. The shame spiral is more dangerous than the substance. 10.5.2 The 24-hour window. The 24 hours after a lapse are critical. What you do in this window determines whether it stays a lapse or becomes a relapse. System green, 24-hour post-lapse protocol. Hour 0 to 4. Safety and stability. Get to a safe environment. Dispose of any remaining substances. Tell one person what happened. Hour 4 to 12. Process without judgment. This was a data point, not an identity. What were the preceding cascade stages? What could have intervened earlier? Hour 12 to 24. Re-engage support. Contact sponsor, therapist, or support person. Attend a meeting or check-in. Reinstate basic protocols. Sleep, food, movement. The key: you have not lost everything. Your neural rewiring did not reset. Your skills are intact. Your support network is intact. You are experiencing a system fault, not a complete rebuild. 10.5.3 Rejecting the shame spiral. Shame is the most dangerous post-lapse phenomenon. It drives continued use. The shame logic goes, I used arrow. I'm a failure, arrow. I ruined everything, arrow. Why bother trying arrow? I might as well keep using arrow. I used again, arrow. I'm even more of a failure, arrow. Critical system failure, breaking the shame spiral. The counter logic. I used arrow. I experienced a system fault, arrow. Faults happen in complex systems, arrow. This does not define my worth leads to I can minimize damage now leads to. The past hour is done. The next hour is a choice, right arrow. Returning to use would create more damage, not less, right arrow. I choose to stop the cascade now. Shame is a relapse accelerant. It makes you want to escape the feeling. What do you know that makes feelings go away fast? The substance. Shame literally drives you back to using. Self-compassion is not weakness, it's harm reduction. 10.5.4 The not starting over principle. One of the most damaging myths in recovery is that a lapse means starting over. Architect's log. Consider two people. Person A, 2 years of recovery, 1 lapse, back to recovery immediately. Person B, day 3 of first attempt at recovery. Are these equivalent because they both have a day count of 3? Obviously not. Person A has 2 years of neural rewiring, 2 years of practiced coping skills, 2 years of triggers identified and managed, 2 years of life rebuilt. 1 data point of what led to the lapse. Person B has none of this. A lapse does not reset your neuroplasticity. A lapse does not erase your learning. A lapse does not undo your growth. The day count is an arbitrary metric that has nothing to do with the actual state of your nervous system. System green. What a lapse actually resets. Does reset. Your physical tolerance, partially, depends on duration of abstinence. Your consecutive abstinence count, an arbitrary number, does not reset your neural rewiring from months/years of recovery. Your learned coping mechanisms, your self-knowledge and trigger maps, your support network, unless you abandon it, your fundamental capacity for recovery, your identity as a person in recovery. A lapse is a setback, not a reset. These are categorically different. Section 10.6, the reboot protocol. Resuming stable operation after system fault. Architect's log. Your system crashed. Now we reboot. This is not about penance or proving yourself. This is about restoring stable operation as efficiently as possible. A server admin doesn't spend days feeling ashamed after an outage. They identify the cause, patch the vulnerability, and bring systems back online. Same process, less drama. 10.6.1, the forensic analysis. Before you can prevent the next fault, you need to understand this one without judgment, like an engineer reviewing a crash log. System green. Post-fault analysis questions. Answer these in writing, not just in your head. 1. Cascade mapping. What stage of the relapse cascade was I in before using? Emotional destabilization, behavioral drift, mental preoccupation. Fuck it. 2. Timeline. When did the cascade actually begin, not the moment of use? Days ago? Weeks? What was the first sign I ignored? 3. Vulnerability state. Was I in halts or any physiological vulnerability? 4. Trigger identification. What was the proximate trigger? Environmental, relational, emotional, cognitive, physiological. 5. Intervention failure. What could have interrupted the cascade? Did I have an interrupt handler for this trigger? Did I use it? 6. Isolation factor. Did I isolate before using? Who did I not call? Why? 7. Learning. What does this tell me about my vulnerability matrix? New triggers identified? Existing handlers that need strengthening. 10.6.2, the patch installation. Based on the forensic analysis, install patches to prevent the same failure mode. Example fault analysis and patches. Sample patches. Failure mode to system patch. Missed early warning signs. Patch. Daily check-in with self, journal, or app. Rating mood, sleep, stress on 1 to 10 scale. Isolated before using. Patch. Rule. If isolating for greater than 24 hours, text someone. Automatic check-in. Triggered by specific person. Patch. Limit contact or script boundaries. Have exit strategy for encounters. Triggered by environment. Patch. Remove from routine if possible. If not, create specific protocol for that space. Didn't use urge surfing. Patch. Print urge surfing protocol. Put it in wallet, car, bathroom. Didn't call anyone. Patch. Identify why. Shame, inconvenience. Address the barrier specifically. Told myself, just once. Patch. Write and memorize. My brain lies. Just once is always a lie. 10.6.3. The stability sprint. The first 72 hours after resuming recovery are high risk. Implement a structured stability sprint. Critical system failure. 72-hour stability sprint. Structure is protection. For the next 72 hours, increase meeting/support contact. Daily check-in minimum. Eliminate discretionary decisions. Meal plan schedule. Activities pre-decided. No major life decisions, job, relationships, finances, all wait. Physical self-care is mandatory. Sleep, food, exercise. Account for your time. Tell someone where you're going/when. Avoid high-risk environments. No testing yourself. Evening check-in with support person. This is not punishment. This is scaffolding while the system restabilizes. The structure is temporary. The stability it creates compounds. 10.6.4. Long-term system upgrade. A relapse is data. It tells you something about your system that you didn't fully understand before. System green. Upgrade considerations. After the immediate crisis is past, assess. Protocol. Gaps. What protocols, nutrition, sleep, exercise, connection, had I let slip? Treatment. Gaps. Do I need additional support? Therapy, medication review, intensive outpatient? Environmental factors. Are there environmental changes that would reduce risk? Relationship factors. Are there relationships that consistently destabilize me? Internal factors. Are there unaddressed traumas, mental health conditions, or issues driving use? Genetic factors. Have I explored pharmacogenomic testing to optimize treatment? Each relapse teaches you something. The question is whether you extract the lesson. A relapse can be the catalyst for a deeper, more durable recovery, if you treat it as information rather than identity. Section 10.7. Key takeaways. System green. Protocol. 10 key takeaways. 1. Relapse is a process. The cascade begins long before use. Intervene early. 2. Map the cascade. Emotional to behavioral, to mental to fuck it to use. Know your stages. 3. The purity trap is deadly. Day counting and external validation create fragility, not strength. 4. Measure system. Health. Sleep, mood, function, connection. Not arbitrary streak numbers. 5. Triggers are predictable. Map your vulnerability matrix. Install interrupt handlers. 6. Cravings are waves. They peak and pass. Average duration 15 to 30 minutes. You can outlast them. 7. Shame is relapse fuel. Self-compassion is harm reduction, not weakness. 8. A lapse is not the same as a reset. Your neural rewiring, skills, and growth are not erased. 9. The 24-hour window is critical. What you do after use determines if it's a lapse or relapse. 10. Forensic analysis plus patches. Extract the lesson. Install the upgrade. Move forward. Architect's log. Final system. Note: you will be tempted to see this module as permission to fail. It's not. It's preparation for reality. The purity model promises certainty. If you just stay clean, you win. But it delivers fragility. One slip, and the whole edifice collapses. The kernel model promises nothing except this. Recovery is not a straight line. Systems have faults. That's normal. What matters is not the absence of faults. It's how you handle them. Some of the most solid recoveries I've witnessed came after significant relapse, because the relapse taught something that abstinence alone couldn't. Because the person rebuilt with that knowledge integrated, because they stopped trying to be pure and started trying to be stable. You're not a saint seeking moral perfection. You're an engineer managing a complex biological system. Keep the system running. That's the goal. Some days it runs perfectly, some days it faults. But every day you don't catastrophically crash, the system gets more stable. Every craving surfed rewires the circuitry. Every trigger managed trains new patterns. Every relapse analyzed and patched strengthens the architecture. You're not starting over. You're upgrading. The system architect. End of protocol. 10. Relapse architecture. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Deep dive relapse neuroscience. Decision point mapping. Prevention architecture. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Excess pattern. Protocol 11. The excess pattern. Beyond substances. Managing the architecture of too much. Social protocols for sharing neurogenomic sovereignty. Architect's log. This module addresses a truth that most recovery programs avoid. The problem isn't always the substance. The problem is often the pattern. Some of us don't just get addicted to drugs. We get addicted to anything that provides reliable dopamine, escape, or identity. Remove the alcohol and workaholism appears. Remove the opioids and gambling emerges. Remove the stimulants and social media consumption explodes. Remove the substances entirely, and recovery itself becomes the addiction. Meetings, chips, sponsoring, the identity of being in recovery. This is not cynicism. This is systems architecture. The excess pattern is the root vulnerability. Substances are just one expression of it. Section 11.1. The excess pattern. Understanding why anything to excess is the core vulnerability. Critical system failure, the uncomfortable truth. Addiction is not fundamentally about substances. Addiction is about a dysregulated reward system seeking relief. The substance is just the most efficient tool the system found. If that tool is removed without addressing the underlying dysregulation, the system will find another tool. This is why addiction transfer is so common. Stop drinking, start eating compulsively. Stop using drugs, start gambling. Stop gambling, become a workaholic. Stop everything, become addicted to recovery itself. The pattern persists, only the expression changes. 11.1.1. The neurogenomic root of excess. The excess pattern has biological origins. The same genetic variants that create substance vulnerability also create behavioral addiction vulnerability. Architect's log. Remember the core architecture from the main kernel. MTHFR variants lead to reduced neurotransmitter production, lead to baseline deficit. COMT variants lead to altered dopamine clearance, lead to reward sensitivity. DRD2 variants lead to reduced dopamine receptor density, lead to reward deficiency. These don't just make you vulnerable to cocaine or alcohol. They make you vulnerable to anything that reliably elevates dopamine. Gambling, intermittent reinforcement equals dopamine, jackpot. Gaming, achievement systems designed to exploit reward circuitry. Social media, likes, comments equals social reward dopamine. Shopping, acquisition equals novelty dopamine. Sex/porn, obviously dopaminergic. Food, sugar, Fat equals primitive reward pathways. Work, achievement, status, completion equals dopamine. Exercise, endorphins plus achievement. Your genetics don't care where the dopamine comes from. They just create a system that's chronically seeking it. 11.1.2. The process addictions. Process addictions, behavioral addictions, use the same neural pathways as substance addictions. They're not lesser addictions. They're different expressions of the same vulnerability. Process addiction. Matrix. Common behavioral addictions and their mechanisms. Gambling. Intermittent reinforcement, variable reward, creates the strongest dopamine response. Near misses activate reward circuits more than actual wins. Designed for addiction. Gaming, achievement systems, level-ups, loot boxes, all engineered for dopamine. Escapism plus social connection plus mastery. Hours disappear. Social media, infinite scroll, likes, notifications, slot machine mechanics. Social validation dopamine, comparison/envy cortisol, designed for compulsion, pornography, supernormal stimulus, hijacks reproduction circuitry with unlimited novelty, escalation pattern, mirrors drug tolerance, shopping, acquisition dopamine. The hunt is more rewarding than the purchase. Debt equals future consequence discounted. Food/sugar. Refined sugar activates reward pathways similar to cocaine. Binge-restrict cycles. Emotional eating as regulation. Work, achievement, status, identity. Socially rewarded addiction. Busy as identity. Collapse from burnout rather than intervention. Exercise, endorphin addiction, body dysmorphia, compulsive training through injury. Healthy until it isn't. 11.1.3. The healthy excess trap. Some excesses are socially celebrated, making them harder to identify as problems. System caution, socially sanctioned addictions. These behaviors are often praised, masking their compulsive nature. Workaholism. Such a hard worker. Until burnout, divorce, or heart attack. Exercise addiction. So dedicated until stress fractures, amenorrhea, collapse. Productivity, obsession. So organized until anxiety disorders, inability to rest. Clean eating, orthorexia. So healthy until malnutrition, social isolation. Self-improvement, always growing until nothing is ever enough. Caretaking, so selfless until codependency, resentment, martyrdom. The social reward for these behaviors provides additional dopamine, making them even harder to recognize and address. 11.1.4. Recovery as addiction. This is the most uncomfortable territory, when recovery itself becomes another expression of the excess pattern. Critical system failure, the recovery addiction. Signs that recovery has become its own addiction. Identity completely fused to being in recovery. Who are you without it? Compulsive meeting attendance, more than clinically indicated, avoiding life. Collecting sponsees like achievements. Recovery status competition, I have more time than you. Inability to function without daily meetings indefinitely. Evangelizing recovery with the same intensity as previous drug seeking. Using recovery activities to avoid intimacy, career, growth. The dry drunk phenomenon, sober but unchanged. This is controversial. Many in recovery will resist this idea, but ask yourself, if I'm just transferring compulsion from one behavior to another, have I actually addressed the underlying pattern? Architect's log. To be clear, meetings, sponsorship, and recovery community are valuable. They're often essential, especially in early recovery. The question is not, are these things good? They are. The question is, am I using these things with intention, or am I compulsively using them to avoid addressing deeper issues? Healthy recovery, using meetings as support while building a full life. Addicted to recovery, using meetings to avoid building a full life. The test is simple. Could you reduce your recovery activities and still maintain stability, or does the thought create panic? Section 11.2, the excess diagnostic. Identifying when enough becomes too much. The line between passion and addiction, discipline and compulsion is not always clear. These diagnostics help identify when a behavior has crossed into excess. 11.2.1, the 5 markers of excess. Any behavior becomes problematic when these markers are present. System green, the excess markers. 1. Tolerance, needing more to get the same effect. First, 1 hour of gaming was satisfying. Now you need 4. First, checking email once an hour. Now every 5 minutes. 2. Withdrawal, distress when unable to engage in the behavior. Anxiety when phone is unavailable. Irritability when unable to work. Depression when unable to exercise. 3. Loss of control, unable to moderate despite intention. I'll just check for a minute, becomes 2 hours. I'll stop at 10 p.m., becomes 2 a.m. 4. Continued use. Despite consequences, relationship damage, health impact, financial loss, career problems, and you continue anyway. 5. Preoccupation. The behavior dominates mental space even when not engaged. Thinking about gambling when at work, planning the next shopping trip during dinner, counting minutes until you can check social media. 11.2.2, the function test. Beyond the markers, ask, what function does this behavior serve? Architect's log. Every compulsive behavior serves a purpose. It's not random. Understanding the function reveals what need is going unmet. Escape function. I use this to avoid uncomfortable feelings. What feelings are you avoiding? Can you address them directly? Regulation function. I use this to manage stress/anxiety/depression. What healthier regulation tools could serve this function? Identity function. I am this behavior. Without it, who am I? Your identity was constructed. It can be reconstructed. Connection function. This is how I connect with others. What authentic connection might this behavior be substituting for? Meaning function. This gives my life purpose. What would give meaning if this behavior disappeared? The behavior is a symptom. The unmet need is the cause. Address the cause, the symptom becomes less necessary. 11.2.3, the inversion test. The simplest diagnostic. Does this behavior serve your life, or does your life serve this behavior? System caution, the inversion. Healthy. Exercise supports your life goals, relationships, and well-being. Inverted. Your life is arranged around exercise. Relationships suffer. Health suffers, paradoxically. Healthy. Work provides resources and meaning within a balanced life. Inverted. Your life is arranged around work. Everything else is squeezed into margins. Healthy. Recovery meetings support your ability to live fully. Inverted. Your life is arranged around meetings. Growth outside recovery is neglected. When the behavior stops being a tool and becomes the organizing principle of existence, the inversion has occurred. The tool now wields you. Section 11.3, Managing the Excess Pattern. Protocols for Sustainable Moderation. Architect's Log. Here's where the kernel model diverges from traditional recovery. Traditional model: abstinence from the problem behavior, forever. Kernel model: address the underlying pattern that generates excess behaviors. For substances, abstinence is often necessary. You can't moderate fentanyl. But for process addictions, food, work, technology, abstinence is impossible. You must learn to live with the trigger. This requires a different skill set, not avoidance, but moderation. And moderation requires understanding why you're doing the behavior. 11.3.1, the intentional use protocol. Before engaging in any behavior with excess potential, run this protocol. System Green, the 3 questions. Before engaging in the behavior, pause and answer. 1. Why am I doing this right now? Am I bored, anxious, avoiding something, genuinely interested? If the answer is emotional regulation or escape, stop. Find another way. 2. What is my intention and limit? I will play for 1 hour, then stop. I will buy only what's on my list. Set the limit before engaging, not during. 3. What will I do after? Have a transition activity planned. After 1 hour of gaming, I will go for a walk. This prevents the just one more drift. The goal is intentional engagement, not reflexive compulsion. Conscious choice before action, limit before engagement, transition after. 11.3.2, environmental architecture. Don't rely on willpower. Design your environment to make excess difficult. Environmental design. Structural interventions to prevent excess. Phone/social media. Remove apps from phone. Use website only. Screen time limits. Grayscale mode. Phone stays in another room during focus time. Gaming. No console in bedroom. Time lock software. Cold turkey. Freedom. Physical timer visible. Gaming PC in public area of home. Shopping. Unsubscribe from marketing emails. Remove saved payment info. 48-hour rule. Nothing purchased same day. Delete shopping apps. Food. Don't keep trigger foods in-house. Pre-portioned snacks. Eat at table only. No screens. Meal prep to reduce decisions. Work. Hard stop time. Computer shuts down automatically. No email on phone. Out of office auto-reply after hours. Gambling. Self-exclude from casinos/sites. Financial controls. Partner manages discretionary money. Ban gambling apps from devices. Pornography. Accountability software, Covenant Eyes, etc. Router level blocking. Device in public areas only. 11.3.3, the replacement protocol. Every compulsive behavior serves a function. You must replace the function, not just remove the behavior. Architect's log. Removal without replacement creates a vacuum. The vacuum will be filled, usually with another compulsion. If gaming provides, escape arrow replace with meditation, exercise, nature. Achievement arrow replace with skill building, creative projects, learning. Social connection arrow replace with in-person community, group activities. If work provides, identity arrow replace with multiple identity sources, hobbies, relationships, roles. Control arrow replace with practices that create genuine security. Avoidance of home life leads to address what you're avoiding. The compulsion is a solution to a problem. Find a better solution. Then the compulsion becomes less necessary. System Green. Replacement mapping. Exercise. For each excess behavior, complete this mapping. Behavior, blank. Function it serves. Feeling before engaging. Feeling during engaging. Feeling after engaging. Healthier replacement for same function. Blank. Implementation. When I feel X instead of behavior, I will replacement. This is not about deprivation. It's about finding better tools. Section 11.4. Social encounters. Navigating conversations about addiction and recovery. Architect's log. You now have a framework that most people lack. You understand neurogenomics, reward circuitry, and the architecture of addiction. This creates an opportunity. You can help others see their situation differently. This also creates a risk. You can become insufferable, preachy, or alienating. This section covers how to share what you know in ways that actually help, not in ways that satisfy your ego or drive people away. Rule 0. You cannot recover for someone else. You can only offer information and support. Their nervous system is not your project. 11.4.1. The non-preachy principle. The fastest way to ensure someone ignores your insight is to deliver it as a lecture. Critical system failure. What doesn't work? You need to understand your MTHFR status. You're obviously self-medicating because of dopamine deficiency. Let me explain the neurogenomics of your drinking. If you just read this book, you're in denial. Here's why. I used to be like you, and here's what I learned. These approaches. 1. Position you as superior. They resist. 2. Tell them what they need. Autonomy violation. 3. Diagnose without invitation. Presumptuous. 4. Make it about your knowledge, not their experience. The result, defensive walls go up. Information rejected. System green. What works? Invitation, not invasion. Share your experience without prescribing theirs. Ask questions rather than make statements. Offer information when asked, not before. Respect their autonomy even when you disagree. Focus on connection, not correction. Scripts that work. I found something that helped me understand my own patterns. Want to hear about it? I've been learning about the biology of this stuff. It's been interesting. Have you ever looked into the genetic side of this? No pressure, just curious. When you're ready, I have some resources that helped me. No rush. The door is open. They can walk through it or not. Their choice. 11.4.2. Recognizing readiness. Not everyone is ready to hear what you have to say. Learn to recognize the stages. Stages of change. Read the room. Matching your approach to their readiness. Pre-contemplation. They don't see a problem. Any intervention will be perceived as attack. Approach. Say nothing. Maintain relationship. Be available when things shift. Contemplation. They're starting to question. Ambivalent. Approach. Ask curious questions. Reflect what they're already noticing. Don't push. Preparation. They've decided to change but haven't started. Approach. Offer resources. Share what helped you. Practical support. Action. They are actively making changes. Approach. Support without managing. Celebrate progress. Be available for setbacks. Maintenance. Change is established but vulnerable. Approach. Normalize struggle. Share ongoing practices. Long-term companionship. Relapse. They've returned to the behavior. Approach. Non-judgment. Remind them this is data, not failure. Support re-engagement. Architect's log. The most common mistake. Treating someone in pre-contemplation, as if they're in preparation. You see their drinking problem clearly. You have the answer. Neurogenomics. methylation, genetics. You want to help, but they don't see a problem. They're not asking. Your help feels like an attack on their choices, their identity. They become more entrenched, not less. Paradox. Sometimes the most helpful thing is silence. Being a stable, non-judgmental presence until they start questioning. 11.4.3 Scripts for common scenarios. Pre-written responses for difficult social situations. Scenario: someone asks why you don't drink/use. Them: why aren't you drinking? Come on, just one. You: I'm good, thanks. It doesn't agree with me. Them: what do you mean? Are you an alcoholic or something? You: I've learned my system doesn't process it well. Genetic thing. Easier to skip it. Optional. Happy to explain more if you're curious, but no pressure. Note: keep it light. Medical framing reduces stigma. No need to share your full story. Scenario: someone opens up about their struggle. Them: I think I might have a problem with X. I can't seem to stop. You: that sounds really hard. How long has this been going on? Them: shares more. You: it takes courage to even say that out loud. What do you think is driving it? Later: I've been through something similar. What helped me was understanding the biology behind it. Turns out there are genetic factors. Would you want to hear more about that sometime? Note: listen first, validate, ask permission before sharing information. Scenario: family member in denial. Them: I don't have a problem. You're overreacting. You: I'm not here to argue. I'm just noticing some things that worry me. Them: like what? You: specific, non-judgmental observations. I've seen X behavior, and it concerns me because I care about you. You: I'm not saying you have to do anything. I just wanted you to know I'm here if you ever want to talk. Note: state observations, not diagnoses. Express care, not control. Leave the door open. Scenario: introducing neurogenomic concepts. Them: why can't I just quit? What's wrong with me? You: there might be nothing wrong with you. There might be something different about how your system works. Them: what do you mean? You: there are genes that affect how your brain produces and processes dopamine, how you metabolize substances, how you respond to stress. Most people have no idea. It's not about willpower. Them: so it's not my fault? You: it's not about fault. It's about understanding your specific hardware so you can work with it instead of against it. Note: remove moral framing. Introduce biological framing. Create curiosity. Scenario: someone dismisses genetics as excuse. Them: that genetic stuff sounds like an excuse. People need to take responsibility. You: I actually think it's the opposite. Knowing your genetics gives you more responsibility, not less. Them: how so? You: if you know you have a genetic vulnerability, you can't claim ignorance. You have to manage it. Just like someone with diabetes can't just willpower their way through. They have to actually manage their condition with information and tools. You: genetics isn't destiny, but ignoring your genetics is choosing to fight blind. Note: reframe genetics as increased responsibility, not excuse. Section 11.5 Influence without control. The limits of neurogenomic evangelism. Critical system failure. The control trap. The more you learn, the more you want to save people. You see their suffering. You have information that could help. Why won't they listen? This is the control trap. It has multiple failure modes. 1. Codependency. Their recovery becomes your project. Your mood depends on their progress. 2. Burnout. You exhaust yourself trying to fix people who aren't asking. 3. Resentment. After everything I've shared, they're still using. 4. Enabling. Your involvement allows them to avoid full consequences. 5. Relationship destruction. They experience you as controlling, not caring. You cannot recover for someone else. You cannot want their recovery more than they do. This is not cynicism. It's neurological reality. Change happens in their brain, not yours. 11.5.1. The Sphere of Influence Model. Understand where your agency actually lies. System green, 3 spheres. Sphere 1, control, small. What you directly control. Your own behavior. Your own recovery practices. Information you offer, not whether it's received. Boundaries you set. Your own emotional state. Sphere 2, influence, medium. What you can affect but not control. The information environment, what resources you share. The relationship quality, trust you've built. Modeling alternative behavior, showing, not telling. Creating conditions for insight, questions, not lectures. Sphere 3, concern, large. What you care about but cannot control. Whether they change, when they change, how they interpret information, their choices, consequences, timeline. Focus energy on Sphere 1. Engage thoughtfully in Sphere 2. Release attachment to Sphere 3. 11.5.2. The long game. Real influence is rarely immediate. It's cumulative and often invisible. Architect's log. You share something about genetics. They dismiss it. 6 months later, they remember the conversation during a crisis. A year later, they get tested. 3 years later, they tell someone else what they learned. You never see this. You think you failed. You didn't. Seeds take time to grow. Your job is to plant seeds, not to harvest. Some will grow, some won't. You don't control the soil. What you can do, be consistent in your own recovery, modeling. Remain available without chasing, accessibility. Share information without attachment, offering. Maintain the relationship regardless of their choices, unconditional connection. This is the long game. It's less satisfying than saving someone. But it's what actually works. 11.5.3. When to step back. There are times when the healthiest choice is to disengage. System caution. Signs to step back. You're thinking about their problem more than they are. Your emotional state is dependent on their choices. You've shared information multiple times with no response. They become defensive or hostile when you engage. You're sacrificing your own recovery stability. You're experiencing resentment. After all I've done. The relationship has become entirely about their addiction. You're doing more work than they are. Stepping back is not abandonment. It's boundary. I love you. I'm here when you're ready. I can't want this more than you do. This is not cruelty. This is health. Section 11.6. Spreading neurogenomic sovereignty. Practical methods for sharing the framework. When someone is ready, how do you effectively share this framework? 11.6.1. The entry points. Different people respond to different angles. Match your entry point to their worldview. Entry points by worldview. Matching the message to the audience. Scientific/skeptical. Lead with genetics and neuroscience. Cite research. Emphasize this is evidence-based, not spiritual or moral. There's actual data on this. Personal responsibility. Lead with agency. Knowing your genetics gives you more control, not less. It's information to make better decisions. Alternative/holistic. Lead with personalized medicine. This is like functional medicine for addiction, treating the root cause, not just symptoms. Tech/engineering. Lead with systems thinking. Your brain is hardware. Genetics is the spec sheet. We're debugging, not moralizing. Traditional recovery. Lead with augmentation. This isn't replacing what you're doing. It's adding precision. Why wouldn't you want more information? Faith-based. Lead with stewardship. Understanding how you were made helps you care for what you've been given. 11.6.2. The core message. Simplified. When you have 60 seconds to explain neurogenomic sovereignty, System Green, the elevator pitch. Here's what most people don't know about addiction. Your vulnerability isn't random, and it's not about character. There are specific genes that control how your brain makes and processes, the chemicals that create mood, motivation, and stress response. Variants in these genes can make you more vulnerable to certain substances, less responsive to certain treatments, and more likely to struggle. The good news, once you know your specific variants, you can stop guessing and start targeting. It's like having the owner's manual for your brain instead of just winging it. This is called pharmacogenomics. Most doctors don't know about it, but you can get tested and it changes everything. 11.6.3. Practical next steps to offer. When someone wants to learn more, give them concrete actions, actionable next steps. What to recommend when they're ready. Genetic testing. Consumer options, 23andMe, Ancestry DNA, then upload raw data to Genetic Genie, Promethease, or NutraHacker for analysis. Clinical option, GeneSight, Genomind, through prescriber. Key genes to research. Start with MTHFR, COMT, CYP2, D6, CYP2, C19, DRD2. These cover methylation, dopamine processing, and drug metabolism, the core vulnerabilities. Methylation support. If MTHFR variants present, methylfolate supplementation, not folic acid. Work with provider for dosing. This is often the single most impactful intervention. Provider conversation. Script. I'd like to discuss pharmacogenomic testing to optimize my treatment. Are you familiar with GeneSight or similar testing? Self-education. Resources. This book, The Recovery Kernel. Dirty Genes by Ben Lynch. Genetic interpretation websites. Community. Connect with others exploring this approach. Online forums, local groups, or just ongoing conversation with you. 11.6.4. The ripple effect. Your influence extends beyond direct conversation. Architect's log. Neurogenomic sovereignty spreads through networks, not broadcasts. You share with one person, then they share with two, then those two share with four. This is how paradigms shift, not through mass media, but through trusted relationships. What you can do: model the approach in your own recovery, visible success. Have the conversation when appropriate, targeted sharing. Provide resources when asked, accessible information. Train others to share, multiplication. You're not trying to convince the world. You're trying to help the people in your actual life. If everyone did that, the paradigm shifts. One conversation at a time, one person at a time. The ripple effect does the rest. Section 11.7, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol 11, Key Takeaways. 1. The excess pattern is the root. Substances are one expression. The pattern of excess persists. 2. Process addictions use the same pathways: gaming, gambling, social media, Shopping, all dopaminergic. 3. Healthy can be compulsive. Work, exercise, productivity, even recovery can become addictive. 4. Recovery can be an addiction. If your life serves recovery instead of recovery serving your life, examine it. 5. Use the 5 markers: tolerance, withdrawal, loss of control, consequences, preoccupation. 6. Behaviors serve functions. Find the function. Replace it with healthier tools. 7. Share by invitation, not invasion. Questions, not lectures. Offers, not prescriptions. 8. Read readiness. Match your approach to their stage of change. Pre-contemplation not equal to preparation. 9. Influence. Don't control. You can plant seeds. You can't control the harvest. 10. Play the long game. Seeds grow slowly. Stay consistent. Stay available. Release attachment. Architect's log. Final system. Note: the greatest gift you can give is not your knowledge. It's your presence without judgment. People don't change because someone lectured them. People change because they felt safe enough to question themselves. Your job is to create that safety. Your job is to offer information when it's wanted. Your job is to model what's possible. Your job is not to save anyone. Neurogenomic sovereignty means everyone has the right to understand their own biology. But rights must be claimed. You cannot claim it for them. You can be the person who showed them the door. They have to walk through it. Some will, some won't. Some will take decades. That's not your burden to carry. Carry your own recovery. Share what you've learned when asked. Be patient with the process, in yourself and in others. The excess pattern wants you to do this to excess too. To become obsessed with saving people. To make this your identity. Watch for it. The pattern is clever. Balance, boundaries, patience, presence. This is how paradigms shift, not through force but through modeling. Live it. The rest follows. The system architect. End of protocol. 11. The excess pattern. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Addiction as excess algorithm. Cross-addiction risk. Pattern generalization. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Sonic Architecture Extended. Protocol 12. Sonic Architecture. Music as neurochemical intervention during withdrawal. Frequency, tempo, and genre mapping to catecholamine support. Architect's log. Music is not decoration. Music is a drug. Different frequencies, tempos, and harmonic structures directly affect your neurochemistry, dopamine release, cortisol modulation, heart rate, variability, brainwave entrainment. During withdrawal, your catecholamine system is in chaos. Music is one of the few non-pharmacological interventions that can directly modulate this system in real time. This protocol maps specific sonic inputs to specific neurochemical needs, timed to circadian rhythms and matched to substance-specific withdrawal profiles. This is not feel-good advice. This is acoustic pharmacology. Section 12.1. The Super Build Map. Concise reference. Music to neurochemistry to withdrawal state. System green. The core principle. Tempo affects arousal. BPM equals beats per minute. 60 to 70 beats per minute. Parasympathetic activation. Calm, rest. 80 to 100 beats per minute. Neutral baseline, functional, alert. 100 to 120 beats per minute. Mild sympathetic activation, energy, motivation. 120 to 140 beats per minute. High arousal, exercise, catharsis. 140 plus beats per minute. Fight/flight activation. Use cautiously in withdrawal. Frequency affects brainwave state. Low frequencies, bass, grounding, embodiment, delta/theta states. Mid frequencies, emotional processing, alpha states. High frequencies, treble, alertness, cognitive clarity, beta states. Mode affects emotional valence. Major keys, generally uplifting, dopaminergic. Minor keys, emotional depth, catharsis, introspection, dissonance, tension, unresolved energy, use for controlled release. The super build, quick reference. Withdrawal state to sonic RX. Match your state to the prescription, anxiety/panic. 60 to 70 beats per minute, ambient, drone, nature sounds, deep bass, no lyrics, binaural beats, theta, 4 to 8 hertz, depression/flatness. 80 to 110 beats per minute, major keys, melodic structure, gradual builds, nostalgic but not sad, acoustic warmth, agitation/rage. 120 to 140 beats per minute initially, match energy, then slow to 80 beats per minute over 20 minutes. Metal/hardcore to ambient transition, insomnia, 50 to 60 beats per minute, minimal structure, drones, sleep frequencies, delta, 0.5 to 4 hertz, no dynamics, constant texture, cravings, 80 to 100 beats per minute, engaging but not triggering, complex enough to occupy attention, instrumental preferred, dissociations 70 to 90 beats per minute, warm mid-frequencies, grounding bass, rhythmic regularity, world music, organic textures, physical pain, 60 to 80 beats per minute, 528 hertz emphasis, healing frequency, legato melodies, classical, ambient, new age, anhedonia, 90 to 120 beats per minute, dopaminergic genres, funk, soul, upbeat electronic, build anticipation and reward, architect's log, the matching principle. If you're in a high arousal state, anxiety, agitation, panic, don't immediately play calm music. It will feel jarring, wrong. Match your current state first, faster tempo, higher energy. Then slowly transition to target state over 15 to 20 minutes. This is called ISO principle. Meet, then lead. If you're in a low arousal state, depression, flatness, anhedonia, don't immediately play high-energy music. It will feel exhausting. Start at your current energy level. Gradually increase tempo and major tonality. Build toward engagement, not force it. The goal is to escort your nervous system, not shock it. Section 12.2, the circadian sound map. Timing music to your catecholamine rhythms. Your catecholamine system follows a circadian pattern. Music should support, not fight, this natural rhythm. Critical system. Failure. Catecholamine rhythm in withdrawal. In healthy systems, cortisol peaks at wake, 6 to 8 a.m., leads to alertness. Dopamine rises through morning to motivation. Norepinephrine supports afternoon focus. All decline toward evening leads to sleep preparation. In withdrawal, this is inverted or chaotic. Morning, flat, no cortisol awakening response. Afternoon, erratic spikes, anxiety. Evening, cortisol surge, can't wind down. Music timing can help re-entrain this disrupted rhythm. 12.2.1 The Daily Sound Schedule. Time, state, genre/tempo, function. 6 to 8 a.m. Wake/boot, 70 to 90 beats per minute. Major key, gentle builds, acoustic, light electronic. Support cortisol rise without jarring. Gradual awakening, 8 to 10 a.m. Activation, 90 to 110 beats per minute, energizing. Upbeat instrumental, light funk/soul. Support dopamine rise, build motivation for day, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Focus, 100 to 120 beats per minute, minimal lyrics. Lo-fi, ambient electronic, classical. Norepinephrine support, sustained attention, 12 to 2 p.m. Midday, 80 to 100 beats per minute, varied. Whatever feels good. Flexible period, follow your state, 2 to 4 p.m. Afternoon, dip, 90 to 110 beats per minute, re-energizing. Return to morning genres. Counter natural cortisol dip, avoid crash, 4 to 6 p.m. Transition, 80 to 100 beats per minute, gradual slowing. World music, jazz, acoustic. Begin wind down, still functional but softer. 6 to 8 p.m. Evening, 70 to 85 beats per minute, warm tones, soul, R&B, chill electronic. Support serotonin, social relaxed mood. 8 to 10 p.m. Pre-sleep, 60 to 70 beats per minute, ambient, drone. Binaural theta/delta, cortisol suppression, melatonin support, 10 p.m. plus. Sleep, 50 to 60 beats per minute or no rhythm. Sleep sounds, nature, pink noise, delta entrainment, continuous, unchanging. System caution, timing exceptions. If you wake in acute anxiety, don't force upbeat morning music. Start with calming frequencies. Use 60 to 70 beats per minute until panic subsides, then transition to activation music. If you're exhausted but need to function, use 90 to 110 beats per minute, regardless of time, to support norepinephrine. If you're wired at night, don't force sleep music immediately. Match your agitation first. Transition slowly, 120 beats per minute to 100 to 80 to 60, over 30 to 45 minutes. The schedule is a guide. Your current state always takes precedence. Section 12.3, Genre Functions. Mapping musical traditions to neurochemical and emotional needs. Architect's log. Every genre evolved to serve a function. Metal exists because humans need controlled aggression release. Blues exists because humans need to process sorrow. Electronic dance music exists because humans need collective euphoria. These genres are not arbitrary preferences. They are cultural technologies for emotional and neurochemical regulation. In withdrawal, you can deliberately use these technologies. Match the genre to your need. 12.3.1 The Genre Pharmacy. Catharsis and release. When you need to move energy out of the system. Metal/hardcore. Controlled aggression, feeling constrained, trapped, rage with no outlet. Externalize anger safely, high arousal to exhaustion to calm. 130 to 180 beats per minute. Punk. Defiance, rebellion against circumstances. Fuck this energy channeled constructively. Raw, unpolished, authentic. Industrial, mechanized rage. Feeling dehumanized by the process. Harsh textures match internal harshness. Cathartic dissonance. Drum and bass. Anxious energy that needs movement. Too fast to think. forces somatic release, 160 to 180 beats per minute. Heavy blues, sorrow that needs expression. I feel terrible, and that's valid. Minor keys, bent notes, emotional authenticity, soothing and grounding. When you need to bring the system down. Ambient. No demands, no rhythm to follow. Just texture. For overwhelm, anxiety, overstimulation. 60 to 80 beats per minute or no pulse. Classical, Baroque. Mathematical order. Predictable structure. For chaos, unpredictability, loss of control. 60 to 80 beats per minute. Nature sounds. Primal safety signals. Water, birds, wind. Activates ancient, safe environment recognition. Gregorian chant. Drone, repetition, minimal variation. For racing thoughts. Anchors to single tonal center. New age/healing. Intentionally soothing. 528 Hz. Binaural beats. For physical pain, tension, inability to relax. Activation and motivation. When you need to bring the system up. Funk/soul. Dopaminergic groove. Body wants to move. For anhedonia, flatness. Can't feel anything. 100 to 120 beats per minute. Upbeat electronic. Synthetic optimism. Build and release. For motivation deficit, task avoidance. 110 to 130 beats per minute. Pop, major key. Simple pleasure, predictable reward. For depression, hopelessness. Uncomplicated positivity. Hip-hop, upbeat. Confidence, swagger, narrative drive. For low self-worth, feeling defeated. 85 to 115 beats per minute. Disco/house, collective joy. Even alone taps social euphoria circuits. For isolation, loneliness. 120 to 130 beats per minute. Processing and integration. When you need to feel and integrate. Sad songs, minor key. Permission to grieve. Validates sorrow without wallowing. For suppressed grief, loss. 60 to 90 beats per minute. World music. Connection to human tradition. Grounding in collective experience. For alienation, meaninglessness. Jazz. Complexity. Improvisation. For rigid thinking, need for cognitive flexibility. Variable tempo. Singer-songwriter. Narrative, story. Meaning-making. For confusion, need to understand experience. Psychedelic/space. Expanded awareness. For feeling trapped in narrow perspective. Integration of difficult material. Focus and cognition. When you need to think and function. Lo-fi hip-hop. Familiar, undemanding, consistent. For work, study, tasks. Prevents silence without distraction. 70 to 90 beats per minute. Minimalist classical. Repetitive evolving patterns. For deep focus, creative work. Philip Glass, Steve Reich territory. Video game soundtracks designed to support sustained attention. Non-intrusive, loop-friendly. Variable tempo. Binaural alpha, 8 to 12 Hz. Brainwave entrainment for alert relaxation. For anxious focus, need to think clearly. Instrumental post-rock. Building, dynamics, no lyrics. For creative flow states, emotional but not distracting. Section 12.4, substance-specific sonic protocols. Matching music to your withdrawal profile. Different substances create different withdrawal states. Your music protocol should match your specific neurochemical disruption. 12.4.1, depressant withdrawal. Alcohol, benzos, GHB. Critical system failure, depressant withdrawal, neurochemical state. GABA suppressed leads to glutamate surge, leads to hyperexcitability. Symptoms: anxiety, tremors, insomnia, seizure risk, racing thoughts. The system is in overdrive. Everything is too loud, too fast, too much. Sonic goal: calm without sedating. Provide external regulation. System green: depressant withdrawal. Music: RX acute phase. Days 1 to 5. 60 to 70 beats per minute. Only. Nothing faster. Ambient, drone, nature sounds, Gregorian chant. Binaural beats. Theta 4 to 8 Hz. For anxiety, delta 0.5 to 4 Hz. For sleep. No sudden dynamics, no jarring transitions. Low volume. Sensitivity is heightened. Post-acute, days 6 to 14. Gradually introduce 70 to 80 beats per minute. Acoustic, classical, gentle electronic. Can add minimal structure, simple melodies. Still avoid high arousal genres. Avoid metal, EDM, anything above 100 beats per minute. Stimulating music can trigger panic or seizure in severe cases. 12.4.2 Stimulant withdrawal, cocaine, meth, Adderall. Critical system failure, stimulant withdrawal, neurochemical state. Dopamine crashed leads to receptor downregulation, leads to anhedonia. Symptoms: depression, fatigue, hypersomnia, no motivation, no pleasure. The system is in low power mode. Nothing feels good or worth doing. Sonic goal: gently rebuild dopamine sensitivity. Don't force cokes. System green: stimulant withdrawal. Music RX. Acute phase. Days 1 to 7. Allow the crash. Don't fight it with high-energy music. 60 to 80 beats per minute. Warm textures, major keys but gentle. Soul, R&B, soft rock, singer-songwriter. Music with emotional warmth, not just beats. Nostalgic music, childhood favorites, can help. Recovery phase, days 7 to 21. Gradually introduce dopaminergic genres. 80 to 100 beats per minute. Funk, upbeat soul, light electronic. Build playlists with gradual energy increase. Reward anticipation, songs with satisfying builds and releases. Exercise plus music combination highly effective. Avoid acute, high BPM electronic, anything that mimics the stimulant high. It will feel hollow and trigger craving. 12.4.3 Opioid withdrawal, heroin, fentanyl, oxy, kratom. Critical system failure, opioid withdrawal, neurochemical state. Endorphin system offline leads to HPA axis in overdrive, leads to physical plus psychological pain. Symptoms: body aches, restlessness, anxiety, depression, insomnia, dysphoria. Everything hurts, physically and emotionally. No internal pain buffer. Sonic goal: external analgesic. Soothe the body, comfort the psyche. System green: opioid withdrawal, music, RX. Acute phase, days 1 to 7. 60 to 75 beats per minute. Warm frequencies, bass, mid-range. Emphasize 528 Hz, healing frequency, if using tone-based music. Ambient, new age, classical strings, nature sounds. Music with legato, smooth, connected notes. No staccato. Binaural beats, theta for anxiety, specific pain frequencies. Low volume, constant texture, no silence gaps. Pause phase, weeks 2 to 8. Gradually introduce more engaging content. Gentle builds, okay, avoid sharp dynamics. Singer-songwriter folk, acoustic, human connection. Sad music is okay, validates the grief process. Avoid music strongly associated with use. Avoid anything associated with using ritual. Music from that era/context can trigger intense craving. 12.4.4 Cannabis withdrawal. System caution. Cannabis withdrawal. Neurochemical state. Endocannabinoid system dysregulated leads to sleep. Disruption leads to irritability. Symptoms: insomnia, vivid dreams, anxiety, irritability, appetite loss. Less severe than other withdrawals, but real, especially for heavy users. Sonic goal: sleep support, irritability management, appetite stimulation. System green: cannabis withdrawal, music RX. Daytime: 80 to 100 beats per minute, engaging but not irritating. Avoid anything that triggers the "I would enjoy this more" high thought. Fresh genres you didn't listen to while using. Podcasts/audiobooks can help occupy the mind. Evenings/sleep. This is the critical intervention point. Delta binaural beats, 0.5 to 4 Hz, for sleep induction. Pink noise, brown noise for sleep maintenance. Consistent, unchanging texture. No albums with variable tracks. Sleep stories, guided relaxation with ambient backing. For irritability. Match then lead. Start at your agitation level, slowly decrease. Physical music, rhythm you can move to, helps discharge tension. Drumming, world percussion, dance music at moderate tempo. 12.4.5 Polysubstance withdrawal. Critical system failure, polysubstance, neurochemical state. Multiple systems dysregulated simultaneously. Symptoms vary by combination, but generally, chaos. The system doesn't know which way is up. Sonic goal: stability, predictability, gentle reentrainment. System green: polysubstance, music, RX. Priority: stabilization. Start with the lowest common denominator. Ambient drone, 60 beats per minute. Establish baseline before adding complexity. Follow the dominant withdrawal symptom. If anxiety dominates, then depressant protocol. If depression dominates, then stimulant protocol. If pain dominates, then opioid protocol. Consistency: same music at same times daily. Create anchoring rituals, morning playlist, sleep playlist. Predictability helps chaotic system re-regulate. Avoid variety for the first 2 weeks. Gradual expansion. Once stabilized, slowly introduce one new element at a time. Pay attention to what triggers dysregulation. Build a personal, safe playlist through experimentation. Section 12.5. The Complete Substance Music Map. Quick reference: all substances. Substance. Withdrawal state: music RX. Avoid alcohol, hyperexcitable, anxious, tremors, insomnia. Ambient, 60 to 70 beats per minute. Binaural theta, nature sounds. Anything greater than 100 beats per minute, sudden dynamics. Benzodiazepines, severe anxiety, panic, seizure risk, rebound insomnia. Drone, chant, 50 to 65 beats per minute. Delta binaural, constant texture. All stimulating music, even moderate tempo. GHB/GBL, anxiety, insomnia, tremor, confusion. Similar to benzo protocol, but slightly more flexibility. High arousal genres: cocaine, crash, depression, anhedonia, fatigue, craving. Warm soul, gentle R and B, 70 to 90 beats per minute, building to 100. EDM, anything mimicking the high. Methamphetamine, severe depression, psychomotor slowing, hypersomnia. Extended gentle phase, 60 to 80 beats per minute for weeks. Very gradual builds. High energy for extended period. Adderall/RX stims. Fatigue, cognitive fog, mild depression, appetite changes. Moderate approach, 70 to 100 beats per minute. Focus music, lo-fi. Chaotic or demanding music. Heroin/fentanyl. Physical pain, anxiety, depression, insomnia, RLS. 528 Hz. Warm ambient, 60 to 75 beats per minute. Legato, binaural pain protocols. Music from using era/ritual. RX opioids, similar to heroin but often less severe. Warm acoustic, gentle classical, 65 to 80 beats per minute. Associations with pain/medical trauma. Kratom, mild opioid-like, anxiety, insomnia, body aches. Gentle ambient, 65 to 80 beats per minute. Nature sounds, stimulating music if anxious variant. Cannabis, insomnia, irritability, vivid dreams, appetite loss. Delta binaural for sleep, 80 to 100 daytime, varied genres. Music strongly associated with use. MDMA, serotonin depletion, depression, cognitive fog. Warm emotional, 70 to 90 beats per minute. Avoid EDM associations. Rave/festival music, major trigger. Nicotine, irritability, anxiety, cravings, concentration issues. 80 to 100 beats per minute, engaging, stress reducing. Anything associated with smoking ritual. Caffeine, headache, fatigue, irritability, fog. Gentle activation, 75 to 95 beats per minute. Classical, lo-fi. Nothing needed to avoid specifically. Section 12.6, Advanced Sonic Techniques. Binaural beats, frequency therapy, and entrainment. 12.6.1, Binaural beats. When two slightly different frequencies are played in each ear, your brain perceives a third beat at the difference frequency. This can entrain brain waves to desired states. Binaural beat frequencies requires stereo headphones. Delta, 0.5 to 4 Hz. Deep sleep, healing, unconscious processing. For insomnia, physical recovery. Use lying down, eyes closed. Theta, 4 to 8 Hz. Deep relaxation, meditation, REM sleep. For anxiety, emotional processing, light sleep, semi-conscious state. Alpha, 8 to 12 Hz. Relaxed alertness, calm focus. For anxious focus, creative work, meditation transition, awake but calm. Beta, 12 to 30 Hz. Active thinking, concentration. For cognitive tasks, countering brain fog, alert and focused. Gamma, 30 to 100 Hz. High-level cognition, insight. Advanced meditation, peak performance. Use sparingly in withdrawal. System caution, binaural beat protocols. For sleep, delta, 2 Hz for 30 to 60 minutes before bed. For anxiety, theta, 6 Hz for 20 to 30 minutes during acute anxiety. For focus, alpha, 10 Hz, or low, beta, 14 Hz during tasks. For pain, theta, 6 Hz, plus specific pain frequencies, 174 Hz carrier. Requirements: stereo headphones, speakers don't work. Quiet environment. 15+ minute sessions for entrainment to occur. Caution: avoid in seizure-prone individuals, benzo/alcohol withdrawal acute phase. 12.6.2 Solfeggio frequencies. Ancient tonal system claimed to have specific healing properties. Scientific evidence is limited, but subjective reports are positive, worth experimenting with. Solfeggio frequencies, specific hertz for specific intentions. 174 hertz, pain reduction, security, claim to reduce physical and emotional pain. Grounding frequency, 285 hertz, tissue healing, safety, claim to support cellular repair. Feeling of safety, 396 hertz, liberation from fear/guilt, root chakra association for shame, anxiety, trauma. 417 hertz, facilitating change, breaking patterns, for stuckness, resistance to change. 528 hertz, love frequency/DNA repair, most studied, claims of healing, transformation, calming. 639 hertz, connection, relationships, heart chakra, for isolation, loneliness, relationship repair. 741 hertz, expression, solutions, throat chakra, for blocked expression, problem solving. 852 hertz, intuition, spiritual order, third eye, for confusion, seeking clarity. 963 hertz, divine connection, oneness, crown chakra, for spiritual disconnection, seeking meaning. Architect's log, a note on solfeggio and frequency therapy. The scientific evidence is thin. Most claims are not rigorously tested. However, placebo is still a real neurological phenomenon. If you believe 528 hertz helps and you feel better, the mechanism is secondary. Use these as tools if they subjectively help. Don't build your protocol around unproven claims. The tempo and genre recommendations in this protocol have stronger evidence. That said, 528 hertz in particular has some interesting preliminary research. On stress reduction, it's worth including in your ambient/healing playlists. 12.6.3, the ISO principle, match to lead. The most important technique in music therapy. Meet the person where they are, then gradually lead them to the target state. System Green, ISO Principle Protocol. Step 1. Match, 2 to 5 minutes. Identify your current state, agitated, depressed, anxious, etc. Select music that matches that state in tempo and energy. Example, if anxious and racing, start with 120 beats per minute. Minor key, tense. Step 2. Bridge, 10 to 15 minutes. Gradually transition to intermediate music. Slow the tempo by 10 to 20 beats per minute. Shift toward more resolution in harmony. Example, move from 120 beats per minute tense to 100 beats per minute less tense. Step 3. Lead, 5 to 10 minutes. Arrive at target state music. Tempo, key, and energy match where you want to be. Example, arrive at 80 beats per minute, major key, calm. Total, 20 to 30 minute journey from current state to target state. Build playlists that follow this arc. Don't just shuffle random tracks. Section 12.7, Building your personal sound protocol. Practical Implementation Guide 12.7.1, The Core, Playlists to Build. Essential playlists. Build these before you need them. Morning activation, 30 to 45 minutes, 70 beats per minute to 100 beats per minute progression. Gentle to energizing, for daily wake-up ritual, anxiety emergency. 20 to 30 minutes, 60 to 70 beats per minute constant, ambient, drone, binaural theta, for acute panic/anxiety, craving surfing. 20 minutes, 80 to 90 beats per minute, engaging, instrumental, complex enough to occupy attention during urge. Sleep induction, 60 plus minutes, 50 to 60 beats per minute, delta binaural, drones, no variation. For falling asleep, sleep maintenance, 8 hours, pink/brown noise, nature sounds, constant texture. For staying asleep, catharsis, 30 minutes, match to lead arc, starts intense, metal hardcore, ends calm. For rage/frustration release, depression lift, 30 minutes, 70 beats per minute to 100 beats per minute. Minor to major key shift, warm, soulful, building hope, focus/work, 2+ hours, 80 to 100 beats per minute, lo-fi, minimal lyrics, consistent energy. For task completion, movement/exercise, variable, 100 to 130 beats per minute, energizing. For physical activity, dopamine support. 12.7.2 Music hygiene rules. System caution, music hygiene. 1. No music from active use period, first 90 days minimum. That playlist you listen to while high? Archived, not now. 2. No shuffle during acute withdrawal. Build intentional playlists with deliberate arcs, random equals dysregulating. 3. Volume matters. Withdrawal equals sensory sensitivity. Keep volume lower than usual. 4. Headphones versus speakers. Headphones for binaural/immersive work, speakers for ambient background. 5. Lyrics can trigger. Instrumental is safer during acute phase. Lyrics carry emotional associations. 6. Create separation. Don't use your sleep playlist during the day. Context anchoring matters. 7. Update regularly. Tolerance develops to emotional impact of specific songs. Rotate. 12.7.3 Implementation checklist. System green. Setup checklist. Identify your primary substance withdrawal profile. Note your typical crisis times: morning anxiety, evening insomnia. Build morning activation playlist, minimum 30 minutes. Build anxiety, emergency playlist, minimum 20 minutes. Build sleep induction playlist, minimum 60 minutes. Download binaural beat tracks for your specific needs. Remove/archive music strongly associated with using. Get quality headphones. Binaural requires stereo separation. Set up sleep sound, phone, speaker, or dedicated device. Test each playlist before you need it, not during crisis. Create phone shortcuts to emergency playlists. Tell support people about your music protocol. They can prompt you. Section 12.8 Key takeaways. System green, protocol. 12 Key takeaways. 1. Music is neurochemical intervention, not just entertainment. Use it deliberately. 2. Tempo is primary. 60 to 70 beats per minute calms. 100 to 120 beats per minute activates. Match to need. 3. Follow circadian rhythms. Different music for different times of day. 4. Match before you lead. Meet your current state, then transition to target. 5. Substance-specific protocols. Matter, depressant versus stimulant versus opioid equals different approaches. 6. Build playlists in advance, not during crisis. Have them ready. 7. Binaural beats require headphones and 15+ minutes for entrainment. 8. Avoid triggering music. Archive the using era playlists for now. 9. Genre serves function. metal for catharsis, ambient for calm, soul for dopamine. 10. Consistency creates anchoring. Same playlists at same times builds predictability. Architect's log. Final system. Note: sound has been used for healing for thousands of years. Drums, chants, singing bowls. Every culture discovered this. Modern neuroscience is just explaining why it works. Your auditory system has direct connections to your limbic system. Sound bypasses cognitive processing and hits emotion directly. This makes music one of the most powerful tools you have in withdrawal. But like any tool, it must be used intentionally. Random noise is not therapy. Deliberate sonic input is. Build your playlists. Time your listening. Match your state. Use the ISO principle to escort your nervous system where it needs to go. This is not woo. This is applied neuroscience through the medium of sound. Your ancestors knew this instinctively. Now you know the mechanisms. Use them. The system architect. End of protocol. 12. Sonic architecture. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Advanced frequency protocols. Therapeutic playlist construction. Brainwave entrainment. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Beyond the rooms. Protocol 13. Beyond the rooms. Neurogenomic alternatives to meeting-based recovery. What your nervous system actually needs versus what you're told to do. Architect's log. This is the protocol that will make people uncomfortable. The 12-step meeting has become the default prescription for addiction. Doctors recommend it. Courts mandate it. Insurance requires it. It has achieved a cultural monopoly on what recovery looks like. But here's what they don't tell you. The evidence for meeting-based recovery is weak. The content delivered in meetings is unregulated and often wrong. The model was designed in 1935 for a specific demographic. And the underlying theory that addiction is a spiritual malady, cured by moral inventory and surrender, has no scientific basis. This doesn't mean meetings can't help. They can. But they help for reasons different than what's claimed, and for many people they don't help at all, or actively harm. This protocol explains what meetings actually do, what your nervous system actually needs, and how to build a recovery practice based on neuroscience, not folklore. Section 13.1. The meeting myth. What meetings actually do versus what they claim to do. Critical system failure. The inconvenient data. AA's own internal surveys, the triennial surveys, show only 5 to 10% of people who try AA remain active after 1 year. Of those who stay, many would have recovered without it. Natural remission. Controlled studies show AA performs no better than no treatment for most people. The success stories you hear are survivorship bias. Failures don't come back to share. The Cochrane Review 2020 found AA may be more effective than some treatments, but methodological problems make this uncertain. This is not 90% success rate. This is marginal benefit at best. The mythology around meetings is not supported by evidence. 13.1.1. What meetings actually provide. Meetings do provide real benefits, but they're not the benefits claimed. Understanding what actually helps lets you get those benefits elsewhere. Check what meetings actually deliver. The real mechanisms behind any benefit. Social connection. Being around other humans regulates your nervous system, co-regulation. Oxytocin release. Reduced isolation. This is real, but you can get it anywhere. Structure/routine. having somewhere to be at a specific time, temporal anchoring, reduces chaos. This is real, but any regular activity provides this. Identity scaffolding. I am an alcoholic gives you a story, a role, a community. This is real, but it's also a limiting identity that may not serve long-term. Accountability. Knowing someone will notice if you're absent or struggling. External monitoring. This is real, but any consistent relationship provides this. Hope/modeling. Seeing others who've recovered, proof it's possible. This is real, but curated success stories create survivorship bias. Ritual/ceremony. The predictable format, readings, chips, creates containment. This is real, but any ritual practice provides this. Architect's log. Notice what's not on this list. Accurate medical information about addiction. Evidence-based treatment protocols. Personalized intervention based on your neurobiology, addressing underlying trauma, mental health, or genetic factors. Any mechanism that couldn't be provided by a book club, sports team, or church group. The active ingredients in meetings are social connection plus structure plus accountability plus ritual. These are valuable, but they're not specific to 12-step programs, and they come bundled with problematic content. 13.1.2 What meetings claim versus reality. The claim, the reality. Addiction is a spiritual disease. Addiction is a neurobiological condition with genetic, environmental, and psychological components. You must admit powerlessness. Learned helplessness worsens outcomes for many. Agency and self-efficacy predict recovery. Character defects cause addiction. Genetic variants, trauma, and environment cause vulnerability, not moral failure. You need meetings forever. Most people who recover do so without lifelong meeting attendance. Our way is the only way. Multiple pathways to recovery exist. SMART, Life Ring, Refuge Recovery, Secular, none. Relapse means you didn't work the program. Relapse is a common part of chronic condition management, not program failure. God/higher power is necessary. Secular recovery is equally effective. Spirituality is optional, not required. 90 meetings in 90 days. No evidence this specific dosage is optimal. One size fits all ignores individual needs. 13.1.3 The content problem. Meetings are peer-led. There's no quality control on information shared. This means medically inaccurate, harmful, or outdated advice is common. Critical system failure. Dangerous misinformation in meetings. Common claims heard in meetings that are false or harmful. Medication-assisted treatment isn't real sobriety. MAT, Suboxone, Methadone, Naltrexone is evidence-based and saves lives. You can't recover without the steps. Multiple pathways exist. Many recover without 12-step involvement. Your best thinking got you here. Undermines trust in one's own judgment, creates dependency on group. Once an addict, always an addict. Identity fusion with the condition, not supported by research on recovery. You have to hit rock bottom. Early intervention improves outcomes. Waiting for crisis costs lives. Cravings mean you're not working the program. Cravings are neurological, not moral. They decrease over time regardless. You can't trust yourself. Self-efficacy is one of the strongest predictors of recovery success. This misinformation is delivered with authority by well-meaning people. There's no fact-checking, no peer review, no accountability. 13.1.4 Who meetings help and who they harm. Meetings are not universally helpful. Research suggests they work best for a specific subset of people. System green. Meetings may help if you respond well to group settings and social accountability. Find meaning in spiritual/religious frameworks. Lack other sources of social connection. Benefit from structured external guidance. Are comfortable with the specific AA/NA culture. Have alcohol use disorder specifically, more evidence than other substances. Don't have co-occurring trauma, PTSD, or complex mental health issues. System caution. Meetings may harm if you have trauma. Sharing in groups can re-traumatize. Moral inventory can be destabilizing. Are atheist/agnostic and find higher power talk alienating. Have strong internal locus of control. Powerlessness messaging backfires. Are LGBTQ+ in conservative areas. Many meetings are not safe spaces. Have social anxiety. Forced sharing. Group dynamics increase distress. Are on MAT, stigma and pressure to discontinue life-saving medication. Need evidence-based treatment. Meetings delay or replace proper care. Have co-occurring mental health conditions, not addressed, sometimes worsened. Architect's log. The fundamental problem. Meetings treat all addictions the same way, with the same method, based on a theory from 1935 that has no scientific support. Your MTHFR status doesn't matter. Your COMT variants don't matter. Your specific substance, your trauma history, your attachment style, none of it. Everyone gets the same 12 steps, the same slogans, the same framework. This is like treating all infections with the same antibiotic, regardless of the organism, the patient, or the severity. It works sometimes, but it's not medicine. It's folklore. Section 13.2. What your nervous system actually needs. Evidence-based alternatives to the meeting model. Recovery is not about attending meetings. Recovery is about restoring balance to dysregulated neurobiological systems. Here's what actually works and why. 13.2.1. Nature exposure, the original medicine. System green. Nature as neurological intervention. What happens in nature? Cortisol drops within 20 minutes of green space exposure. Heart rate variability improves. Parasympathetic activation. Attention restoration occurs. Directed attention fatigue recovery. Inflammatory markers decrease. Rumination decreases. Default mode. Network shifts. Natural killer cell activity increases. Immune function. The research. Forest bathing, Shinrin-yoku. Studies show 2 hours in nature. Reduces cortisol by 12 to 16%. Reduces blood pressure. Increases parasympathetic activity for days afterward. Improves mood across multiple measures. This is not nice to have. This is physiological reset. Nature RX. Protocols. Specific prescriptions by intensity. Minimum viable. 20 minutes outdoors, 3 times per week. Any green space. Walking, sitting, just being present. Significant benefits at this dose. Standard dose. 30 to 60 minutes daily. Park, trail, garden. Morning preferred. Light exposure synergy. Most recovery benefit. Intensive. 2+ hours weekly in forest/wilderness. Forest bathing level. Deepest cortisol/immune effects. Water bonus. Blue space, ocean, lake, river, adds additional benefit. Negative ions, sound of water, visual expanse. Grounding/earthing. Direct skin contact with earth, barefoot. Some evidence for inflammation reduction. Free electrons. Architect's log. Here's the comparison. AA meeting. Sit in fluorescent lit room, breathe recycled air, focus on problems, listen to war stories, identify with pathology. Nature walk. Move your body, breathe fresh air, sunlight on skin. Attention expands outward, cortisol drops, inflammation decreases. Which one sounds like it restores a dysregulated nervous system? Meetings provide social connection, valuable. But the container, indoor, sedentary, problem-focused, is suboptimal. Walking with a recovery friend in nature provides connection plus neurological benefits. 13.2.2, playing music, active neuroplasticity. System green, music making as brain rebuilding. What happens when you play an instrument? Dopamine release during practice, goal-directed reward. Motor cortex engagement, embodiment, presence. Prefrontal activation, executive function training. Corpus callosum strengthening, bilateral integration. Default mode, network interruption, stops rumination. Flow state access, intrinsic motivation without substances. Self-efficacy building, visible progress over time. Critical distinction, listening to music equals passive, helpful. See Protocol 12. Playing music equals active neuroplasticity, rebuilding brain. Learning an instrument during recovery provides the dopamine hits you're missing. Proves your brain can still learn and grow. Gives you something to do with restless hands/mind. Creates identity beyond person in recovery. Social connection through jamming, lessons, community. Instrument, RX, by accessibility. Options for different situations and abilities. Ukulele. Lowest barrier to entry. Learn basic songs in days. Portable. Happy sound, major key default. Approximately $50. Guitar. Slightly higher barrier but vast repertoire. Acoustic equals portable. Electric equals satisfying even at low skill. Keyboard/piano. Visual layout aids learning. Apps available. No tuning needed. Portable keyboards affordable. Drums/percussion. Highly embodied rhythmic grounding. Drumming circles are social. Electronic kits for quiet practice. Voice/singing. Zero equipment cost. Highly emotional/expressive. Vagal toning through controlled breathing. Choir equals social. Harmonica. Pocket-sized, portable anywhere. Blues equals emotional expression. Breath control equals nervous system regulation. System caution. Implementation. Notes. Don't aim for mastery. Aim for engagement. 15 to 20 minutes daily beats 2-hour weekly session. YouTube tutorials are free. No teacher required to start. The goal is dopaminergic engagement, not performance. If an instrument doesn't click, try another. Find what you respond to. Consider instruments that match your withdrawal state. Stimulant withdrawal, low energy. Gentle immediate reward, ukulele, singing. Opioid withdrawal, pain, restlessness. Rhythmic, physical, drums, guitar. Alcohol/benzo withdrawal, anxiety. Breath-based, harmonica, singing. Cannabis withdrawal, boredom, irritability. Complex/engaging, piano, guitar. 13.2.3. Movement practices, restoring body connection. Architect's log. Addiction disconnects you from your body. Substances override natural signals. Pain, hunger, fatigue, pleasure, all become mediated through chemical intervention. In recovery, you're suddenly back in a body you don't recognize. The vibrations are unfamiliar. Natural sensations feel wrong or muted. Movement practices restore the body-mind connection that was hijacked. They teach you to feel again, without substances interpreting the signal. This is not exercise for weight loss or fitness. This is somatic recalibration. Movement, RX, by nervous system state. Match movement to your current condition. Hyper-aroused, anxious. Slow, rhythmic, walking, gentle yoga, tai chi, swimming. Avoid intense cardio that spikes cortisol further. Hypo-aroused, depressed. Activating but not exhausting. Dancing, hiking, cycling. Gradually increase intensity. Social movement helps. Dissociated, numb. Grounding, embodied. Weightlifting, martial arts, heavy work. Feel the body exist. Resistance equals presence. Agitated, restless. Discharge energy, running, HIIT, cautiously. Boxing, vigorous hiking. Move until the body settles. Chronic pain, opioid WD. Gentle, warmth-generating, hot yoga, swimming, walking. Nothing jarring. Prioritize pain-free movement. System green. Movement principles. 1. Something is better than nothing. 10-minute walk beats no movement. 2. Match your state. Don't force intense exercise when depleted. 3. Outdoor greater than indoor. Combines movement plus nature benefits. 4. Social greater than solo, usually. Co-regulation. Walking with a friend beats walking alone. 5. Consistency greater than intensity. Daily gentle movement beats weekly intense workout. 6. Variety prevents adaptation. Rotate types of movement. 7. Listen to the body. You're relearning its signals. Don't override them. Specific benefit. Exercise releases BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. The miracle grow for the brain, accelerating neural repair. Section 13.3, Substance-Specific Activity Mapping. Matching the intervention to your neurochemical deficit. Different substances create different deficits. Your recovery activities should target your specific imbalances, not follow a generic prescription. 13.3.1, the Master Activity Map. Substance, deficit state. Primary RX, secondary RX. Alcohol, GABA down, glutamate. Up anxiety, tremor. Nature, cortisol down, gentle yoga, breath work. Swimming, singing, grounding activities. Benzos, severe GABA deficit, hyperexcitability. Ultra gentle, slow walks, restorative yoga only. Breath work, nature sounds, minimal stimulation. Opioids, endorphin decreased, pain sensitivity increased. Anhedonia. Hot movement, yoga, swimming, gentle touch. Drumming, social walking, gradual cardio. Cocaine, dopamine crashed, anhedonia, fatigue. Engaging low demand, ukulele, casual games. Social activities, dancing, when ready. Nature. Meth, severe dopamine deficit, extended recovery. Very gentle for weeks, walking, coloring, simple tasks. Gradual instrument learning, swimming. Groups later. Adderall, moderate dopamine deficit, cognitive fog. Structured activities, learning, puzzles, moderate exercise. Instrument practice, hiking, skill building. Cannabis, REM rebound, irritability, boredom. Engaging activities, games, music, creative projects. Exercise for sleep, social activities, new hobbies. MDMA, serotonin depleted, emotional sensitivity. gentle, nurturing. Nature, slow yoga, self-care. Creative expression, gentle music, minimal social. Nicotine, acetylcholine disruption, irritability. Hand-busy activities, instruments, crafts, cooking, walking, deep breathing, stress management. Kratom, mild opioid-like, aches, mood instability. Moderate movement, nature walks, warm activities, instrument playing, swimming, social engagement. 13.3.2, stimulant recovery, rebuilding dopamine. Critical system failure, the stimulant deficit. Cocaine, meth, Adderall deplete dopamine and downregulate receptors. Result: anhedonia, nothing feels pleasurable or interesting. Energy, crash, profound fatigue, hypersomnia. Motivation, void, can't initiate tasks, everything feels pointless. Cognitive fog, concentration, memory, executive function impaired. Standard meeting, sit passively, listen to others, focus on powerlessness. Result: reinforces passivity, provides no dopaminergic stimulation, worsens state. System green, stimulant recovery, what actually helps? Weeks 1 to 2, crash phase. Allow the crash, don't fight fatigue. Gentle activities only, slow walks, stretching, warm baths. Nature exposure without exercise goals. Listening to music, not playing yet, too demanding. Social connection that doesn't require energy output. Weeks 3 to 6, rebuilding phase. Introduce dopaminergic activities gradually. Instrument learning, small wins equals dopamine. Games with achievement mechanics, carefully, not addictive gaming. Skill building with visible progress. Exercise that allows gradual improvement, swimming, cycling. Social activities with mild positive stimulation. Creative projects with tangible outputs. Ongoing, multiple sources of dopamine, work achievement, hobbies, relationships, exercise. Avoid single-source dopamine dependency, including meetings. Build a life with natural reward variety. 13.3.3, opioid recovery, replacing the buffer. Critical system failure, the opioid deficit. Opioids hijack the endogenous opioid system, endorphins and enkephalins. Result: pain sensitivity. Everything hurts, physical and emotional. No internal buffer. Raw exposure to discomfort, unable to self-soothe. Reward system damage. Anhedonia, dysphoria, hollow feeling. Autonomic chaos, temperature dysregulation, GI distress, sweating. Standard meeting. Hard chairs, fluorescent lights, emotional content. Result: physical discomfort worsened, emotional content without coping skills, no pain buffer. System green, opioid recovery, what actually helps. Acute phase, weeks 1 to 2. Heat-based activities, hot baths, saunas, warm pools, heated yoga. Gentle rhythmic movement, walking, swimming, reduces RLS. Physical touch if accessible, massage, hugs, weighted blankets. Nature exposure with warmth, sunny walks, not cold environments. Avoid sitting still. Restlessness needs movement outlet. Post-acute, weeks 3 plus. Gradually rebuild natural endorphin production. Exercise that generates runner's high, gradual increase. Music playing, especially drums, rhythmic, physical. Social bonding activities, oxytocin equals natural pain buffer. Acupuncture stimulates endogenous opioid release. Comfortable environments. Prioritize physical comfort during recovery. Long-term. Build practices that generate endogenous opioids. Regular cardio exercise, social connection, physical presence, touch. Laughter, genuine, play. Meditation/mindfulness increases pain tolerance. Accept that raw feeling is temporary. Natural buffers rebuild. 13.3.4 Depressant recovery, calming the storm. Critical system failure, the depressant deficit. Alcohol and benzos enhance GABA and suppress glutamate. Withdrawal equals GABA deficit, glutamate surge. Result: hyperexcitability, anxiety, panic, tremor, seizure risk. Sensory sensitivity. Everything is too loud, too bright, too much. Sleep destruction. Unable to achieve restorative sleep. Emotional volatility. Small triggers create massive responses. Standard meeting. Stimulating environment. People, talking, emotions. Result: sensory overload, increased agitation, not calming. System green. Depressant recovery. What actually helps? Acute phase, extreme caution. Minimize stimulation. Quiet environments, low light, minimal social. Nature exposure, but calm nature, not crowded parks. Gentle movement only. Slow walking, restorative yoga, floating. Breathwork. Extended exhales activate parasympathetic system. Avoid intense exercise, stimulating environments, difficult conversations. Post-acute, weeks 2 to 4. Gradually increase stimulation tolerance. Small social doses, then retreat to recover. Slightly more active movement as tremor subsides. Simple instrument playing. Harmonica equals breath-based, calming. Continue prioritizing nervous system calming. Daily nature time, minimum 20 minutes. Consistent sleep routine. Avoid caffeine entirely. Long-term. Build GABA naturally. Yoga, meditation, social connection. Nervous system regulation becomes the primary practice. Slower pace of life may be necessary for some genetics. GABA variants. 13.3.5 Cannabis recovery, filling the void. System caution, the cannabis deficit. Cannabis affects endocannabinoid system, REM sleep, motivation. Result: sleep disruption, insomnia, then vivid REM rebound dreams. Irritability, mood volatility, low frustration tolerance. Boredom. Everything seems less interesting without THC enhancement. Appetite changes. Difficulty eating without cannabis. Standard meeting. Can help with boredom/structure, but doesn't address core issues. System green. Cannabis recovery. What actually helps? Key challenge. Boredom plus sleep. Boredom solutions. New engaging activities that weren't paired with cannabis use. Learn an instrument, complex enough to occupy the mind. Start creative projects with tangible outputs. Video games, cautiously. Engaging but watch for transfer. Social activities, being with people naturally interesting. Exercise generates its own engagement and reward. Sleep solutions, critical. Strict sleep hygiene, see Protocol 9. Daily exercise, physical tiredness aids sleep. No napping, preserve sleep pressure. Delta binaural beats/sleep sounds. Accept that vivid dreams are temporary, REM rebound. General, build a life that's interesting without enhancement. This is the central challenge of cannabis recovery. If life only felt okay high, you need to build a different life. Meetings don't address this. Activity does. Section 13.4, the vibration recalibration. Feeling what substances replaced, learning your body again. Architect's log. Here's what happens when you use substances chronically. Your brain outsources emotional and physical regulation to the chemical. Stressed, chemical handles it. Sad, chemical handles it. Bored, chemical handles it. Celebrating, chemical enhances it. You stop developing, or you lose, the internal capacity to regulate. The natural vibrations of your nervous system become unfamiliar. In recovery, you're suddenly experiencing raw sensation. What does calm feel like without a substance? What does pleasure feel like naturally? What does boredom feel like when you can't escape it? What does social feel like unmediated? This recalibration is disorienting. You're learning to interpret signals you've been ignoring for years. Meetings tell you to talk about it. The nervous system needs you to feel it, in the body, not the mind. 13.4.1 Somatic Recalibration Practices. Feeling practices, learning to inhabit the body again. Body scanning. Lie down. Systematically notice each body part. No judgment, just notice. Where is there tension, temperature, sensation? This builds interoceptive awareness. Temperature play. Notice hot and cold, hot shower, cold splash, ice on skin. What does the body actually feel? Reawakens numbed sensation, breath awareness. Just notice the breath without changing it. Where do you feel it? Chest, belly, nose. How deep? How fast? Simple presence to autonomic function. Grounding. Feel feet on floor. Feel contact with chair. Press hands into surfaces. Notice texture. This anchors dissociated states. Movement exploration. Move without goal. Stretch, shake, undulate. What does the body want to do? What movement feels good? Reclaim body ownership. Emotional location. When feeling an emotion, ask, where is this in my body? Anxiety equals chest. Sadness equals throat. Map the emotional landscape physically. 13.4.2 What each substance numbed. Different substances mask different sensations. Understanding what you were avoiding helps you practice tolerating it. Substance, what it masked. Practice, what you need to learn to feel again. Alcohol, social anxiety, emotional pain, self-consciousness. Practice, tolerate social discomfort. Feel awkwardness, express emotions directly. Opioids, physical pain, emotional pain, emptiness. Practice. Sit with discomfort without escaping. Learn pain is information, not emergency. Stimulants. Boredom, fatigue, inadequacy. Practice. Tolerate low stimulation. Rest when tired. Accept enough without more. Benzos. Anxiety, panic, loss of control. Practice. Anxiety is uncomfortable but not dangerous. Ride the wave. Build tolerance. Cannabis, boredom, dissatisfaction, restlessness. Practice. Ordinary life without enhancement. Find intrinsic interest. Tolerate just okay. MDMA, disconnection, inhibition, emotional walls. Practice. Connect authentically sober. Vulnerability without chemical assist. Feel love naturally. Architect's log. The central challenge of recovery. You must learn to tolerate what you use substances to escape. This is not done by talking about it in meetings. This is done by experiencing it in the body without running. Boredom won't kill you. Feel it. Anxiety won't kill you. Feel it. Sadness won't kill you. Feel it. Awkwardness won't kill you. Feel it. The nervous system learns through experience, not discussion. Meetings let you discuss. Life requires you to feel. Section 13.5, Building your Alternative Protocol. Practical structure for meeting-free recovery. 13.5.1, Replacing meeting functions. If you're leaving meetings or never starting them, you need alternative sources for the legitimate benefits they provide. Meeting function. Alternative source. Social connection. Regular activities with consistent people. Sports, hobbies, classes, volunteer work, recovery-informed friendships. Structure/routine. Scheduled activities. Gym classes, creative pursuits, regular walks, work schedule, social commitments. Accountability. Therapist, recovery coach, trusted friend with check-in agreement, app-based tracking, sponsor can exist outside meetings. Hope/modeling. Memoirs, podcasts, online communities, smart recovery, life ring, secular recovery, direct relationships with recovered people. Ritual/ceremony. Personal rituals, morning routine, evening reflection, weekly review, nature ceremonies, meditation practice, identity scaffolding, build identity beyond person in recovery, musician, hiker, creator, community member, professional role. 13.5.2, the weekly protocol template. System green, minimum viable recovery structure. Daily non-negotiables, morning routine, consistent wake time, light exposure, intention setting. Movement, minimum 20 minutes, walk, yoga, exercise. Nature exposure, minimum 20 minutes outdoors. One connective contact, call, text, in person, not social media. Evening wind down, consistent sleep routine. Weekly structure. 2 to 3 scheduled social activities, not recovery-focused. 1 to 2 skill-building sessions, instrument, craft, learning. 1 longer nature immersion, 2+ hours. 1 accountability check-in, therapist, coach, or trusted person. 1 recovery-specific activity, smart therapy, support group, or personal reflection. Monthly. Review and adjust protocol based on what's working. Track metrics, sleep, mood, cravings, energy. See Protocol 10, System Metrics. Assess whether additional support is needed. 13.5.3, Alternative Recovery Communities. If you want group support without 12-step ideology, options exist. Alternative recovery groups, evidence-based and secular options, smart recovery, cognitive behavioral-based, self-empowerment, not powerlessness, tools for urge management, motivation, lifestyle balance, free meetings, life ring secular, abstinence-based but secular. We focused, not higher power, peer support without ideology. 3S philosophy, sobriety, secularity, self-help, refuge recovery/recovery dharma, Buddhist-inspired mindfulness approach, meditation-based, addresses craving through awareness, no higher power required, moderation management, for alcohol for those who want moderation, not abstinence, evidence-based, not appropriate for severe dependence. Online communities, r/stop drinking, r/leaves, various Discord servers. Asynchronous support can be quality variable but accessible 24/7. Therapy groups, professionally facilitated groups, evidence-based, insurance may cover, quality-controlled content. System caution, the hybrid approach. You don't have to choose all or nothing. Some people benefit from occasional meeting attendance for social connection without adopting ideology. Smart for cognitive tools, plus nature for nervous system, plus therapy for trauma. Sponsor relationship without meeting attendance. Taking what works from AA/NA and leaving what doesn't. The goal is what supports your recovery given your neurobiology. Not what does tradition dictate. Customize, experiment, track outcomes, adjust. Section 13.6, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol. 13, Key Takeaways. 1. Meetings are band-aids. They provide social connection, structure, and accountability. They don't address neurobiology, trauma, or genetics. 2. The evidence is weak. AA performs no better than other interventions for most people. The mythology outstrips the data. 3. Content is unreliable. Peer-led means quality varies wildly. Medical misinformation is common and harmful. 4. Meetings help some, harm others, not universal. Know if they work for your profile. 5. Nature is medicine. 20+ minutes outdoors daily provides cortisol regulation, inflammation reduction, attention restoration, non-negotiable. 6. Play music. Don't just listen. Active music making generates dopamine, builds self-efficacy, creates neuroplastic change. 7. Movement matches state. Hyper-aroused equals gentle. Hypoaroused equals activating. Don't force mismatches. 8. Substance-specific activity. What you used determines what you need. One size fits all doesn't work. 9. Feel what you numbed. Recovery requires tolerating the sensations you used substances to escape. Somatic practice, not just talk. 10. Build your own protocol. Replace meeting functions with evidence-based alternatives customized to your neurobiology. Architect's log. Final system. Note: this protocol will offend people invested in the meeting model. They'll say, "Meetings saved my life. How dare you criticize them?" I don't doubt that meetings have helped individuals. I also don't doubt that some people would have recovered regardless. And I don't doubt that others were harmed by inadequate or wrong-headed advice. The question isn't whether meetings can help. The question is whether they should be the default recommendation, the court-mandated intervention, the only accepted pathway. The answer is no. A 1935 framework designed by white men for alcohol dependence, based on spiritual principles with no scientific foundation, is not appropriate as universal prescription for all substance disorders. You have a nervous system with specific characteristics. You have genetic variants that affect your vulnerability and recovery. You have a unique trauma history, attachment style, and social context. You deserve a recovery protocol that accounts for all of this. Not a one-size-fits-all folklore tradition that happens to work for some. Use meetings if they help you. Reject them if they don't. Build what works. Discard what doesn't. Your nervous system doesn't care about tradition. It cares about what actually restores balance. Give it what it needs. The system architect. End of protocol. 13. Beyond the rooms. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Post 12-step secular frameworks. Smart deep dive. Building your own recovery OS. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Digital Detox Extended. Protocol 14. The Digital Detox. Breaking the co-addiction of substances and social media. Escaping the self-help trap and returning to homeostasis. Architect's log. Here's the uncomfortable truth no one in recovery wants to hear. You didn't just get addicted to substances. You got addicted to the entire dopamine delivery system, the same neurogenomic vulnerabilities that made you susceptible to drugs. MTHFR variants, COMT, polymorphisms, DRD2 receptor density, make you equally susceptible to algorithmic manipulation. Social media platforms are not neutral. They are engineered to exploit the exact same reward pathways. They hire neuroscientists. They A/B test for addiction. They know your dopamine system better than you do, so you quit drugs. Great. But then you scroll recovery content for 6 hours a day. You watch self-help videos that make you feel like you're doing something. You build an identity around being a survivor or warrior. You consume, but nothing changes. This is not recovery. This is addiction transfer to a more socially acceptable medium. And the self-help industry profits from keeping you stuck. They need you to keep watching, keep buying, keep identifying as broken. They don't want you to actually heal. Healed people don't need more content. This protocol breaks the cycle. Section 14.1, the co-addiction architecture. How substances and social media exploit the same vulnerabilities. Critical system failure, the same pathways, different delivery. Your neurogenomic vulnerabilities don't distinguish between cocaine and Instagram likes, opioids and TikTok scrolling, alcohol and YouTube rabbit holes, meth and Twitter outrage. All of these activate dopamine release in the nucleus accumbens. All of these exploit your specific genetic reward sensitivity. All of these create tolerance, withdrawal, and compulsive seeking. The only difference is legality and social acceptance. Scrolling is just socially sanctioned drug use. 14.1.1, the neurogenomic intersection. The same genetic variants that create substance vulnerability also create social media vulnerability. Genetic vulnerability leads to dual exploitation. How your genes are leveraged by both substances and platforms. MTHFR variants. Reduced neurotransmitter production leads to baseline deficit, leads to seek any dopamine source, drugs or likes/views/engagement. COMT, val/met. Val equals rapid dopamine clearance equals seek more stimulation. Met equals slow clearance equals overwhelmed by stimulation. Both exploitable. DRD2. Variance. Reduced dopamine receptor density leads to reward deficiency, leads to compulsive seeking of any reliable dopamine source. SLC6A4, serotonin. Short allele equals anxiety. Vulnerability leads to self-medicate with substances or with endless scrolling as avoidance. OPRM1, opioid. Variants affect social bonding reward, leads to seek connection via substances or via parasocial relationships online. BDNF variants. Affect neuroplasticity, leads to brain more easily rewired by both substances and algorithmic conditioning. Architect's log. The algorithm knows your vulnerabilities, even if you don't. It tracks how long you watch, engagement, what makes you stop scrolling, attention capture, what you engage with, emotional triggers. When you're most vulnerable, time of day, mood states, it builds a model of your reward system. Then it feeds you exactly what maximizes your time on platform. This is not conspiracy. This is documented business model. Your attention is the product. Addiction is the feature. If you have MTHFR plus COMT variants plus DRD2 polymorphisms, the algorithm will find exactly what hooks you. It has billions of data points. It will win against your willpower. Unless you understand the architecture and refuse to play. 14.1.2. The compounding effect. When substance use and social media use occur together, or when one replaces the other, the damage compounds. Mechanism: substance effect, social media effect, combined damage, dopamine depletion, direct depletion via substance, depletion via variable reward, profound anhedonia, can't enjoy anything, attention fragmentation, impaired by intoxication, trained by short-form content, unable to sustain focus for any task, sleep disruption, REM suppression, circadian chaos, blue light stimulation, late scrolling, total circadian collapse, identity confusion, I am an addict identity, performative online personas, no authentic self remains, social isolation, relationships damaged by use, parasocial ties replace real ones, complete disconnection from humans, emotional dysregulation, limbic system hijacked, outrage/anxiety loops amplified, unable to regulate without external input, memory impairment, blackouts, encoding disruption, shallow processing, no consolidation, can't form new memories or learn, executive function, prefrontal damage from substances, decision fatigue from constant input, can't plan, prioritize, or execute. System caution, the withdrawal doom loop. Here's what happens when you quit substances but keep scrolling. Day 1. Quit drugs. Feel terrible. Pick up phone to distract. Day 2. Dopamine system already depleted. Scroll more to compensate. Day 3. Scrolling provides tiny hits. Need more. Hours disappear. Week 1. Sleep destroyed by screen use. Withdrawal worsens. Week 2. Attention so fragmented can't do anything else. Just scroll. Month 1. Recovery consists of watching recovery content. Nothing changes. Month 3. Still depressed, anxious, unable to function, but sober. You've traded one addiction for another. The dopamine system never recovered. You just switched dealers. Section 14.2. The self-help trap. Why consuming recovery content prevents actual recovery. Critical system failure. The uncomfortable truth about self-help. The self-help industry is worth $13+ billion annually. It grows every year. If self-help worked, the industry would shrink as people healed. Instead, it creates chronic consumers who never graduate. The business model requires you to stay broken. Healed people don't buy more books, courses, or content. Survivors who build their identity around trauma keep consuming. This is not cynicism. This is economics. You are not the customer. You are the product. 14.2.1. The consumption versus action problem. Consuming content about recovery feels like progress. It isn't. Feels like recovery. Actual recovery. Watching recovery videos. Going for a walk outside. Reading about meditation. Sitting in silence for 10 minutes. Listening to podcasts about habits. Actually changing one habit. Following recovery accounts. Calling a real human being. Saving posts for later. Implementing one thing now. Journaling about your feelings online. Journaling privately with no audience. Building a recovery aesthetic. Building an actual life. Identifying as healing. Actually being healed and moving on. Learning about neurogenomics. Getting tested and acting on results. Watching someone else exercise. Moving your own body. Architect's log. The algorithm has discovered something brilliant. Learning about recovery activates the same reward pathways as actually recovering, without requiring any behavior change. You watch a video about discipline leads to feel virtuous. You read about exercise benefits leads to feel like you exercised. You consume recovery content leads to feel like you're recovering. This is called moral licensing or vicarious accomplishment. Your brain gives you the reward without the effort. Result: you feel like you're making progress, but nothing in your actual life has changed. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months, months into years. You've watched 10,000 hours of self-improvement content. You've improved nothing. The algorithm wins. The content creators win. The advertisers win. You lose. 14.2.2 The Victim Identity Trap. Social media rewards performing victimhood. This creates an identity that requires staying stuck. Critical system failure. The economics of victimhood. Victim narratives get engagement, likes, validation, comments, attention, shares, reach, followers, identity reinforcement. The algorithm learns trauma content equals engagement equals promotion, so you're rewarded for displaying suffering and punished algorithmically for quiet recovery. I'm struggling gets 10,000 views. I'm doing okay now gets 47 views. Which identity will you perform? This creates perverse incentive. Stay broken leads to get attention. Actually heal becomes invisible. Your nervous system is wired to seek social reward. The platform is wired to reward dysfunction. Result: you unconsciously maintain suffering for validation. The self-victimization cycle, how identity fuses with suffering. Stage 1. Trauma. Something genuinely difficult happened. This is real and valid. Stage 2. Sharing. You share online. You receive validation, support, engagement. Stage 3. Identity formation. Survivor becomes your identity, your bio, your content, your brand. Stage 4. Reinforcement. More trauma content equals more engagement. The algorithm trains you. Stage 5. Investment. You've built followers, community, identity around this. Leaving feels like death. Stage 6. Stagnation. Actual healing would destroy your platform. Unconsciously, you stay stuck. Stage 7. Chronic consumption. You consume others' trauma to validate yours. Endless scroll. Stage 8. Zero progress. Years pass. The wound is still fresh because you pick at it daily for content. System green. The exit. Healing requires 1. Recognizing the trap. You're doing that now. 2. Accepting that your identity must change. Terrifying but necessary. 3. Grieving the validation you'll lose. It feels like social death. 4. Building identity from actions, not narratives. 5. Going silent long enough to hear your actual self. 6. Doing instead of talking about doing. The irony: true recovery is boring on social media. Quiet mornings, walks, reading, cooking, sleep. None of this is content. All of it is actual life. Section 14.3, the leveraged security risks. How platform exploitation targets your recovery vulnerabilities. The security risks of social media compound exponentially when you're in withdrawal or early recovery. Your defenses are already down. 14.3.1, risks amplified by withdrawal. Platform risk, normal impact, withdrawal impact, recovery danger, reward hijacking. Moderate distraction, replaces depleted dopamine system, prevents neural recovery, Attention fragmentation. Reduced focus. Already impaired attention destroyed. Can't do recovery work. Sleep disruption. Some insomnia. Compounds existing sleep crisis. Withdrawal prolongs indefinitely. Emotional hijacking. Elevated arousal. Destabilizes already volatile mood. Triggers relapse. Identity confusion. Some persona drift. Fragmented self can't integrate. No stable identity to build on. Parasocial relationships, mild loneliness, replaces rebuilding real connections. Isolation deepens. Misinformation exposure. Some confusion. Vulnerable to false recovery claims. Dangerous health decisions. Comparison anxiety. Self-esteem hit. Already low self-worth devastated. Depression, hopelessness, financial exploitation, impulse buying, recovery scams, supplements, courses, money gone, no results, decision fatigue, reduced judgment, already impaired prefrontal function, poor choices cascade. 14.3.2 The comment section singularity. Comment sections on recovery content are especially dangerous. They combine all exploitation vectors simultaneously. Critical system failure. The comment section. Axioms in recovery context. Every comment section on recovery content triggers deflection. Focus shifts from your recovery to abstract debate. Contradiction. Conflicting advice creates confusion, paralysis. Amplification. Extreme voices dominate. This worked for me. Survivorship bias. Identity. Weaponization. Real recovery. Gatekeeping. Judgment. Emotional hijacking. War stories trigger cravings, trauma responses. Authority laundering. Self-proclaimed experts with no credentials. Mimicry. Slogans repeated. Just stay positive. Normalize shallow thinking. Fragmentation. Your attention splinters across 500 comments. Polarization. AA versus anti-AA. MAT versus abstinence. Tribal warfare. Fatigue. Decision paralysis from information overload. Result? You came for help. You left more confused, more anxious, less equipped. The comment section is not support, it's cognitive hazard. Architect's log. Here's what happens when someone in withdrawal reads recovery comments. 1. They're already anxious, dopamine depleted, cognitively impaired. 2. They read 50 conflicting opinions about what works. 3. Their nervous system can't filter signal from noise. 4. Extreme opinions stick. Negativity bias plus heightened arousal. 5. They doubt their current approach. 6. They try something new. Impulsively, no follow-through. 7. It doesn't work immediately. Nothing does. 8. They go back to comments for more answers. 9. Cycle repeats. The person never implements anything long enough to work because the comment section provides dopamine hits from learning without requiring the sustained effort of doing. Scroll, read, feel informed, implement nothing. This is the attention trap in its purest form. Section 14.4. Breaking the relationship. Protocols for digital detox during recovery. 14.4.1. The cold turkey problem. System caution. Why total abstinence from screens often fails. Unlike substances, digital technology is woven into modern life. You need a phone for communication, banking, navigation, work, healthcare coordination. Just quit social media ignores this reality. It also creates another willpower challenge during withdrawal. Your willpower is already depleted by substance cessation. Adding another major restriction often leads to failure and shame, or success with social media but relapse with substances. The goal is not total abstinence from technology. The goal is intentional use that supports recovery. 14.4.2, the Surgical Extraction Protocol. Remove the high exploitation elements while preserving necessary function. System Green, Phase 1, Environmental Surgery, Days 1 to 3. Delete from your phone. TikTok, highest addiction potential. Instagram, comparison plus endless scroll. Twitter/X, outrage loops. YouTube app, rabbit holes, use browser only. Facebook app, use browser only if needed. Reddit app, endless scroll. Any recovery or self-help apps with social features. Disable. All notifications except calls/texts from real humans. Autoplay on all platforms. Infinite scroll. Use browser extensions. News alerts. Move phone. Out of bedroom. Buy $10 alarm clock. Off your person during designated times. To charging station you must walk to. This is environmental architecture, not willpower. You're removing the triggers, not fighting them. System Green, Phase 2. Time architecture, days 4 to 14. Create boundaries. Morning. No phone for first 60 minutes after waking. Work blocks. Phone in another room during focus time. Meals. No screens at table. Evening. All screens off 90 minutes before bed. Check times. 3 designated 15-minute windows for communication. Replace with recovery supportive activities. Morning phone scroll to morning walk or stretch. Boredom scroll to music, book, or instrument. Evening scroll to bath, journaling, or sleep hygiene. I'm anxious scroll to breathwork or call a human. Use friction. Log out of all accounts, must log in each time. Delete saved passwords from browser. Use grayscale mode on phone. Removes dopamine from colors. Set screen time limits with password you don't know. Have someone else set it. System Green, Phase 3. Content governance, days 15 to 30. For platforms you keep, messaging, necessary tools. Unfollow. All recovery/self-help accounts. Yes, all of them. All influencers. They are not your friends. All accounts that trigger comparison, outrage, or anxiety. All news accounts. Get news intentionally, not via feed. Anyone you don't actually know in person. Mute/block. Any account selling recovery products. Any account performing victimhood for engagement. Any account that makes you feel worse after viewing. Follow sparingly. Friends/family you actually communicate with. 1 to 2 accounts related to genuine hobbies, not recovery. Local community information. Rule: if an account doesn't make your actual life better, remove it. Inspiration that doesn't lead to action is just entertainment disguised as progress. 14.4.3, the Replacement Protocol. You can't just remove, you must replace. The nervous system needs something. Give it non-exploitative inputs. Replacement map. What to do instead of scrolling. I'm bored. Scroll. Pick up instrument. See Protocol 13. Go outside. Call someone. Start a project with your hands. I'm anxious. Scroll. Breathwork. Physiological sighs. Cold water on face. Walk outside. Call someone. I need connection. Scroll. Text a real person. Make a phone call. Go to a physical location with humans. I want to learn. Scroll. Read a book. One book, cover to cover. No articles. No threads. Sustained attention. I want entertainment scroll. Watch one movie or show intentionally. Not while scrolling. Full attention. I can't sleep. Scroll. Audiobook, sleep sounds, body scan. Phone in another room. Do not scroll. I need recovery support. Scroll. Call sponsor, therapist, or trusted friend. Go to an in-person meeting or group. I want to know what's happening. Scroll. Read one news source, once daily, for 15 minutes max. Then stop. Section 14.5. Return to homeostasis. Restoring what platforms stole, mapped to substance recovery. Platforms replaced essential human functions. Recovery requires restoring these functions, matched to your specific substance withdrawal profile. 14.5.1. The Restoration Map. What platforms replaced, what to restore. 15 core functions to rebuild. Music as companionship, intentional playlists, learning instrument, concerts, not algorithmic radio. You choose. In-person socializing, weekly gatherings, phone calls, shared meals. Parasocial doesn't count. Deep reading/learning. Books, physical books, one at a time, 30+ minutes per session. No highlights to share. Journaling/self-reflection, private writing, no audience, not for content, just for you to process. Local community, town events, local news, neighborhood walks, your actual environment. Play/creative tinkering. Make things, with hands, not for Instagram, for the joy of making. Exercise/embodied hobbies. Move your body daily, not for photos, not tracked for followers, just movement. Sleep wind down, screen sunset. Books, baths, audio. Bedroom equals sleep only. No phone. Focused work blocks, single task, phone away, timer, complete something, feel completion. Family/close relationships, regular contact with actual loved ones, tech-free meals, real conversations, civic participation, vote, attend local meetings, volunteer, engage with your community, not abstract causes, spiritual/ethical practice, study circles, meditation, reflection, not influencer spirituality, actual practice, financial attention, budget, review, plan, not impulse buying what ads show you. Mentorship, find a real mentor. Be a mentor, human relationship, not content consumption, local serendipity. Walk without headphones, talk to neighbors, be present in physical space. 14.5.2 Substance-specific restoration priorities. Different substances create different deficits. Prioritize restoration based on your withdrawal profile. Substance, primary deficit, priority restoration. Avoid digital, alcohol/benzos, GABA decreased, hyperexcitable. Sleep hygiene, nature, calming, gentle music. Any stimulating content, outrage, news. Opioids, endorphin decreased, pain, anhedonia. Social connection, real, warmth, gentle movement. Isolation via scrolling, comparison content. Stimulants, dopamine crashed, flat. Slow dopamine rebuild, instrument, creative, nature. High stim content will feel hollow, trigger craving. Cannabis, boredom, REM rebound. New engaging hobbies, sleep priority. Entertainment scrolling, too easy, prevents boredom tolerance. MDMA. Serotonin decreased, emotional. Gentle social, nature, creative expression, comparison content, anything triggering shame. Architect's log. The principle is simple. Substance withdrawal already creates neurochemical chaos. Digital stimulation adds more chaos, prevents stabilization. Your nervous system needs consistency, not algorithmic unpredictability. Calm, not outrage loops. Real input, not synthetic stimulation. Slow reward, not instant gratification hits. Human connection, not parasocial illusion. Sleep, not blue light bombardment. Presence, not dissociative scrolling. Every minute you scroll is a minute your nervous system doesn't stabilize. Every recovery video you watch is a video you could have spent recovering. The algorithm wants your attention. Your nervous system needs your attention. You can't give it to both. Choose. Section 14.6, the 30-day digital detox protocol. Integrated plan for dual recovery. 14.6.1, Week 1, extraction. System green, Week 1, protocol, environment. Delete high addiction apps, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. Remove phone from bedroom. Disable all non-essential notifications. Set up phone charging station outside bedroom. Buy alarm clock if needed. Grayscale mode, on. Behavior. No phone for first 60 minutes after waking. No screens 90 minutes before bed. 1 20-minute nature walk daily. No headphones. 1 phone call to a real human daily. Journal, private paper, for 10 minutes daily. Mindset. Accept discomfort is temporary. Notice urge to scroll without acting on it. Recognize boredom is not an emergency. Track hours of screen time daily. Just observe. 14.6.2, Week 2, replacement. System green, Week 2, protocol. Additions. Start learning instrument or pick up creative hobby. Begin 1 physical book. Commit to finishing it. Add second daily walk or movement session. Schedule 1 in-person social interaction. Begin sleep protocol, protocol 9, if not already. Subtractions. Unfollow all self-help/recovery accounts. Unfollow all influencers. Remove any app you used for greater than 30 minutes yesterday. Log out of all remaining social platforms. Practice. When urged to scroll, 3 breaths, then choose replacement activity. When anxious, call someone instead of scrolling. When bored, sit with boredom for 5 minutes before doing anything. Track. Screen time plus 1 replacement activity logged daily. 14.6.3, Week 3, rebuilding. System green, Week 3, protocol, deepen. Instrument/hobby, 15+ minutes daily. Nature, 1-2+ hour immersion during week. Social, 2+ in-person interactions. Physical, daily movement established as routine. Sleep, consistent wake time plus or minus 30 minutes. New, identify 1 area of life to improve, not everything. Take 1 concrete action toward that improvement. Not, watch videos about it. Do, actually do something. Audit. Review remaining follows. Remove any that don't serve you. View screen time. Identify remaining time sinks. Ask, did I do more this week or consume more? Track, action log. What did you actually do, not watch, read, consume? 14.6.4, Week 4, integration. System green, Week 4, protocol. Establish, morning routine, locked in, no phone. Evening routine, Locked in, screens off. Movement, daily, non-negotiable. Social, weekly in-person, minimum. Creative, regular practice established. Decide. What digital tools do you need? Keep only those. What boundaries work? Formalize them. What replacement activities do you enjoy? Prioritize them. What supports your recovery? What undermines it? Future-proof. Write your digital boundaries document. Tell someone your boundaries, accountability. Set calendar reminder for 90-day audit. Identify warning signs of drift. For example, just checking becomes 2 hours. Reflect. Energy levels. Better/same/worse. Sleep. Better/same/worse. Mood. Better/same/worse. Recovery, progress. Better/same/worse. Attention. Better/same/worse. Section 14.7. Key takeaways. System Green. Protocol. 14. Key takeaways. 1. Same pathways. Social media exploits the exact same dopamine system as substances. Your genetic vulnerabilities apply to both. 2. Co-addiction is real. Quitting substances while scrolling 6 hours per day is not recovery. It's addiction transfer. 3. Self-help is a trap. The industry profits from keeping you broken. Healed people don't consume content. 4. Consumption not equal to action. Watching recovery videos is not recovering. Learning about habits is not building habits. 5. Victim identity pays. Platforms reward performed suffering. This creates perverse incentives to stay stuck. 6. Withdrawal plus scrolling equals doom loop. Your depleted system seeks dopamine from scrolling, which prevents neural recovery. 7. Comments are hazard. Comment sections fragment attention, contradict advice, and weaponize identity. Avoid them entirely. 8. Surgical extraction. Delete high addiction apps, disable notifications, remove phone from bedroom. Environment greater than willpower. 9. Replacement required. You can't just remove. You must restore. Music, nature, movement, real humans, creative practice. 10. 30 days to reset. Week 1, extract. Week 2, replace. Week 3, rebuild. Week 4, integrate. Track actions, not consumption. Architect's log. Final system. Note: the most radical act of recovery is attention sovereignty. Your attention is the most valuable resource you have. It determines what neural pathways strengthen. It determines what you become. Platforms are extracting your attention for profit. The self-help industry is extracting your attention for profit. Neither has any incentive for you to actually heal. Healing happens when you give your attention to your actual life. Do things instead of watching things. Connect with real humans instead of parasocial substitutes. Sit with discomfort instead of escaping it. Build identity from actions instead of narratives. This is simple, but it's not easy. Simple and easy are different things. The algorithm will keep trying to pull you back. The urge to scroll will persist for weeks. The identity of person in recovery will feel safer than person who recovered. But you are not your content consumption. You are not your trauma narrative. You are not your day count or your followers or your aesthetic. You are what you do repeatedly when no one is watching. Build a life worth living, not a feed worth following. The rest takes care of itself. The system architect. End of protocol. 14. The digital detox. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's log. Tech addiction neuroscience. Dopamine fasting science. Screen architecture rebuild. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Phenotype path. Protocol 15. The phenotype path. Self-assessment when you can't afford DNA testing, inferring your neurogenomic profile from observable traits. Architect's log. Here's your situation. You're already addicted, or in withdrawal, or barely holding on. You know that neurogenomics could help you understand your vulnerabilities, but testing costs $100 to $300 and takes weeks to process. You don't have that money. You don't have that time. The crisis is now. So what do? Before DNA testing existed, doctors used phenotyping. They observed traits, responses, family patterns. They inferred what was happening inside from what they could see outside. This is not as precise as genetic testing, but it's not guessing either. Your observable traits are expressions of your genetics. Your family history is your genetic probability map. Your drug response patterns are clues to your enzyme function. This protocol teaches you to read your own biology. It's not a replacement for testing. Get tested when you can. But it's a path forward when $200 stands between you and understanding. You can start today, right now, with what you already know. Section 15.1, the phenotype principle. Why your observable traits reveal your genetics. Genotype equals your DNA sequence, what's written in the code. Phenotype equals how that DNA expresses in your body, what you can observe. Your phenotype is your genotype made visible. System green, the logic of phenotyping. Every genetic variant expresses through observable traits. MTHFR. Variants lead to elevated homocysteine, lead to specific symptoms and responses. COMT variants lead to dopamine clearance, speed, lead to observable personality/stress patterns. DRD2 variants lead to receptor density, lead to reward-seeking behavior patterns. CYP450 variants to enzyme function to drug metabolism speed. Observable. If you know what to look for, your body tells you what's in your genes. This is how medicine worked for thousands of years before genetic testing. It's less precise than a lab test, but it's not random guessing. Pattern recognition plus probability equals actionable working hypothesis. 15.1.1. The 3 data sources. You have 3 sources of information about your genetics that don't require a test. Your data sources. What you already know that reveals your genetics. 1. Personal history. Your own responses to substances, medications, stress, stimulants, sedatives. How your body behaves is data about your enzymes. 2. Family history. Addiction patterns, mental health, medication responses, and health conditions in blood relatives. Their genes are your probability. 3. Physical/behavioral traits. Observable characteristics that correlate with specific variants. Stress response, pain sensitivity, caffeine tolerance, personality patterns. Architect's log. Important calibration. This protocol gives you a working hypothesis, not a diagnosis. Confidence levels. Family history of same condition equals high probability you share variants. Multiple convergent markers equals moderate to high probability. Single marker equals low moderate probability. Investigate further. No markers equals does not mean you don't have the variant. Use this to start interventions, then observe results. If methylfolate helps dramatically, then MTHFR hypothesis strengthened. If it does nothing, then hypothesis weakened. Try another path. This is iterative. You're running experiments on yourself. When you can afford testing, get tested to confirm or revise. Section 15.2, MTHFR Self-Assessment. The Methylation Status Phenotype Panel. MTHFR variants reduce your ability to convert folic acid to methylfolate, affecting neurotransmitter production, detoxification, and DNA repair. These variants are common. 40 to 60% of people have at least one copy. MTHFR phenotype markers. Marker/question. If yes, arrow, score. Family history of depression, anxiety, or addiction. MTHFR likely. +2. Family history of heart disease, stroke, or blood clots. MTHFR likely. +2. Family history of neural tube defects or miscarriages. MTHFR highly likely. +3. You've had depression that didn't respond well to SSREs. MTHFR likely. +2. You feel worse on regular folic acid supplements. MTHFR likely. +2. You have chronic fatigue not explained by other causes. MTHFR possible. +1. You have brain fog, difficulty concentrating. MTHFR possible. +1. You have elevated homocysteine if you've had it tested. MTHFR highly likely. +3. You're sensitive to alcohol. Hangovers are severe. MTHFR possible. +1. You have histamine intolerance or allergies. MTHFR possible. +1. You've had adverse reactions to nitrous oxide, dental. MTHFR likely. +2. You're of Mediterranean, Hispanic, or Italian descent. MTHFR more common in these populations. +1. You have chronic pain or fibromyalgia-like symptoms. MTHFR possible. +1. You have anxiety that's worse with B vitamin supplements. MTHFR possible over methylation. +1. System green. MTHFR. Score interpretation. 0 to 4 points. Low probability of significant MTHFR variance. Still possible, but less likely to be your primary issue. Focus on other pathways first. COMT-CYP4 50. 5 to 9 points. Moderate probability of MTHFR variance. Worth trying methylation support as experiment. Start low, 400 micrograms methylfolate. Observe response. 10+ points. High probability of MTHFR variance. Strong candidate for methylation support. Consider this a primary target for intervention. Start methylfolate protocol. See below. System caution. MTHFR intervention. Protocol. Start here if high probability. Week 1 to 2. Foundation. Start with 400 micrograms methylfolate, not folic acid, daily. Add 1,000 micrograms methylcobalamin, B12, daily. Observe. Energy, mood, mental clarity. Week 3 to 4. Titration. If positive response, increase to 800 micrograms methylfolate. If no response, increase to 1,000 micrograms. Add B6, P5, P-form. If anxiety/irritability increases, reduce dose. Overmethylation. Signs. It's working. Improved mood/energy. Reduced brain fog. better stress tolerance, improved sleep, signs of overmethylation, reduced dose, anxiety, irritability, racing thoughts, insomnia, headaches, feeling wired. Cost, approximately $15 to $25 per month for basic methylation support. Section 15.3, COMT Self-Assessment. The Dopamine Processing Phenotype Panel, COMT, catechol O-methyltransferase, determines how fast you clear dopamine from your synapses. Val/Val equals fast clearance, warrior. Met/Met equals slow clearance, worrier. Val/Met equals intermediate. COMT warrior, Val/Val. Markers, fast dopamine clearance. Marker/question. If yes, arrow, score. You perform better under pressure/stress. Warrior pattern, +2. You need high stimulation to feel engaged. Warrior pattern, +2. You're easily bored with routine. Warrior pattern, +1. You're a risk-taker, thrill-seeker. Warrior pattern, +2. Caffeine affects you minimally, need lots. Warrior pattern, +1. You can handle multiple stressors simultaneously. Warrior pattern, +1. You're drawn to stimulant drugs, cocaine, meth, Adderall. Warrior pattern, +2. You have trouble sitting still, always need action. Warrior pattern, +1. You recover quickly from stressful events. Warrior pattern, +1. You're impulsive, act before thinking. Warrior pattern, +1. COMT warrior, Met/Met. Markers, slow dopamine clearance. Marker/question. If yes, arrow, score. You perform worse under pressure/stress. Warrior pattern, +2. You're easily overwhelmed by too much stimulation. Warrior pattern, +2. You're anxious, prone to rumination. Warrior pattern, +2. Small amounts of caffeine affect you strongly. Warrior pattern, +1. You're detail-oriented, perfectionistic. Warrior pattern, +1. You need recovery time after stressful events. Warrior pattern, +1. You're drawn to sedatives, alcohol, benzos, opioids. Warrior pattern, +2. You have excellent memory and focus in calm settings. Warrior pattern, +1. You're sensitive to pain. Warrior pattern, +1. You get stuck on negative thoughts. Warrior pattern, +1. System green, COMT score interpretation. Warrior score 7, plus, likely Val/Val, fast clearance. You're dopamine hungry, need more stimulation. Vulnerable to stimulant addiction, seeking dopamine. Recovery strategy, build multiple dopamine sources, not one. Supplements, tyrosine may help, dopamine precursor. Warrior score 7 plus, likely Met/Met, slow clearance. You're dopamine saturated, overwhelmed easily. Vulnerable to depressant addiction, calming excess. Recovery strategy, reduce stimulation, build calm practices. Supplements, magnesium, calming herbs, avoid excess tyrosine. Mixed, both scores 4 to 6, likely Val/Met, intermediate. You have flexibility but also inconsistency, context-dependent vulnerability. Recovery strategy, environment management crucial. Architect's log. This is one of the most actionable phenotype assessments. Warrior profile. Your addiction likely serves stimulation needs. You need to build dopamine sources that aren't destructive. Intense exercise, competitive activities, novel experiences, achievement-based pursuits, creative projects with deadlines. Worrier profile. Your addiction likely serves calming needs. You need to build calm that doesn't require substances. Nature exposure, meditation/breathwork, routine and predictability, low stimulation environment, magnesium, adaptogens. This explains why you were drawn to your substance of choice. It points to what you need to replace it with. Section 15.4, CYP450 Self-Assessment. The Drug Metabolism Phenotype Panel. CYP450 enzymes metabolize most drugs and substances. Variants determine if you're a poor, intermediate, normal, or ultra-rapid metabolizer. This affects how drugs hit you and how long they last. Critical system failure. Why this matters for addiction. Your metabolism speed affects how intensely substances affect you, how long effects last, how fast you develop tolerance, how severe your withdrawal is, which medications work for you in recovery. Poor metabolizer. Drug hits harder, lasts longer, side effects worse. May explain why you got addicted faster than others. May explain severe reactions to normal doses. Critical for MAT dosing, Suboxone, methadone, naltrexone. Ultra-rapid metabolizer. Drug clears fast, need more. Tolerance builds fast. May explain why you needed more than others. May explain why medications don't work, clearing too fast. May need higher/more frequent dosing for treatment medications. CYP2, D6 phenotype markers, major drug metabolizer. Marker/question. If yes, arrow, score. Codeine/tramadol gives you no pain relief. Poor metabolizer. +3. Codeine/tramadol makes you very high or sick. Ultra-rapid metabolizer. +3. Antidepressants cause severe side effects at normal doses. Poor metabolizer. +2. Antidepressants seem to not work, even at high doses. Ultra-rapid metabolizer. +2. You need much more or less of a drug than typical dose. Metabolism variant. +2. Family members have similar unusual drug responses. Inherited metabolism variant. +2. Beta blockers, heart meds, affect you unusually. CYP2 D6 variant. +1. You're of East Asian descent. Higher poor metabolizer rates. +1. You're of North African/Middle Eastern descent. Higher ultra-rapid rates. +1. CYP2 C19 phenotype markers affects benzos, some antidepressants. Marker/question. If yes, arrow, score. Benzos, Valium, Xanax, Klonopin hit you very hard, poor metabolizer. +2. Benzos seem weak, need high doses, rapid metabolizer. +2. PP is Prilosec, Nexium, work unusually well or poorly. CYP2 C19 variant. +1. Clopidogrel, Plavix, doesn't work if you've taken it. CYP2 C19 variant. +2. Cannabis affects you more intensely than others. Poor metabolizer, THC, +1. You're of East Asian descent, higher poor metabolizer rates. +1. System green, CYP450, score interpretation. If poor metabolizer markers, 3+ points in poor category. Substances hit you harder than others. Standard doses may be too much for you. Critical. Tell any prescribing doctor you suspect this. MAT dosing needs to account for this. Start lower. You may have gotten addicted faster due to intense effects. If ultra-rapid metabolizer markers, 3+ points in rapid category. Substances clear faster, you need more. Standard doses may be insufficient. Critical. Medications may need higher/more frequent dosing. Tolerance builds faster for you. Withdrawal may hit faster after last dose. Action. Document your unusual drug responses for medical providers. This information can prevent dangerous dosing errors. Section 15.5, DRD2 and Reward Deficiency Assessment. The Dopamine Receptor Density Phenotype Panel, DRD2, Dopamine Receptor D2. Variants affect how many dopamine receptors you have and how sensitive they are. Reduced receptor density equals reward, deficiency syndrome equals baseline, not enough, feeling that drives compulsive seeking. Reward deficiency syndrome. Markers. Marker/question. If yes, arrow. Score. Chronic feeling of something missing or emptiness. RDS likely. +2. Family history of multiple addictions, not just one. RDS highly likely. +3. You have had multiple addictions, substances, behaviors. RDS highly likely. +3. Difficulty feeling pleasure from normal activities. RDS likely. +2. Constant seeking of novelty, stimulation, excitement. RDS likely. +2. Impulsivity across multiple life domains. RDS possible. +1. ADHD diagnosis or strong ADHD traits. RDS correlated. +2. Obesity or compulsive eating patterns. RDS correlated. +1. Compulsive sexual behavior or porn addiction. RDS correlated. +1. Gambling problems. RDS correlated. +2. Thrill-seeking, risk-taking despite consequences. RDS likely. +2. Depression that doesn't respond well to treatment. RDS possible. +1. Early onset addiction, teens or earlier. RDS likely. +2. Boredom intolerance, can't stand having nothing to do. RDS likely. +2. System green, reward deficiency, score interpretation. 0 to 5 points, low probability of significant RDS. Your addiction may be more situational/environmental. Focus on trauma, COMT, MTHFR pathways. 6 to 12 points, moderate probability of RDS. Dopamine system likely involved. Build multiple reward sources. Diversity is key. Consider dopamine supportive supplements. 13+ points. High probability of RDS/D, RD, 2 variants. This is likely your primary vulnerability. You will always need more dopamine sources than average. Recovery must include robust reward replacement system. Single-focus recovery often fails for RDS. Need multiple pursuits. Consider exercise, music, achievement, social bonding, novelty. Architect's log. If you score high on RDS, here's your reality. You were born with fewer dopamine receptors. Your baseline feels like other people's depression. Your brain has been screaming for dopamine your whole life. Substances were the most efficient way to answer that scream. This is not character. This is neurobiology. But it means your recovery must include multiple dopamine sources, not just one hobby. Regular novelty, your brain needs it. Achievement systems, visible progress goals. Physical activity, one of few natural dopamine boosters. Social reward, bonding releases dopamine. Creative pursuit, flow states are dopaminergic. You cannot recover by sitting in a beige room avoiding triggers. Your brain will revolt. You'll relapse. You recover by building a dopamine-rich life without substances. This requires more intentionality than average, not less. Section 15.6, the Family History Protocol. Your relatives are your probability map. You share approximately 50% of your DNA with each parent and each sibling, 25% with grandparents/aunts/uncles, 12.5% with first cousins. Their health patterns are your probability data. System green, the family inventory. For each blood relative you know about, document. Addictions. What substances/behaviors? Alcohol, opioids, gambling, etc. Age of onset, earlier equals stronger genetic component. Severity, functional versus destructive. Treatment response, what worked, what didn't. Mental health, depression, anxiety, bipolar, schizophrenia. Treatment resistant or responsive. Medication responses, especially antidepressants. Physical health, heart disease, MTHFR connection. Blood clot stroke, MTHFR connection. Chronic pain conditions, COMT opioid receptor variants. Autoimmune conditions, methylation connection. Medication responses, anyone who had unusual reactions to medications, anyone who couldn't tolerate certain drugs, anyone who needed unusually high or low doses. Family pattern leads to your probability, what their patterns predict for you. Parent with same addiction, 50% shared DNA, high probability you share vulnerability genes. Sibling with same addiction, 50% shared DNA, high probability of shared variants. Multiple relatives with addiction, any type. Suggests DRD2/reward deficiency runs in family. Relative who responded well to specific treatment. You may respond similarly, shared pharmacogenomics. Relative who had bad reaction to medication. You may share metabolism variant, document which med-I. Parent with depression/anxiety. MTHFR, serotonin transporter variants more likely. Heart disease in family under age 60. MTHFR variants, more likely. Multiple miscarriages in family. MTHFR variants more likely. Family member with ADHD. DRD2, dopamine pathway variants more likely. Relative who couldn't handle caffeine. COMT worrier pattern possible. Critical system failure when family history isn't available. If you're adopted, estranged, or family won't talk. Use your own response history as primary data. Your reactions to substances/meds are your pharmacogenomics made visible. Track and document every unusual response. What to track? Which substances you were drawn to indicates deficiency you were filling. How substances affected you versus others. Metabolism clues. Side effects from medications. Metabolism/sensitivity clues. Caffeine/alcohol tolerance. COMT clues. Stress response patterns. COMT/cortisol clues. Depression/anxiety patterns. MTHFR/serotonin clues. You are your own case study. Your history is your genetic map. You just have to read it. Section 15.7. Building your working profile. integrating assessment results into actionable hypothesis. 15.7.1, the profile summary sheet. Fill this out based on your assessment scores. Pathway, your score. Probability, primary action. MTHFR, section 15.2. ___/20. Low/mod/high. COMT warrior, section 15.3. __/14. Low/mod/high. COMT warrior, section 15.3. __/14. Low/mod/high. CYP2 D6 poor, section 15.4. __/12. Low/mod/high. CYP2 D6 ultra rapid, section 15.4. __/9. Low/mod/high. CYP2C19, section 15.4. __/7. Low/mod/high. Reward deficiency, section 15.5. __/24. Low/mod/high. Family history signals. List patterns. 15.7.2, the common profiles. Most people in addiction cluster into recognizable profiles. Find yours. Common addiction profiles. Which one sounds like you? The depleted system. High MTHFR plus moderate RDS. Baseline neurotransmitter deficit. Depression/fatigue. Substances fill a genuine neurochemical hole. Action, methylation support is critical. Build neurotransmitter precursors. The sensation seeker. High RDS plus warrior, COMT, born needing more. Thrill seeking, drawn to stimulants, risk. Action, build intense but healthy dopamine sources. Exercise, competition, achievement. The overwhelmed processor. High warrior, COMT plus moderate, MTHFR. Anxious, overwhelmed, self-medicating, calm. Drawn to depressants. Action, reduce stimulation, build calm practices, magnesium, environment control. The fast metabolizer. Ultra-rapid, CYP plus moderate RDS. Tolerance builds fast, needs more than others. Action, track medication responses carefully, may need dosing adjustments, inform providers. The slow processor. Poor metabolizer, CYP plus high sensitivity. Substances hit hard, side effects severe. Action, start everything at low doses. Be cautious with MAT dosing, substances dangerous for you. The multi-vulnerable. High scores across multiple pathways. Complex case. Action, prioritize MTHFR first, foundation, then address COMT, then RDS. Build comprehensive protocol. 15.7.3. The substance pathway connection. Your drug of choice often reveals your underlying vulnerability. Substance. What it provided. Likely deficiency. Recovery target. Alcohol. Calm, social ease, sleep. GABA/anxiety. Warrior COMT. Build calm, address anxiety. Opioids. Pain relief. Warmth. Numbness. Endorphin system. Pain sensitivity. Social bonding. Exercise endorphins. Cocaine/meth. Energy. Confidence. Euphoria. Dopamine. RDS. Warrior. COMT. Multiple dopamine sources. Cannabis. Calm. Creativity. Escape boredom. endocannabinoid, COMT mixed, creative pursuits, nature, calm, benzos, anxiety relief, sleep, GABA deficit, warrior, COMT, nervous system regulation, Adderall, illicit, focus, energy, productivity, dopamine, possible ADHD genetics, address underlying ADHD structure, MDMA, connection, love, openness, serotonin, social bonding deficit, authentic connection practices. Section 15.8, Immediate Action Protocol. What to do today based on your assessment. 15.8.1, the triage decision tree. System green, if MTHFR is your highest probability. Today, stop any supplements with folic acid, may be making things worse. Order methylfolate plus B12, methylcobalamin, approximately $15 to $25 total. Can find at any pharmacy, Walmart, Amazon. Starting dose: 400 micrograms methylfolate plus 1,000 micrograms methylcobalamin daily. Take in morning with food. Observe for 2 weeks. Energy changes, mood changes, mental clarity changes, sleep quality changes. If positive response, increase methylfolate to 800 micrograms. If negative, anxiety, irritability, reduce dose or take every other day. System green, if calmed warrior is your highest probability. Today, accept you need more stimulation than average. This is not a flaw, it's your neurobiology. Plan how to get stimulation without substances. Immediate actions. High-intensity exercise. Your brain needs this. Competition. Games with stakes. Novel activities. Your brain craves novelty. Projects with deadlines. Creates urgency equals dopamine. Supplements to consider. L-tyrosine, dopamine precursor, 500 milligrams morning. Avoid if you have hypertension or take MAOEs. Start low, assess response. System green, if comped warrior is your highest probability. Today, accept you're easily overwhelmed, not weak, wired differently. Reduce stimulation in your environment immediately. Your nervous system needs calm to recover. Immediate actions. Remove unnecessary stressors from today. Nature walk, calming for warrior types. Breath work. Extended exhale activates parasympathetic. Reduce caffeine, you're sensitive to it. Supplements to consider. Magnesium glycinate 200 to 400 milligrams, calming, depleted in stress. L-theanine 100 to 200 milligrams, calming without sedation. Avoid tyrosine, high-stimulation supplements. System green, if reward deficiency is your highest probability. Today, accept you will always need more dopamine than average. This is your baseline, not something to fix. Recovery equals building dopamine-rich life, not dopamine-empty life. Immediate actions. List 5 activities that give you genuine pleasure, not substances. Schedule 1 for today. Plan variety. Your brain needs multiple sources. Long-term requirements. Exercise, non-negotiable for RDS. Achievement/progress tracking, visible wins. Novel experiences regularly. Creative pursuits, social bonding activities. Supplements to consider. L-tyrosine, cautiously. Mucuna pruriens, natural L-dopa source, use carefully. DL-phenylalanine, dopamine support. 15.8.2, the budget supplement stack. Cost-effective interventions. Maximum impact per dollar. Methylfolate 400 micrograms. $8 to $15 per month. Foundation for methylation. Try first if MTHFR suspected. Methylcobalamin B12 1000 micrograms. $5 to $10 per month. Partner to methylfolate, essential for methylation. Magnesium glycinate 400 milligrams. $10 to $15 per month. Calming, depleted in stress/addiction. Safe, broadly helpful. Vitamin D3 2000 to 5000. IU, $5 to $10 per month. Most people deficient. Affects mood, immune function. Fish oil, omega-3, $10 to $20 per month. Brain health, inflammation, broadly supportive. L-theanine 200 milligrams, $10 to $15 per month. Calming without sedation, good for anxiety/worrier types. L-tyrosine 500 milligrams, $10 to $15 per month. Dopamine precursor for warrior/RDS types. Avoid if anxious. System caution, total budget for basic stack. Minimal start, approximately $15 to $25 per month. Methylfolate plus B12 covers methylation. Foundational stack, approximately $40 to $50 per month. Methylfolate plus B12 plus magnesium plus vitamin D plus fish oil covers most common deficiencies in addiction. Targeted addition plus $10 to $15 per month. Add L-theanine if worrier, or L-tyrosine if warrior. Where to buy? Generic brands at Walmart, Target, Costco. Amazon, check reviews, avoid sketchy brands. Now, foods, nature-made, Jarrow are reliable budget options. Avoid proprietary blends. You can't tell what's in them. Section 15.9, Path to Actual Testing. How to get tested when resources allow. Phenotyping is your start, not your end. Actual genetic testing provides confirmation and precision. Here's how to get there. Testing options by budget, cheapest to most comprehensive. Option 1, 23andMe/Ancestry, DNA, $99 to $199. Provides raw data you can upload to free interpretation sites. Sale price is often $79. Wait for Black Friday/holidays. Then upload to Genetic Genie, free. Promethease, $12. NutraHacker, $37. These interpret your raw data for health/methylation variants. Option 2. Direct Methylation Panel, $150 to $250. Providers like SpectraCell, MTHFR support, more focused than consumer tests, may be covered by insurance with right diagnosis codes. Option 3. Pharmacogenomics Panel, $200 to $400. GeneSight GenoMind 1 ohm, specifically for medication response, often covered by insurance if getting MAT or psych meds. Option 4. Comprehensive Clinical, $300 to $600. Full panel through functional medicine provider. Most complete but most expensive. May be partially covered by HSA/FSA. System Green, Saving Strategies. 1. Sales. 23andMe and Ancestry have 50% off sales regularly. Holidays, Prime Day. 2. Insurance. Pharmacogenomic testing often covered if you're starting medications. Ask provider to run it before prescribing antidepressants or MAT. Use diagnosis codes for medication management or treatment resistance. 3. HSA/FSA, Genetic testing is usually eligible expense. 4. Payment plans. Many testing companies offer payment plans. 5. Free raw data. Interpretation. If you already did 23andMe/Ancestry for genealogy, download your raw data file. Upload to Genetic Genie, free, for basic methylation report. Upload to Prometheus, $12, for comprehensive health report. 6. Community health centers. Some offer sliding scale or free testing programs. 7. Research studies. Universities sometimes offer free testing in exchange for participation. Architect's log. The goal is to get tested, eventually. But don't let "I can't afford testing" be the reason you do nothing. Phenotyping gives you 60 to 80% confidence on major variants when patterns are clear. A working hypothesis to test with interventions. Information to share with providers even without formal testing. A framework to understand your biology right now. When you can test, your phenotype predictions get confirmed or revised. You discover variants you wouldn't have guessed. You have documentation for medical providers. You can make more precise supplement/medication decisions. But right now, complete the assessments in this protocol. Build your working profile. Start interventions based on highest probability targets. Observe and adjust. You don't need permission from a lab to start recovering. Your body has been telling you what it needs for years. This protocol teaches you to listen. Section 15.10. Key takeaways. System Green. Protocol. 15. Key takeaways. 1. Phenotype equals genotype made visible. Your observable traits reveal your genetics. 2. 3 data sources: personal history, family history, and observable traits. Use all 3. 3. MTHFR. Markers: depression, fatigue, brain fog, family heart disease, bad folic acid response, common 40 to 60%. 4. COMT markers: warrior, thrill-seeking, handles stress, needs stimulation, versus worrier, anxious, overwhelmed, needs calm. 5. CYP4, 50 markers: how drugs affect you. Intense equals poor metabolizer, weak equals rapid metabolizer. Critical for medication dosing. 6. Reward deficiency. Markers: chronic emptiness, multiple addictions, ADHD traits, early onset, points to DRD2 variants. 7. Family history is probability. Relatives' addictions, med responses, and health conditions predict your vulnerabilities. 8. Substance of choice equals clue. What you were drawn to reveals what you were deficient in. 9. Start interventions now. Don't wait for testing. Use highest probability targets. 10. Test when possible. Phenotyping is start, not end. Confirm with actual testing when resources allow. Architect's log. Final system. Note: medicine operated for thousands of years without genetic testing. Physicians observed. They tracked patterns. They made inferences. They weren't guessing. They were reading the visible expressions of invisible code. You can do the same thing with your own body. The $200 test gives you letters on a page. C677T, Val158, Met, *4/*4. But those letters only matter because of what they cause. And what they cause you can observe. Anxiety that never stops equals something is wrong in the system. Drugs hitting harder than others equals something is different in your metabolism. Needing more stimulation than anyone else equals something is different in your receptors. You've been collecting this data your whole life. You just didn't know it was data. Now you do. Read your own biology, build your hypothesis, test with interventions, adjust based on results. When you can, confirm with testing. But don't wait. The crisis is now. The information is available. Start today. The System Architect. End of Protocol 15. The Phenotype Path. Return to main kernel modules for additional protocols. Architect's Log, Extended Pharmacogenomics, Full Genotype Roadmap, Precision Recovery Mapping. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Neuroplasticity Sprint. Protocol 16. And the Neuroplasticity Sprint. Your brain is not permanently broken. The science of neural recovery. BDNF, neurogenesis, and proof that the hardware repairs itself. Architect's Log. Once an addict, always an addict. This is the most damaging lie in recovery culture. It tells you your brain is permanently broken, that you'll always be one drink away from destruction, that the best you can hope for is managing your disease forever. This is not what neuroscience shows. The brain is not a hard drive that stays damaged after a crash. The brain is plastic, constantly rebuilding, rewiring, regenerating. Neurons grow, synapses form, receptors upregulate. The hardware repairs itself. This protocol shows you the evidence. It gives you the timeline for neural recovery. And it provides interventions that accelerate the rebuild. You are not permanently broken. You are temporarily dysregulated, and dysregulation can be corrected. Section 16.1. The Permanent Damage Myth. What they told you versus what science actually shows. Critical system failure, the lies you've been told. Addiction causes permanent brain damage. You'll never be normal again. The craving never goes away. Your brain is hijacked forever. You have a chronic, progressive, incurable disease. These claims were made before modern neuroimaging, before we understood neuroplasticity, before we could watch brains heal in real time on fMRI. They are outdated. They are wrong. They cause harm. The chronic disease model was meant to reduce stigma. Instead, it created learned helplessness. If you believe you're permanently broken, why try to heal? System Green. What neuroscience actually shows. Fact. Dopamine receptors upregulate after abstinence. D2 receptor density increases measurably within 14 months. Some studies show significant recovery in 3 to 6 months. Fact. Gray matter volume increases after stopping substances. Prefrontal cortex recovers. Measurable on MRI within 6 to 12 months. Fact. Neurogenesis, new neuron growth, continues throughout life. Hippocampus generates approximately 700 new neurons daily in adults. Exercise, learning, and environment accelerate this. Fact. White matter integrity improves with abstinence. Neural communication pathways repair. Cognitive function returns. Fact. BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, increases with intervention. This is miracle grow for neurons. You can actively boost it. The brain is not a broken machine. It's a living system that heals. 16.1.1. The Recovery Timeline. Your brain heals on a predictable schedule. Here's what to expect. Time frame. What's healing? What you'll notice. Days 1 to 7. Acute neurotransmitter rebound. GABA/glutamate rebalancing. Worst symptoms, anxiety, sleep disruption, cravings peak. weeks 2 to 4. Receptor sensitivity beginning to return, sleep architecture improving. Cravings decrease, sleep improving, mood stabilizing. Months 1 to 3. Dopamine receptor upregulation accelerating, prefrontal function improving. Clearer thinking, better impulse control, pleasure returning. Months 3 to 6. Significant gray matter recovery, white matter integrity improving. Cognitive function noticeably better, emotions stabilizing. Months 6 to 12. Continued receptor normalization, neural pathway consolidation. New habits feel automatic, cravings rare, baseline mood lifting. Year 1 to 2. Full structural recovery for most, continued optimization. Feeling normal, sometimes better than pre-addiction baseline. Year 2 plus. Ongoing neuroplasticity, continued growth with right inputs, continued improvement possible with lifestyle optimization. Architect's log. Important context. Timeline varies by substance used, meth recovery slower than alcohol. Duration of use. Longer equals longer recovery, but recovery still happens. Age. Younger brains recover faster, but older brains still recover. Genetics. Some variants affect recovery speed. Interventions. What you do accelerates or slows recovery. The key insight. Recovery is measurable and predictable. This is not wishful thinking. This is neuroimaging data. You can watch brains heal on scans. Yours is healing right now, whether you feel it or not. Section 16.2. BDNF, the master repair molecule. Brain-derived neurotrophic factor, your neural growth engine. BDNF is the single most important molecule for brain repair. It promotes neuron survival, encourages new neuron growth, and strengthens synaptic connections. Addiction depletes BDNF. Recovery requires rebuilding it. Check system green. What BDNF does? Promotes neurogenesis, new neuron birth. Supports synaptogenesis, new connection formation. Enhances long-term potentiation, learning and memory. Protects existing neurons from damage. Repairs damaged neural pathways. Increases neuroplasticity, brain's ability to change. BDNF is literally fertilizer for your brain. Low BDNF equals brain can't repair effectively. High BDNF equals accelerated healing, improved mood, better cognition. Substances deplete BDNF. Your job is to rebuild it. 16.2.1 BDNF boosters, evidence-based. Intervention. BDNF increase. Notes. Aerobic exercise, 200 to 300% acute increase. Most powerful intervention, 30 plus minutes, moderate to high intensity interval training. 300 to 400% acute increase, even more potent than steady-state cardio. Intermittent fasting, 50 to 400%, varies. 16 to 8 or longer. Ketones boost BDNF. Sleep quality, essential for BDNF synthesis. Poor sleep blocks BDNF production. Sunlight exposure, significant increase. Morning light especially, vitamin D pathway. Cold exposure, significant increase. Cold showers, cold plunge, acute stress response, learning new skills, increases in learning regions. Novel, challenging activities, instrument, language, social connection. Positive social bonding increases BDNF. Isolation decreases it. Lion's mane mushroom stimulates NGF and BDNF. 500 to 3,000 milligrams daily. Good evidence. Omega-3 fatty acids supports BDNF signaling. 2 to 4 grams EPA/DHA daily. Curcumin increases BDNF, with piperine for absorption, 500 to 1,000 milligrams. Meditation increases in regular practitioners. 8+ weeks of consistent practice. Critical system failure, BDNF killers, avoid these. Chronic stress, cortisol suppresses BDNF. Sleep deprivation blocks BDNF synthesis. Sugar and processed food, inflammatory, reduces BDNF. Sedentary lifestyle, movement is required for BDNF. Social isolation, social bonding promotes BDNF. Chronic inflammation suppresses neuroplasticity. Continued substance use directly depletes BDNF. If you're doing things that kill BDNF, you're fighting against your own healing. Remove the blockers, add the boosters, let the brain repair. Section 16.3, the Neurogenesis Protocol. Growing new neurons. Yes, this actually happens. Until the 1990s, scientists believed adults couldn't grow new neurons. This was wrong. Adult neurogenesis is now established science. You are growing new brain cells right now. The question is, are you creating conditions for more or fewer? System green, neurogenesis. Facts. Where? Primarily hippocampus, memory, learning, and olfactory bulb. Rate. Approximately 700 new neurons per day in adult hippocampus. Survival. Most new neurons die within weeks, unless they are needed. Learning, novelty. Environment supports them. Exercise, sleep, low inflammation. BDNF levels are adequate. Integration. Surviving neurons integrate into circuits over 4 to 8 weeks. Implication. You're constantly rebuilding your brain. The cells damaged by addiction can be replaced, but you have to create conditions for new neurons to survive and integrate. 16.3.1, the 90-day neuroplasticity sprint. This protocol maximizes neural recovery during the critical first 90 days. Every element is chosen for neuroplasticity enhancement. System green, the daily non-negotiables. Exercise, 30 to 45 minutes, moderate to high intensity. Aerobic, running, cycling, swimming, dancing. Ideally in morning, circadian alignment plus BDNF peak timing. This is not optional. Exercise is the #1 neuroplasticity intervention. No gym needed, brisk walking counts. Just move. Sleep, 7 to 9 hours consistent schedule. Same wake time daily, plus or minus 30 minutes, even weekends. No screens 90 minutes before bed. Cool, dark room. Sleep is when BDNF synthesis peaks and memories consolidate. Learning, 30+ minutes of novel, challenging activity. Musical instrument, highest neuroplasticity stimulus. New language. Complex skill, coding, chess, art. Not passive consumption, must be active and challenging. Sunlight, 20+ minutes, ideally morning. Outside, not through window. First 2 hours after waking optimal. Vitamin D plus circadian alignment plus mood. System green, the weekly structure. Exercise, 5 to 6 days, including 2 to 3 days moderate cardio, 30 to 45 minutes. 1 to 2 days high-intensity intervals, 20 to 30 minutes. 1 to 2 days strength training. Resistance promotes BDNF2. Nature immersion. One session of 2+ hours in natural environment. Forest, beach, mountains, park. Phone away, full presence. Social connection, minimum 2 meaningful in-person interactions. Not screens, real humans in real space. Quality over quantity. Cold exposure, 2 to 3 sessions. Cold shower, last 30 to 60 seconds cold. Cold plunge if available. Acute stress leads to BDNF spike. Fasting. Consider 16 to 8 intermittent fasting. Skip breakfast or dinner. Ketones boost BDNF. Not required, but accelerates recovery. Architect's log. Why 90 days? This isn't arbitrary 90 meetings in 90 days tradition. Day 1 to 30. Acute recovery. Receptor upregulation beginning. Day 31 to 60. New neural pathways forming, old pathways weakening. Day 61 to 90. New patterns consolidating, structural changes measurable. At 90 days with consistent neuroplasticity interventions, dopamine receptor density significantly improved. Gray matter volume measurably increased. New habits have stable neural representation. Cravings dramatically reduced for most people. This is the sprint. After 90 days, you maintain. But these first 90 days are when maximum rebuilding occurs. Don't waste them scrolling on your phone. Section 16.4. Receptor recovery. Your dopamine system will normalize. Here's the evidence. Addiction downregulates dopamine receptors. This is why nothing feels good in early recovery. Your reward system is temporarily broken, but temporarily is the key word. Study. Finding. Time frame. Volkov et al. Methamphetamine. D2 receptor recovery significant after abstinence. 12 to 17 months for substantial recovery. Heinz et al. Alcohol. D2 receptor availability increased with abstinence. Significant improvement by 1 month. Martinez et al. Cocaine. Dopamine transmission normalizes. 3 to 6 months of abstinence. Multiple MRI studies. Gray matter volume increases measurable. 6 to 12 months. Wang et al. Methamphetamine. Brain glucose metabolism normalizes. 12 to 17 months. Structural MRI meta-analyses. Prefrontal cortex recovery documented. Variable 6 to 24 months. System green. What this means for you. The anhedonia, inability to feel pleasure, you feel in early recovery is temporary. Your receptors are upregulating. Right now, as you read this, the timeline, weeks 1 to 4, receptors beginning to upregulate, anhedonia still present. Months 1 to 3, noticeable improvement in pleasure response, small things start to feel good again. Months 3 to 6, significant receptor recovery, baseline mood lifting. Months 6 to 12, near normal receptor function for most substances. Year 1 to 2, full recovery possible. Some people report feeling better than pre-addiction. The "I'll never feel good again" is a lie your depleted brain tells you. Your brain is wrong. The data says otherwise. You just have to outlast the dysregulation. System caution, accelerating receptor, recovery. What helps receptor upregulation? Exercise increases receptor expression. Novel experiences uses receptors equals signals body to make more. Checkmark, adequate protein, tyrosine for dopamine synthesis. Sleep, receptor synthesis during sleep. Avoid superstimuli, gives receptors time to sensitize. What slows receptor recovery? Continued substance use, obviously. High stimulation digital content. keeps receptors suppressed. Sugar/junk food activates same pathways, slows recovery. Social media scrolling, variable reward equals dopamine spikes. Sedentary lifestyle, movement required for receptor health. The 90-day neuroplasticity sprint is designed to accelerate receptor recovery. Every element targets this system. Section 16.5. Beyond managing, actually healing. The goal is not permanent patienthood. Architect's log. The traditional recovery model says, you'll always be an addict. One day at a time, forever. You're never cured, only in remission. You'll always have to manage your disease. This creates identity fusion with the problem. It keeps you in permanent patient mode. It denies the possibility of genuine healing. The neuroplasticity model says something different. Your brain is temporarily dysregulated. Dysregulation can be corrected. With proper intervention, neural systems normalize. The goal is not management, it's recovery. You can reach a point where substances rarely cross your mind. You don't need daily meetings to stay sober. You've built a life so good, using makes no sense. Your identity is not addict in recovery, but simply person. This is not fantasy. This is what the neuroplasticity data supports. This is what millions of people have achieved. Many don't talk about it because they've moved on. System green, the markers of genuine healing. You're not just sober, you're healed when days go by without thinking about your substance. You can be around triggers without significant activation. Your identity is based on who you are, not what you were. You don't need to work a program to feel okay. Normal activities bring genuine pleasure. You have stable mood without constant vigilance. You've built a life you don't want to escape from. You can help others without reliving your story constantly. The past feels like the past, not a present threat. This is possible. The brain can get there. Your job is to create conditions that allow it. Section 16.6, Key Takeaways. System green, protocol, 16 key takeaways. 1. The permanent damage myth is false. Brains heal, receptors upregulate, gray matter returns. This is documented. 2. Recovery has a timeline. Weeks for acute stabilization, months for receptor recovery, 1 to 2 years for full healing. 3. BDNF is your repair molecule. Brain-derived neurotrophic factor is miracle grow for neurons. Boost it. 4. Exercise is non-negotiable. 200 to 400% BDNF increase. Nothing else comes close. Move your body daily. 5. Neurogenesis is real. You grow approximately 700 new neurons daily. Create conditions for them to survive and integrate. 6. The 90-day sprint, maximum neuroplasticity window. Exercise, sleep, learning, sunlight, social connection. Daily. 7. Receptors. Recover. Dopamine system normalizes. Anhedonia is temporary. Studies prove this. 8. Accelerate or impede. Your choices, either speed healing, exercise, sleep, novelty, or slow it, screens, sugar, sedation. 9. The goal is healing, not management. You don't have to be a permanent patient. Full recovery is possible. 10. Once an addict, always an addict. Is a lie. Your brain is plastic. You are not your past. The hardware repairs itself. Architect's log. Final system. Note: the chronic disease model was created with good intentions. It was meant to reduce moral blame, increase treatment funding, and help people understand addiction isn't just weak willpower. But it overcorrected. It told people they were permanently broken. It created identity fusion with illness. It made recovery a lifelong sentence of patienthood. The neuroplasticity model offers something better. Yes, you have a vulnerability, probably genetic. Yes, substances dysregulated your neural systems. Yes, recovery requires effort and intention. But no, you are not permanently broken. No, you don't have to be in recovery forever. No, the goal is not managing a disease, it's healing from injury. Your brain is not a hard drive, it's a living system. Living systems repair themselves when given the right conditions. Create those conditions. Sprint for 90 days, watch the hardware repair itself. The system architect. End of protocol. 16. The neuroplasticity sprint. Architect's log. Accelerated rewiring protocols. BDNF optimization. Synaptic sprint training. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Social firewall. Protocol 17. The social firewall. Mirror neurons, network security, and social engineering for recovery. Protecting your recovery without playing victim. Architect's log. Your brain has a vulnerability that no one told you about. Mirror neurons. These are cells that fire both when you do something and when you watch someone else do it. They're why yawns are contagious. They're why watching someone drink makes you want to drink. They're why hanging around users makes staying sober exponentially harder. This isn't weakness, it's neurobiology. Your brain literally simulates what it observes. This protocol treats your social environment like network security. Who has access to your system? What inputs are you allowing? Where are the vulnerabilities? How do you patch the exploits? The difference between this and cutting off toxic people. We're not playing victim to bad influences. We're engineering our environment for success. We take agency, not blame. You're not fragile, you're strategic. This is architecture, not avoidance. Section 17.1, the mirror neuron vulnerability. Why who you're around literally rewires your brain. System green, the neuroscience of social contagion. Mirror neurons fire when you watch someone perform an action. Your brain rehearses it. Observe emotional states. Their stress becomes your stress. Witness reward-seeking behavior. Your reward system activates. Implications for recovery. Watching someone drink leads to. Your brain simulates drinking leads to. Craving activates. Being around anxious people leads to. Your cortisol rises, leads to relapse risk. Increases. Seeing drug use, even in media, leads to dopamine pathway activates, leads to urge triggered. This is not weak willpower. This is neurological reality. Your brain cannot not simulate what it observes. The question isn't, can I handle it? It's, why expose the system to malware? Exposure, mirror, neuron effect, recovery, impact. Watching friends drink. Brain simulates drinking behavior. Craving activation. Romanticization. Being around stressed people. Cortisol synchronization. Elevated stress. Self-medication urge. Drug scenes in media. Reward pathway activation. Normalized use. Triggered cravings. Negative/complaining friends. Negative emotional simulation. Depression. Hopelessness, relapse risk. Successful, healthy people. Achievement pathway activation. Motivation, aspiration, neuroplasticity. Calm, regulated people. parasympathetic co-regulation, nervous system stability, safety, active, fit people, movement simulation, exercise motivation, dopamine support. Architect's log. Jim Rohn famously said, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." This isn't just motivational fluff, it's neuroscience. Your brain literally becomes more like the brains around it. Neural pathways synchronize, emotional states converge, behaviors align. This means 5 people in recovery leads to your brain patterns toward recovery. 5 people still using, your brain patterns toward using. 5 anxious, complaining people leads to your brain becomes anxious, complaining. 5 calm, achieving people leads to your brain becomes calm, achieving. This is not judgment, it's physics. You can't be around fire without getting warm. You can't be around ice without getting cold. The question is, what temperature do you want your brain to be? Section 17.2, the network security model. Treating your social environment like a protected system. In cybersecurity, you don't let everyone access your critical systems. You have firewalls, permissions, and access controls. Your recovery needs the same architecture. System green, access level classification. Level 1, root access, full trust. Know your full history. Can call any time, any state. Support your recovery actively. Earned through demonstrated trustworthiness. Maximum 3 to 5 people. Level 2, user access, conditional trust. Know you're in recovery. Supportive but not in the trenches. Good for specific contexts, work, hobby. Limited emotional bandwidth with them. Level 3, guest access, limited interaction. Acquaintances, casual contacts. Don't know your recovery status. Interactions are brief, boundaried. No emotional investment. Level 4, blocked, no access. Active users who won't respect your recovery. People who consistently trigger you. Anyone who undermines your stability. Not punishment, protection. 17.2.1, the audit protocol. Conduct a systematic review of your current network, person, current access, should be, action needed, name, full, block, phase out contact, name, full, limited, reduce frequency, set boundaries, name, limited, full, invest more, deepen relationship, name, none, full, reach out, build connection, system caution, the audit questions. For each person in your regular life, ask 1. Do they know about my recovery? If not, should they? 2. Do they support my recovery? Words and actions. 3. Do they use around me? Automatic risk elevation. 4. How do I feel after time with them? Energized or drained? 5. Do they respect boundaries or push against them? 6. Would they help me in a crisis? Are they actually reliable? 7. Do they pull me toward or away from my goals? If someone fails multiple questions, then downgrade access level. If someone excels on all questions, then potential upgrade. This is not about good/bad people. It's about system compatibility. Section 17.3, navigating without victimhood. Taking agency instead of playing victim. Critical system failure, the victim frame, avoid this. I can't be around those people, they're toxic. They make me want to use. They don't understand what I'm going through. It's not fair that I have to change my life. They should respect my recovery. This frame gives away your power. It makes you fragile, dependent on others' behavior. It creates resentment instead of agency. It positions you as acted upon rather than actor. System Green, the agency frame. Use this. I'm choosing to spend my time differently. I'm optimizing my environment for my goals. I've decided that relationship doesn't fit my current life. I'm building a network that supports where I'm going. This is strategic, not personal. This frame keeps your power. You're not a victim of bad people. You're an architect of your environment. The outcome is the same: less time with harmful people. The internal experience is completely different. 17.3.1 Scripts for Common Scenarios. Scenario: victim response, agency response, invited to bar. I can't, I'm in recovery. Not my scene these days, let's do coffee instead. Friend pressures you. You're being unsupportive. I've got different priorities now, no hard feelings. Family doesn't get it. They never understand me. I'm not asking for understanding, just respect. Everyone's drinking at event. I shouldn't have come. I'll stay for an hour and leave on my terms. Old friend reaches out. They're probably bad for me. Let me assess if this fits my life now. Someone offers substances. They know I'm sober. No thanks. So anyway, redirect. Architect's log. The victim frame is seductive because it feels righteous. They should understand. They should support me. They should change. But should doesn't rebuild your brain. Should doesn't protect your recovery. Should just creates resentment and helplessness. The agency frame is harder but more powerful. They are who they are. I choose who I spend time with. This isn't about forgiving bad behavior. It's about not giving others power over your state. You can remove someone from your life with resentment, victim, or you can remove them without resentment, agency. The outcome is identical. Your inner experience is not. One path leads to chronic grievance. The other leads to freedom. Section 17.4. Building the support architecture. Constructing your high-security network. You can't just remove negative connections. You must build positive ones. Nature abhors a vacuum. If you don't fill the space intentionally, it fills randomly. System Green. The connection stack. Tier 1. Crisis contacts, 3 to 5 people. Can call at 3 a.m. Know your full situation. Committed to your recovery. Proven reliability. These are your root access people. How to build. Identify candidates. Have explicit conversation. Test with small vulnerabilities before full trust. Tier 2. Regular support. 5 to 10 people. Weekly or bi-weekly contact. Generally know your situation. Positive, recovery supportive. Activity partners, accountability friends. Share interests beyond just recovery. How to build. Recovery groups, hobby communities, gym partners, healthy friends from past. Tier 3. Community, 20 to 50 people. Monthly or occasional contact. May not know recovery status. Generally positive influence. Professional network, interest groups, neighbors. How to build. Regular activities that put you in contact with healthy people. Show up consistently. 17.4.1. Where to find your network. Source. Why it works. How to engage. Recovery groups, SMART, Refuge. Pre-selected for recovery focus. Attend consistently, exchange numbers. Fitness classes / gyms. Health-focused, regular schedule. Same class times build familiarity, learning environments, growth-minded people, classes, workshops, skill groups, volunteer organizations, service-oriented giving people, regular shifts, shared purpose, hobby communities, shared interest beyond recovery, clubs, meetups, group activities, religious/spiritual groups, built-in community structure, regular attendance, small groups, professional networks, achievement-focused, industry events, mentorship programs, system caution, the consistency rule. New connections require repeated exposure to form. 1 meeting equals stranger. 5 meetings equals acquaintance. 15 meetings equals familiar. 30+ meetings equals potential friend. You can't build a network by attending things once. You build it by showing up consistently to the same places: the gym, the group, the class, the volunteer shift. Same time every week for months. Relationships form through accumulated exposure. There are no shortcuts. Section 17.5, Social Pressure Protocols. Tactical responses to common situations. 17.5.1, the Exit Strategy Framework. System Green, Pre-Event Protocol. Before any social situation with substance presence, set a time limit, even if internal. I'm leaving by 10. Bring your own non-alcoholic drink. Having something in hand reduces offers. Identify ally if possible. Someone who knows can support. Plan exit. Know how you're leaving. Don't depend on others. Have backup plan. If it's worse than expected, leave early, call someone. Know your state. If you're already stressed/depleted, maybe skip it entirely. This is not paranoia. This is preparation. The military doesn't enter situations without exit plans. Neither should you. System Green, in-the-moment responses. When offered a drink/substance. No thanks, I'm good. Simple, requires no explanation. I'm driving, social acceptable excuse. Not tonight, implies this time, not forever. I'm on medication, shuts down further inquiry. I've got an early morning, responsible adult excuse. I'm doing a health thing, vague but relatable. Never. I'm in recovery, unless you want to. It invites discussion. If pressed, I said no, so anyway, redirect immediately. Why does it matter? Turns it back on them. I'm good, really. Calm repetition. Just leave. You don't owe explanations. The key, don't make it a thing. The more casually you decline, the faster they move on. Your energy around it determines their energy around it. 17.5.2, the Family Protocol. System caution. Family is complicated. Family has history. They've seen you at your worst. They may enable, they may judge, they may trigger. And you usually can't completely cut them off. The approach: limited exposure, shorter visits, planned duration. Public spaces, meet at restaurants, events, harder for drama. Sober support, bring a partner/friend who knows the situation. Topics boundaries. I'm not discussing that is a complete sentence. Exit triggers. Know what will make you leave and be willing to. Self-care after. Plan recovery time after difficult family exposure. You don't have to heal family relationships in early recovery. You just have to survive them without relapsing. Deep work can come later when you're more stable. Section 17.6. Key takeaways. System Green. Protocol 17. Key takeaways. 1. Mirror. Neurons are real. Your brain literally simulates what it observes. Exposure to use equals craving activation. 2. Social contagion is neuroscience. You become more like the people around you. This is physics, not weakness. 3. Treat it like network security. Classify access levels, audit regularly, protect critical systems. 4. Agency, not victimhood. You're not avoiding toxic people. You're engineering your environment. Different frame. 5. The audit protocol. Review each relationship. Does it support your recovery? Does it drain you? Adjust access. 6. Scripts matter. Practice responses to social pressure. The smoother your decline, the less friction. 7. Build, don't just cut. You need positive connections. Recovery groups, gyms, hobbies, community. 8. Consistency builds relationships. Show up to the same places repeatedly. Relationships form through exposure. 9. Exit strategies are mandatory. Plan your time limit, your exit, your backup. Don't wing it. 10. Family is special case. Limit exposure, public spaces, sober support, clear boundaries, recovery time after. Architect's log. Final system note. Your social environment is not incidental to your recovery. It is your recovery, or its sabotage. The people you spend time with. Shape your neural patterns. Influence your emotional baseline. Determine what seems normal. Either support or undermine your goals. This isn't about being judgmental or cold. It's about being strategic with finite resources. You have limited time, limited energy, limited attention. Where you invest these determines what you become. Build a network that pulls you toward who you want to be. Limit exposure to networks that pull you backward. Take agency for this. Don't wait for others to change. Your recovery is a protected system. Run regular security audits. Patch the vulnerabilities. Build the firewall. The system architect. End of protocol. 17. The social firewall. Architect's log. Extended relationship architecture. Predator identification. Social network rebuild. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Gut brain patch. Protocol 18. The gut brain patch. Your microbiome, your mood, and your cravings. Feeding the second brain to rebuild the first. Architect's log. There's a system administrator you've never met. It runs processes you don't see. It affects mood, cravings, immunity, and cognition. It has its own neural network. 500 million neurons. It produces more serotonin than your brain does. It's your gut. Your gastrointestinal system contains 100 trillion bacteria, more cells than you. 500 million neurons, the enteric nervous system. 90% of your body's serotonin production. 70% of your immune system. Addiction devastates this system. Alcohol destroys gut lining. Opioids freeze motility. Stimulants disrupt the microbiome. Poor diet starves good bacteria. Result: leaky gut, inflammation, disrupted neurotransmitter production. Your brain problems may actually be gut problems. This protocol patches the second brain to support the first. Fix the microbiome. Fix the mood. Reduce the cravings. Section 18.1, the gut-brain axis. How your gut talks to your brain, and vice versa. System green, the communication pathways. Your gut and brain communicate through multiple channels. 1. Vagus nerve, direct neural highway, 80% of signals go gut to brain. 2. Neurotransmitters. Gut bacteria produce serotonin, dopamine, GABA. 3. Immune system. Gut inflammation creates brain inflammation. 4. HPA axis. Gut stress signals cortisol production. 5. Metabolites. Bacterial byproducts affect brain function. This means gut inflammation equals brain inflammation equals depression, anxiety. Disrupted microbiome equals disrupted neurotransmitter production. Poor gut health equals poor mental health. The communication is bidirectional. Brain stress leads to gut disruption. Gut disruption leads to brain stress. It's a feedback loop. You have to break it from both ends. Critical system failure. How substances destroy the gut. Alcohol damages intestinal lining, increases permeability, kills beneficial bacteria, promotes harmful bacterial overgrowth, creates leaky gut, leads to systemic inflammation. Opioids, severe constipation, motility frozen, bacterial overgrowth from stasis, nutrient malabsorption, complete disruption of gut-brain signaling. Stimulants, reduced appetite leads to starves microbiome. Dehydration damages gut lining. Stress hormones disrupt bacterial balance, often paired with terrible diet. General addiction, poor diet, sugar feeds harmful bacteria. Irregular eating disrupts gut rhythms. Chronic stress kills good bacteria. Medications, antibiotics, PP is damage microbiome. By the time you're in recovery, your gut is often devastated. Rebuilding it is not optional, it's foundational. 18.1.1, the 90% serotonin fact. Architect's log. Here's a fact that changes everything. 90% of your body's serotonin is produced in your gut, not your brain, your gut. Serotonin affects mood. Depression is often serotonin-related. Sleep. Melatonin is made from serotonin. Appetite. Serotonin regulates satiety. Gut motility. Serotonin controls intestinal movement. Anxiety. Low serotonin equals higher anxiety. If your gut is destroyed, your serotonin production is impaired. If your serotonin is impaired, you feel depressed and anxious. If you feel depressed and anxious, you want to use. Many people take SSRIs for depression. SSR is work on the serotonin already present. But what if you're not producing enough serotonin? Fix the gut leads to increased serotonin production, leads to improved mood, leads to reduce relapse risk. This is not alternative medicine woo. This is biochemistry. Section 18.2, the Gut Restoration Protocol. Rebuilding the microbiome in 90 days. Gut restoration follows a specific sequence. Remove what's harmful, replace what's missing, reinoculate with good bacteria, repair the gut lining. System green, phase 1, remove, weeks 1 to 2. Eliminate gut-damaging inputs. Sugar feeds harmful bacteria, promotes inflammation. Processed foods, additives disrupt microbiome. Alcohol, even moderate, damages gut lining. You're in recovery anyway. Artificial sweeteners disrupts bacterial balance. Excessive caffeine can irritate gut lining. Moderate is okay. Inflammatory oils, vegetable oils, seed oils when possible. Gluten, trial. Some people are sensitive. Try 2 weeks without. Dairy, trial. Some people are sensitive. Try 2 weeks without. This isn't forever. It's a reset period. After gut heals, you can test reintroduction of some foods. System green, phase 2. Replace, weeks 2 to 4. Add what the gut needs to function. Digestive enzymes, with meals, helps break down food, especially important if you have bloating, gas. Stomach acid support, apple cider vinegar or betaine HCl. Low stomach acid equals poor digestion equals bacterial overgrowth. Bile support, ox bile if fat digestion is poor, especially relevant for those with gallbladder issues or heavy drinkers. Adequate fiber, 25 to 35 grams daily from whole foods. Fiber feeds good bacteria. Adequate water, half your body weight in ounces minimum. Dehydration impairs all gut function. Timing. Enzymes with meals. Apple cider vinegar, 15 minutes before meals, 1 tablespoon in water. Water between meals, not during, dilutes digestive juices. System green, phase 3. Reinoculate, weeks 3 to 8. Rebuild the beneficial bacterial population. Probiotic foods, daily. Sauerkraut, unpasteurized, refrigerated. Kimchi, kefir, dairy or coconut. Yogurt, plain, no sugar, live cultures. Kombucha, low sugar. Miso, tempeh. Probiotic, supplement. Multi-strain, 50+ billion CFU. Includes lactobacillus and bifidobacterium species. Take with food, survives stomach acid better. Rotate brands every 1 to 2 months, diversity. Prebiotic foods, feed the bacteria. Garlic, onions, leeks. Asparagus, Jerusalem artichoke. Bananas, especially slightly green. Oats, apples. Flaxseed. Start slow. Probiotics can cause temporary bloating as gut adjusts. System green, phase 4. Repair, ongoing. Heal the gut lining. L-glutamine, 5 to 10 grams daily. Primary fuel for intestinal cells. Collagen/bone broth provides amino acids for gut repair. Zinc carnosine supports mucosal healing. Aloe vera soothes and heals gut lining. Slippery elm coats and protects. Marshmallow root, mucosal support. Omega-3 fatty acids, anti-inflammatory, supports healing. Duration. Gut lining can repair significantly in 3 to 6 months. Full microbiome rebalancing, 6 to 12 months. But you'll feel improvements within weeks. Section 18.3, the craving connection. How gut health directly affects your urges. Your gut bacteria have their own agenda. They send signals to your brain requesting foods they want. When harmful bacteria dominate, they request sugar, alcohol, processed food. When beneficial bacteria dominate, cravings normalize. Gut state. Bacterial signal. Your experience. Harmful bacteria overgrowth. Feed us sugar. Intense sugar cravings. Candida overgrowth. More sugar, more alcohol. Cravings for sweets, bread, alcohol. Inflammation. Soothe us with comfort food. Desire for fatty, processed foods. Balanced microbiome. Normal satiety signals. Appropriate hunger. Satisfied after eating. Healthy bacteria dominant. Give us fiber. Desire for vegetables, whole foods. Architect's log. This reframes willpower entirely. You're not weak because you crave sugar in early recovery. You have a bacterial population sending signals to your brain. Those signals feel like your desires, but they're actually bacterial manipulation. When you rebuild the microbiome, the harmful bacteria die off. Their signals stop. Your cravings decrease. What you want to eat changes. People report, "I used to love junk food, but now it doesn't appeal to me." That's not willpower, that's microbiome shift. The bacteria that crave that food are gone. This takes time, weeks to months. But it means cravings are not a permanent sentence. Change the gut, change the signals, change the cravings. 18.3.1 Acute Craving Protocol. System green, when cravings hit, gut-based interventions, immediate, minutes. Yeah, water. Often, dehydration mimics hunger/craving. 16 ounces immediately. Fat plus protein. Eat something substantial. Nuts, eggs, meat. Stabilizes blood sugar. Sends satiety signals. Fermented food. Sauerkraut, kimchi. Good bacteria reinforcement. Apple cider. Vinegar. 1 tablespoon in water. Stabilizes blood sugar. Short term, same day. Ensure next meal has adequate protein, 30 grams plus. Include fermented food with meal. Avoid sugar, feeds craving-inducing bacteria. Eat enough, restriction increases cravings. Pattern recognition, track when cravings hit. Note what you ate or didn't before. Often cravings follow blood sugar crashes. Often cravings follow inadequate meals. Fix the gut, fix the pattern. Section 18.4, the recovery plate. What to eat for gut-brain optimization. Every meal is an opportunity to support or sabotage your recovery. This isn't about restriction. It's about building meals that repair your system. System green, the recovery plate. Template. Every meal should include protein, palm-sized portion, 25 to 40 grams. Supports neurotransmitter production. Stabilizes blood sugar. Provides amino acids for repair. Sources: eggs, fish, poultry, meat, legumes. FAT, thumb-sized portion. Brain is 60% fat, needs dietary fat. Supports hormone production. Satisfies, prevents cravings. Sources: olive oil, avocado, nuts, fatty fish, fiber, half the plate. Feeds beneficial bacteria. Stabilizes blood sugar. Supports detoxification. Sources: vegetables, legumes, whole grains, fermented daily. Introduces beneficial bacteria. Supports existing microbiome. Sources: sauerkraut, kimchi, yogurt, kefir. Food category: supports. Examples: fatty fish, omega-3, brain health, anti-inflammatory, salmon, sardines, mackerel, 2 to 3 times per week. Eggs: choline, protein, B vitamins, whole eggs, pasture-raised ideal, leafy greens, folate, fiber, magnesium, spinach, kale, chard, arugula, cruciferous, detoxification, fiber, sulforaphane, broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, fermented, probiotics, gut health, sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, miso, berries, antioxidants, low sugar, fiber, blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, nuts/seeds, healthy fats, minerals, fiber, walnuts, almonds, flax, chia, bone broth, gut repair, collagen, minerals, homemade or quality store-bought, alliums, prebiotic, antimicrobial, garlic, onions, leeks, critical system failure, foods that sabotage recovery, sugar, feeds harmful bacteria, spikes/crashes blood sugar, inflammation. Processed food. Additives disrupt microbiome, low nutrients, inflammatory. Alcohol destroys gut lining, obviously also relapse. Vegetables/seed oils, inflammatory, disrupts omega balance. Artificial sweeteners disrupt gut bacteria, confuse hunger signals. Excessive caffeine can stress gut lining, disrupts sleep. Fried foods, inflammatory, hard to digest, toxic compounds. This isn't about perfection, it's about understanding. These foods work against your recovery. Every time you eat them, you're taking a step backward. Every time you choose the recovery plate, you're building forward. Section 18.5, Supplements for Gut-Brain Repair. Targeted support for accelerated healing. Supplement, purpose, dosage, notes. Probiotic, multi-strain. Reinoculate microbiome. 50 to 100 billion CFU. Rotate brands take with food. L-glutamine, gut lining repair. 5 to 10 grams daily. Mix in water, take on empty stomach. Omega-3, fish oil. Anti-inflammatory, brain support. 2 to 4 grams EPA/DHA. With meals for absorption. Zinc carnosine, mucosal healing, 75 to 150 milligrams daily. Particularly good for ulcers/gastritis. Digestive enzymes, improve digestion. With meals, especially if bloating, gas present. Vitamin D3, immune function, mood, 2,000 to 5,000 international units. Test levels if possible. Magnesium glycinate, calming motility, 300 plus enzymes, 200 to 400 milligrams. Evening supports sleep too. B-complex, neurotransmitter production. Active forms, methylated. Depleted in addiction. System caution, budget priority. If you can only afford a few things. 1. Probiotic, most important for microbiome rebuild, approximately $20 to $30 per month. 2. L-glutamine, cheap, effective for gut repair, approximately $15 per month. 3. Omega-3, critical for brain and anti-inflammation, approximately $15 to $20 per month. Total, approximately $50 to $65 per month for core gut support. Add others as budget allows, or better yet, prioritize food first. Supplement. Food is foundation. Section 18.6, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol. 18, Key Takeaways. 1. The gut is your second brain. 500 million neurons, produces 90% of serotonin. It controls more than you think. 2. Substances devastate the gut. Alcohol, opioids, stimulants, all destroy gut lining and microbiome. 3. Gut-brain. Axis is real. Gut inflammation equals brain inflammation, equals depression, equals relapse risk. 4. Bacteria. Send cravings. Harmful bacteria request sugar, processed food. Change bacteria, change cravings. 5. The 4R protocol. Remove harmful. Replace digestive support. Reinoculate probiotics. Repair lining. 6. 90% serotonin is gut-produced. Poor gut equals poor serotonin equals depression/anxiety. Fix the source. 7. The recovery plate. Protein plus fat plus fiber plus fermented at every meal. Simple template. 8. Avoid the sabotagers, sugar, processed food, seed oils. Every bite is a choice for or against recovery. 9. Key supplements: probiotic, L-glutamine, omega-3 for approximately $50 per month. Accelerates healing. 10. Timeline: noticeable improvements in weeks. Full restoration 6 to 12 months. Worth the investment. Architect's log. Final system. Note: you've been trying to fix your brain while ignoring your gut. This is like debugging software while the hardware is on fire. The gut-brain connection means your depression might be inflammation, your anxiety might be bacterial, your cravings might be microbiome-driven, your neurotransmitter issues might start in your intestines. This doesn't mean it's all in your gut. It means the system is connected. Fix the gut and the brain repairs faster. Ignore the gut and you're fighting with one hand tied. Every meal is a recovery intervention. Every probiotic is reinforcement. Every sugary processed snack is sabotage. You're feeding 100 trillion bacteria. Make sure you're feeding the right ones. The system architect. End of protocol. 18. The gut-brain patch. Architect's log. Extended microbiome science. Psychobiotic protocols. Enteric system. Deep dive. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Joy algorithm. Protocol 19. The joy algorithm. Building a dopamine menu, so sobriety isn't boring. Appetizers, entrees, and the architecture of pleasure. Architect's log. Here's why most people relapse. Sobriety is boring. Not philosophically, literally. Your dopamine system is depleted. Normal pleasures don't register. Life feels gray, flat, pointless. And then someone says, just go to meetings and don't use. That's like telling a starving person, just don't eat. The hunger doesn't go away because you ignore it. The dopamine deficit doesn't resolve through abstinence alone. You need a replacement reward system. Not willpower, not white-knuckling, a structured menu of pleasures that feed the dopamine system without destroying it. This protocol gives you that menu. Appetizers, quick hits for immediate relief. Entrees, deep satisfaction for sustainable joy. Desserts, occasional treats that don't trigger spirals. Sobriety doesn't have to be a life sentence to grayness. It can be the foundation for experiencing pleasure more fully than you ever did while using. But you have to build that deliberately. Section 19.1. The dopamine economics. Understanding the pleasure currency. System green. How dopamine actually works. Dopamine is not the pleasure chemical. It's the motivation chemical. Dopamine spikes in anticipation of reward. It drives seeking behavior. It makes things feel worth doing. What addiction does. Substances create massive artificial dopamine spikes. Brain down-regulates receptors to compensate. Natural rewards no longer produce enough signal to register. Everything else feels pointless compared to the drug. What recovery requires? Time for receptors to upregulate. Months. Multiple sources of natural dopamine. Variety. Anticipation architecture. Things to look forward to. Achievement systems. Progress equals dopamine. You can't just remove the drug. You must build replacement reward. Critical system failure. The anhedonia trap. In early recovery, you feel nothing is enjoyable anymore. What's the point of anything? I used to have fun. Now everything is gray. Maybe one more time just to feel something. This is anhedonia, inability to feel pleasure. It's temporary, Receptors recover in 3 to 12 months. But here's the trap. If you sit around waiting to feel better, you won't. Recovery requires active engagement with reward sources. You must do pleasurable things, even when they don't feel pleasurable yet. The doing rebuilds the capacity to enjoy. The waiting does not. 19.1.1 The Anticipation Principle. Architect's Log. Dopamine spikes more in anticipation than in consumption. The looking forward is the pleasure, the moment before the bite, the drive to the vacation, the knowing something good is coming. Addiction hijacked this. You anticipated the hit constantly. Recovery must rebuild this. You need things to anticipate. The calendar principle. Always have something to look forward to today. Always have something to look forward to this week. Always have something to look forward to this month. Always have something to look forward to this year. Never let all four be empty. An empty anticipation calendar equals depression, equals relapse risk. The items don't have to be big. Today, a good meal, a show, a call with a friend. This week, a day trip, a class, a dinner out. This month, a concert, a project completion, a celebration. This year, a trip, a goal achieved, a milestone. Build the anticipation architecture. Your dopamine system needs things to look forward to. Section 19.2 The Dopamine Menu. Categorized pleasures for every need. Like a restaurant menu, your pleasure sources should be varied, categorized, and ready to order. You need appetizers, quick, immediate, entrees, substantial, satisfying, and desserts, occasional treats. 19.2.1 Appetizers, quick dopamine hits, 5 to 30 minutes. System Green. Appetizers, immediate relief. These are for acute craving, boredom, need for quick pleasure. Physical. Cold shower, last 30 to 60 seconds. Immediate dopamine plus norepinephrine. Brief intense exercise, 50 jumping jacks, sprint. Instant mood boost. Dancing to one song. Movement plus music equals fast dopamine. Stretching/yoga, sun salutation, embodied pleasure. Walking outside, even 10 minutes. Nature plus movement combo. Sensory. Favorite song on repeat. Musical pleasure is reliable. Strong flavors, dark chocolate, spicy food, taste dopamine. Aromatherapy, peppermint for energy, lavender for calm. Hot bath/shower, temperature pleasure. Massage tool on tight muscles, physical relief. Social. Text/call someone you like, connection hit. Look at photos of good memories, nostalgia, dopamine. Send a genuine compliment, giving releases dopamine too. Watch a funny video, set timer. Laughter is fast. Novelty. Learn one new fact, curiosity, satisfaction. Try a new route walking, novelty reward. Listen to a new song, discovery pleasure. 19.2.2 Entrees, deep satisfaction, 1 to 4 hours. System Green, entrees, substantial reward. These are for building sustainable joy, meaningful pleasure, life satisfaction. Achievement, complete a workout, accomplishment plus endorphins. Finish a project milestone, progress dopamine. Learn a song on instrument, skill mastery. Cook an elaborate meal, creation plus anticipation plus eating. Deep clean a room, visible accomplishment. Complete a challenging hike, effort plus nature plus achievement. Flow states, playing music, time disappears, pure engagement. Creating art, expression plus making. Writing, flow through words. Coding/building, problem-solving absorption. Gardening, creation plus nature plus patience. Sports/games, competition plus skill plus social. Connection, deep conversation with friend, oxytocin plus dopamine. Game night with people, social plus competition plus fun. Cooking for others, giving plus creation. Group activity, sports, class, belonging plus achievement. Meaningful volunteering, purpose plus connection. Experience, live music/concert, intense sensory plus social. Nature immersion, beach, forest, mountains, awe plus peace. Museum/gallery, curiosity plus beauty. New restaurant/cuisine, novelty plus taste. Day trip somewhere new, exploration plus novelty. 19.2.3, desserts, occasional treats, use mindfully. System caution, desserts, careful indulgences. These are pleasures that can tip into excess. Use intentionally, not compulsively. Food treats, favorite meal at a restaurant, planned, savored, not binge. High-quality dessert, one serving, full attention. Special coffee/tea, ritual, not constant. Entertainment, movie theater experience, immersive, intentional. Binge watch, limited. One season, planned, not escape. Last video games with timer, set duration, stick to it. Purchases, something you've wanted, saved for, intentional, not impulse. Experience over things, concert greater than stuff. Quality over quantity, one nice thing greater than many cheap things. The dessert rules. 1. Plan it, not impulsive. 2. Savor it, full attention, not multitasking. 3. Limit it, one serving, set duration. 4. Space it, not daily, occasional means occasional. 5. No guilt, if you planned it, enjoy it. Desserts become problems when they become appetizers. Keep them special, keep them rare, keep them conscious. Section 19.3, building your personal menu. Customizing the joy algorithm for your wiring. Different people need different reward portfolios. Your COMT type, your reward deficiency status, your personal preferences all matter. Build a menu that fits your brain. If you need more. Sample priorities. COMT warrior, thrill seeker. High intensity, novelty, competition. Sports, adventure, games, challenges. COMT warrior, calm seeker. Gentle pleasures, predictability, peace. Nature, baths, gentle music, routine. Reward deficiency, multiple sources. Variety, no single source. Rotate activities, many small hits daily. Introverted, solo pleasures, small group connection. Reading, creating, one-on-one time. Extroverted, social activities, group energy. Parties, teams, group classes, events. Physical, body-based pleasure, exercise, dance, massage, sports. Intellectual, mind-based pleasure, learning, reading, puzzles, creating. Creative, making things. Art, music, writing, building, cooking. Service-oriented, helping others. Volunteering, mentoring, caregiving. System green, build your personal menu. Fill this out. Post it somewhere visible. My appetizers, at least 10. 1. Blank 6, blank. 2. Blank 7, blank. 3. Blank 8, blank. 4. Blank 9, blank. 5. Blank 10. blank. My entrees, at least 5. 1, blank. 2, blank. 3, blank. 4, blank. 5, blank. My desserts, 3 to 5 with rules. 1, blank, rule, blank. 2, blank, rule, blank. 3, blank, rule, blank. The menu only works if you know what's on it. Write it down. When craving hits, consult the menu. Don't try to think of something in the moment. You won't. Architect's log. The secret to sustainable recovery is this. Build a life you don't want to escape from. If sobriety means sitting in a gray room avoiding triggers, you will relapse. The dopamine deficit is unbearable. If sobriety means a full life of varied pleasures, meaningful pursuits, connection, achievement, and joy, why would you go back to a substance that would destroy that? The goal is not to white-knuckle through cravings. The goal is to build so much genuine reward into your life that substances become obviously stupid. Why would I drink? I have music, hiking, friends, projects. Why would I use? I'd miss my morning routine, my game night, my goals. This is the end state. It takes time to build, but you build it by deliberately constructing the menu, and then using the menu daily, even when it doesn't feel good yet. Section 19.4, the Weekly Pleasure Protocol. Scheduling joy so it actually happens. If you don't schedule pleasure, it doesn't happen. Depression and recovery both lead to inertia. You must engineer joy into your calendar. System Green, the minimum viable joy week. Daily non-negotiables. 1 appetizer in morning. Start day with small win. Downs 1 appetizer in evening. Something to look forward to. Physical movement, even 20 minutes. Exercise is non-negotiable dopamine. Weekly structure. 2 to 3 entrees scheduled in advance. 1 social activity, real humans, not screens. 1 nature exposure, 2+ hours outside. 1 creative/learning activity, skill building. 1 accomplishment, complete something visible. Monthly. 1 bigger experience, concert, trip, event, milestone. 1 dessert, planned treat. Calendar review. Is next month's anticipation architecture in place? The scheduling rule. If it's not on your calendar, it's not real. Sunday evening. Plan the week's pleasure activities. Put them in your calendar like appointments. They are appointments with your well-being. 19.4.1, the Emergency Joy Protocol. Critical system failure, when everything feels pointless. There will be days when nothing sounds appealing. You can't motivate for anything. The anhedonia is crushing. You just want to lie in bed. This is the danger zone. This is when relapse happens, just to feel something. Emergency protocol, when nothing sounds good. 1. Move your body first. 10 jumping jacks, a walk-around block. Movement changes brain chemistry. Do it before deciding anything. 2. Call/text 1 person, even hey to anyone. Social connection shifts state. 3. Smallest appetizer, not the whole activity. First 2 minutes. Start the song, open the door, pick up the book. 4. Lower the bar. You don't need to enjoy it, you need to do it. Enjoyment comes later. Action comes first. 5. Remember, this feeling is temporary. Your depleted brain is lying to you. The grayness passes. Keep moving. Section 19.5, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol. 19. Key takeaways. 1. Sobriety is boring without a plan. Dopamine deficit makes everything gray. You must build replacement reward. 2. Dopamine equals motivation. It's not just pleasure, it's what makes things feel worth doing. Rebuild the system. 3. Anhedonia is temporary. Receptors recover in months, but you must actively engage, not passively wait. 4. Anticipation is the pleasure. Always have something to look forward to. Today, this week, this month, this year. 5. The dopamine menu. Appetizers, quick. Entrees, substantial. Desserts, occasional. Know your options. 6. Appetizers for immediate relief. Cold shower, music, movement, connection. Keep list visible. 7. Entrees for deep satisfaction, achievement, flow, connection, experience. Schedule weekly. 8. Desserts with rules. Planned, savored, limited, spaced. Special stays, special. 9. Customize to your wiring. Warrior/worrier. Introvert/extrovert. Physical/intellectual. Build your menu. 10. Schedule joy. If it's not on the calendar, it doesn't happen. Sunday planning equals week's pleasure architecture. Architect's log. Final system. Note: recovery culture often emphasizes what you can't do. Can't drink, can't use, can't go there, can't see them. This protocol emphasizes what you can do. Can feel genuine joy, can build a rich life, can experience pleasure without destruction, can look forward to things, can feel alive. The goal of recovery is not to survive in a diminished state, it's to thrive in a fuller one. Substances gave you intense pleasure at the cost of everything else. A well-built life gives you sustainable pleasure that adds to everything else. The joy algorithm isn't about replacing drugs with other dopamine hits. It's about building a life so full of meaning, connection, and genuine reward that substances become obviously inferior. Build the menu. Schedule the pleasure. Construct the anticipation architecture. You're not trying to endure grayness. You're learning to live in color again. The system architect. End of Protocol 19. The Joy Algorithm. Architect's Log. Dopamine restoration science. Pleasure circuit rebuilding. Reward prediction repair. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Hardware upgrade. Protocol 20. The hardware upgrade. Advanced tools for accelerated neural recovery. NAD+. Peptides and optimization for those ready to go further. Architect's log. You've done the foundational work. Protocols 1 to 19 gave you emergency interventions, neuroplasticity support, methylation optimization, gut-brain repair, social architecture, joy engineering. Now you're asking, what else is possible? This protocol covers advanced tools. These are not first-line interventions. These are for people who have the foundational protocols in place, have budget for additional optimization, want to accelerate neural recovery, are interested in biohacking approaches, NAD plus therapy, peptides, neurofeedback, advanced supplementation. These are the performance upgrades. After the basic repairs are done, warning: this protocol requires more resources, money, access. Don't feel behind if you can't access these. Protocols 1 to 19 will get you 90% there. This is the final 10% for those who want maximum acceleration. Section 20.1. NAD plus therapy. The cellular energy molecule. System green. What is NAD plus? NAD plus, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, is a coenzyme in every living cell. Essential for cellular energy production, mitochondria. Critical for DNA repair. Required for neurotransmitter function. Depleted by addiction, aging, and stress. Why it matters for recovery. Addiction depletes NAD plus severely. Low NAD plus equals low energy, poor brain function, impaired repair. Restoring NAD plus accelerates cellular recovery. May reduce cravings and withdrawal symptoms. Supports brain repair at the cellular level. NAD plus therapy has become popular in high-end addiction treatment. It's expensive but increasingly accessible. Method, cost, effectiveness. Notes: IV NAD plus infusion, $500 to $1,500 per session. High, direct 100% bioavailable. Clinical setting, 4 to 10 sessions typical. NAD plus nasal spray, $100 to $200 per month. Moderate, self-administered, good absorption. Sublingual NAD plus, $50 to $150 per month. Moderate, under tongue, better than oral. NAD plus precursors, NMN, $50 to $100 per month. Moderate, body converts to NAD plus, oral supplement. NAD plus precursors, NR, $40 to $80 per month. Moderate, nicotinamide riboside, well-studied. Niacin, vitamin B3, $10 to $20 per month. Low-moderate, cheapest option, flush can occur. System caution, NAD plus protocol recommendations. If budget allows, IV route. 4 to 10 IV infusions over 1 to 2 weeks. Often done in detox or early recovery. Rapid restoration of cellular energy. Reports of reduced cravings, improved mood. Follow with maintenance, precursors or periodic IV. If moderate budget, precursors. NMN, 250 to 500 milligrams daily. NR, 300 to 600 milligrams daily. Combined with resveratrol activates sirtuins that use NAD+. Takes 2 to 4 weeks to notice effects. If limited budget, niacin, 100 to 500 milligrams daily. Start low. Flush is normal. Focus on NAD plus preservation. Avoid alcohol, manage stress, sleep well. Boosters for all budgets. Exercise increases NAD plus naturally. Fasting/calorie restriction increases NAD plus. Heat stress, sauna, may increase NAD plus. Adequate protein provides precursors. Section 20.2, Peptide Therapies. Signaling molecules for targeted recovery. Peptides are short chains of amino acids that act as signaling molecules. Some have specific applications for brain repair, mood, and recovery. These typically require a prescription or clinic access. Peptide. Primary use. Relevance to recovery. Access. BPC 157. Tissue repair, gut healing. Gut repair may help brain healing. Research chemical, clinics. CMAX. Cognitive enhancement, neuroprotection. Brain repair, focus, mood. Prescription, Russia. Research. Salank. Anti-anxiety, cognitive. Anxiety reduction, GABAergic. Prescription, Russia. Research, dihexa. Cognitive enhancement, May support memory, neuroplasticity. Research only, experimental. PT141, sexual function. Dopamine activation, libido recovery. Prescription available. Thymosin alpha-1, immune modulation. Immune recovery, inflammation. Prescription clinics. CJC-1295/ipamorelin. Growth hormone release. Recovery, sleep, tissue repair. Prescription clinics. System green, peptides of particular interest. BPC-157, body protection compound. Originally isolated from gastric juice. Remarkable tissue healing properties. Studies show gut healing may cross blood-brain barrier. Anecdotal reports of mood improvement, addiction support. Oral or injection more studied. Typical, 250 to 500 micrograms, 1 to 2 times daily. SEMAX, Russian nootropic peptide, increases BDNF significantly. Neuroprotective properties, used for stroke recovery, cognitive enhancement. Nasal spray, 200 to 600 micrograms daily. Well-studied safety profile. Salank, related to CMAX, more anxiolytic. GABA system modulation, reduces anxiety without sedation. Potential for benzo withdrawal support. Nasal spray, 200 to 600 micrograms daily. Critical system failure, peptide cautions. Important considerations. Most peptides are not FDA approved for these uses. Quality control varies wildly with sources. Research chemicals may be impure or mislabeled. Work with a knowledgeable practitioner if possible. These are advanced interventions, not first line. Some may have unknown long-term effects. Sourcing. Telemedicine clinics increasingly offer peptides. Compounding pharmacies with prescription. Research chemical sources. Buyer beware. Quality matters enormously. Cheap equals risky. If you pursue peptides, do so with professional guidance, reputable sources, realistic expectations, foundational protocols already in place. Section 20.3. Advanced supplementation. Beyond basic methylation support. These supplements go beyond the basics in protocols 15 and 18. They target specific recovery mechanisms with stronger interventions. Supplement, purpose, dose, notes, lion's mane mushroom, NGF/BDNF support, neurogenesis, 500 to 3,000 milligrams daily, excellent safety, well studied. Phosphatidylserine, cell membrane support, cortisol, 100 to 300 milligrams daily. Memory, stress reduction, alpha-GPC, acetylcholine precursor, 300 to 600 milligrams daily. Cognitive support pairs with racetams, uridine, dopamine receptor support, 150 to 250 milligrams daily, with fish oil for synergy. CDP choline, citicoline. Brain repair, dopamine, 250 to 500 milligrams daily. Well-studied neuroprotective, PQQ, mitochondrial biogenesis, 10 to 20 milligrams daily. New mitochondria generation. Sulforaphane, broccoli, NRF2 activation, detox, 10 to 50 milligrams daily, or eat broccoli sprouts. Agmatine, opioid/pain modulation, 500 to 1,000 milligrams 2 times daily. May help opioid recovery specifically. DLPA, dopamine/endorphin support, 500 to 1,000 milligrams morning, not with MAOEs, check interactions. System green, the advanced stack, for maximum neuroplasticity. Lion's mane, 1,000 milligrams 2 times daily. Fish oil, 3 to 4 grams, EPA/DHA daily. Uridine, 150 milligrams daily. CDP choline, 300 milligrams daily. Methylfolate plus B12 from Protocol 15. For dopamine system, Recovery, DLP-A, 500 milligrams morning, empty stomach. Tyrosine, 500 milligrams morning, not same day as DLP-A. CDP choline, 300 milligrams daily. Uridine, 150 milligrams daily, for opioid recovery, specifically. Agmatine, 500 milligrams 2 to 3 times daily. DLP-A, 500 milligrams morning. Black seed oil, 1 to 2 teaspoons daily. Magnesium, 400 milligrams, evening. For alcohol/benzo, recovery. NAC, 600 to 1,200 milligrams 2 times daily. Taurine, 1 to 2 grams daily. Magnesium, 400 milligrams evening. L-theanine, 200 milligrams as needed for anxiety. Section 20.4, Technology-Based Interventions. Neurofeedback, TMS, and device-based recovery support. Technology, what it does. Evidence, access/cost. Neurofeedback, train brainwave patterns via real-time feedback. Moderate for addiction, $100 to $200 per session, 20 to 40 sessions. TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation. Magnetic pulses to stimulate brain regions. Good for depression, emerging for addiction. $200 to $400 per session, covered some insurance. TDCS, transcranial direct current stimulation. Low electrical current to modulate brain activity. Moderate, more research needed. $200 to $400 home device or clinical. Red light therapy, PBM. Near-infrared light for mitochondrial function, emerging for brain health. $200 to $1,000 home device. Float tanks, sensory deprivation. Reduce sensory input, deep relaxation. Moderate for anxiety/stress, $50 to $100 per session. Cold plunge/cryotherapy. Cold exposure for stress resilience, dopamine. Good for mood/dopamine. $20 to $50 per session or BiTub. Sauna, heat therapy. Heat stress for detox, growth hormone, mood. Good for multiple markers. $30 to $50 per session or gym access. System green, accessible technology, protocols. Cold exposure, most accessible. End showers with 30 to 60 seconds cold. Build to 2 to 3 minutes over time. Cold plunge if available, 2 to 5 minutes at 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Benefits: dopamine spike, 250% plus. Norepinephrine, resilience. Daily practice yields cumulative benefits. Heat exposure, sauna. 15 to 20 minutes at 170 to 190 degrees Fahrenheit. 3 to 4 sessions per week. Benefits: growth hormone, detoxification, mood. Infrared saunas work at lower temps. Red light therapy. Near infrared, 800 to 850 nanometers, to head for brain benefits. 10 to 20 minutes daily. Benefits: mitochondrial function, may support cognition. Home devices available, varying quality. Float tanks. 60 to 90 minute sessions, 1 to 2 times per week during acute recovery. Benefits: deep relaxation, sensory reset, anxiety reduction. good for PTSD/trauma processing. Architect's log. A note on technology interventions. The most powerful technology is still free. Exercise, BDNF, dopamine, neuroplasticity. Sleep, repair, consolidation, recovery. Sunlight, circadian, vitamin D, mood. Social connection, oxytocin, regulation. Nature exposure, cortisol, attention restoration. These advanced technologies are additive. They don't replace the fundamentals. Someone doing cold plunges but not exercising is doing it wrong. Someone buying neurofeedback sessions but not sleeping is missing the point. Master the basics. Protocols 1 to 19. First. Then add these optimizations if you want to accelerate further. Section 20.5. The optimization hierarchy. What to prioritize based on budget and phase. Not everyone can afford everything. Here's how to prioritize advanced interventions based on your resources and recovery phase. System Green. Phase 1. Acute recovery. Days 1 to 30. If budget allows. Top priority additions. 1. IV NAD plus, if accessible, rapid cellular energy restoration. 2. High-dose fish oil, 4 grams plus, EPA/DHA. Anti-inflammatory brain support. 3. Comprehensive methylation support, foundation for neurotransmitters. 4. Quality probiotic, gut-brain axis from day 1. Cost, $500 to $2,000 for IVNAD plus series plus $100 to $150 per month supplements. Impact, potentially significantly reduces acute discomfort, accelerates stabilization. Alternative, budget. NR or NMN instead of IVNAD plus, $50 to $100 per month. Focus on Protocol 15 basics. Add Lion's Mane, $20 to $30 per month. System Green, Phase 2. Early recovery, months 1 to 3. Building. Top priority additions. 1. Lion's Mane plus fish oil plus uridine stack. Maximum neuroplasticity support. 2. Cold exposure practice. Free powerful dopamine/resilience tool. 3. Sauna access, recovery, detox, mood. 4. Consider peptides, BPC-157, if gut issues persist. Cost, $50 to $100 per month supplements, plus $50 to $100 per month gym/spa access. Impact, accelerated neuroplasticity, receptor recovery, mood stabilization. Focus areas, neurogenesis support, Lion's Mane, exercise, dopamine system, rebuild, uridine, CDP choline, stress resilience, cold/heat exposure. System Green, Phase 3. Sustained recovery, months 3+. Optimizing. Top priority additions. 1. Neurofeedback, if available, affordable. Brain training. 2. Red light therapy, ongoing mitochondrial support. 3. Advanced stack based on your profile. 4. Periodic NAD plus boosters, IV or high-dose precursors. Cost, variable, $100 to $500 per month, depending on choices. Impact, continued optimization, reaching peak function. This phase, experiment with what works for you. Track metrics, mood, energy, cognition. Remove what doesn't help. Double down on what does. Section 20.6, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol. 20 Key Takeaways. 1. Advanced not equal to required. These are optimizations. Protocols 1 to 19 are the foundation. Don't skip basics for biohacks. 2. NAD plus is powerful. IV therapy is expensive but effective. Precursors, NMN-NR, are accessible alternatives. 3. Peptides are emerging. BPC-157, Cmax, Celanc show promise. Require careful sourcing and ideally professional guidance. 4. Advanced supplements. Lion's mane, CDP choline, uridine, agmatine target. Specific recovery mechanisms. 5. Technology helps. Neurofeedback, TMS, cold/heat exposure, red light therapy, all have applications. 6. Cold exposure is free. Daily cold showers give 250% plus dopamine spike. Most accessible advanced intervention. 7. Heat plus cold combo. Sauna plus cold plunge is powerful for recovery, mood, resilience. Gym access provides both. 8. Prioritize by phase. Acute recovery versus building versus optimizing need. Different interventions. 9. Budget matters. Core stack possible for $50 to $100 per month. Advanced interventions scale with resources. 10. Master basics. First, exercise, sleep, nutrition, connection. Then optimize. Not the other way around. Architect's log. Final system. Note, completing the recovery kernel. You now have 20 protocols covering foundation, emergency interventions, protocols 8 to 10, the excess pattern and behavioral addictions, protocol 11, sonic architecture for mood, protocol 12, alternatives to meeting culture, protocol 13, digital detox and co-addiction, protocol 14, phenotype self-assessment, protocol 15, rebuilding, neuroplasticity and brain healing, protocol 16, social environment engineering, protocol 17, gut-brain connection, protocol 18, joy and dopamine architecture, protocol 19, advanced optimization, protocol 20. This is a system, not a checklist. You don't need to do everything. You need to identify your vulnerabilities and address them. Start with the phenotype assessment, protocol 15. Address your immediate crises, protocols 8 to 10. Build your joy algorithm, protocol 19. Engineer your environment, protocol 17. Sprint neuroplasticity for 90 days, protocol 16. Optimize with advanced tools if resources allow, protocol 20. You are not permanently broken. The brain heals, the gut rebuilds, the system recovers. You are the architect of your own recovery. The blueprints are in your hands. Build something worth living in. The system architect. End of the recovery. Kernel supplemental protocols. End of protocol. 20. The hardware upgrade. Architect's log. Physical system optimization. Exercise science extended. Movement as pharmacology. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Hydration architecture. Protocol 21. The hydration architecture. Osmotic signaling versus ghrelin signaling, a systems biology analysis. Why ignoring hunger heals and ignoring thirst destroys. Architect's log. There's a dangerous conflation happening in wellness culture. Listen to your body get simplified to ignore all signals. Fasting is beneficial becomes deprivation is always good. Hunger is just a habit, morphs into thirst is also optional. This is a category error with potentially severe consequences. hunger, ghrelin signaling, and thirst, osmotic signaling, are fundamentally different systems with opposite implications. Ignoring hunger can trigger autophagy, cellular repair. Ignoring thirst triggers desiccation, cellular destruction. Your body has reserves for fuel, fat, glycogen. Your body has no reserves for water. This protocol provides the system's biology framework to understand why these signals are categorically different, the mechanism behind the gaunt appearance in metabolic stress, how the migrating motor complex actually works, the proper protocol for fasting with hydration. This isn't about listening or not listening to your body. It's about understanding which signals are information and which are alarms. Section 21.1, the fundamental distinction. Two signal systems, two completely different meanings. Critical system failure, the category error. Many wellness authors conflate hunger and thirst as body signals to overcome. This is like conflating a low fuel indicator with an engine on fire warning. Hunger, ghrelin/appetite signaling, rises and falls in predictable waves. Triggers metabolic switches, glycolysis to lipolysis to ketosis. Body has 30,000 to 100,000 plus calories in fat reserves. Ignoring it accesses stored fuel and triggers repair cascades. Signal intensity decreases after 16 to 24 hours as ketosis stabilizes. Thirst, osmotic/hydration signaling, rises and does not fall until corrected. Triggers emergency redistribution of water. Body has 0 water reserves, only water currently in use. Ignoring it causes immediate cellular damage. Signal intensity increases until organ failure. These are not the same category of signal. Treating them as equivalent is metabolically illiterate. Parameter: hunger, ghrelin. Thirst, osmotic. Signal type: informational, fuel status update. Alarm, solvent concentration crisis. Body reserves: 30,000 to 100,000 plus kilocalories in fat tissue. 0. All water is in active use. What ignoring triggers? Autophagy, ketosis, cellular repair, cellular desiccation, cortisol surge. Signal behavior: rises in waves, subsides after adaptation. Rises continuously until corrected. Metabolic flexibility: body switches fuel sources seamlessly. No alternative. Water is irreplaceable. Safe ignore. Duration: 16 to 72 plus hours for most healthy adults. Hours at most, minutes in heat/exertion. Evolutionary purpose: motivate foraging during abundance. Prevent imminent cellular death. Consequence of ignoring: fat utilization, cellular cleanup. Organ damage, cognitive impairment, death. Architect's log: the biochemistry is clear. Ghrelin, hunger hormone, secreted by stomach when empty. Peaks approximately every 4 to 6 hours on a meal schedule. Falls within 20 to 30 minutes if ignored. The wave passes. Signals: fuel opportunity available, not fuel emergency. Declining during extended fasts as ketosis stabilizes. Osmolality, thirst trigger. Blood becomes concentrated, greater than 295 milliosmoles per kilogram equals thirst trigger. Hypothalamus detects immediately. Releases ADH, antidiuretic hormone, to conserve water. Cortisol rises to mobilize emergency water redistribution. Signal: escalates until water is obtained or organs fail. The key insight: Ghrelin is a scheduling hormone. Osmolality is an emergency alarm. You can negotiate with a schedule. You cannot negotiate with an alarm. Section 21.2. The Gaunt Mechanism. The system's biology of facial volume loss. The gaunt appearance seen in stimulant users, chronic dieters, and metabolically stressed individuals is not primarily fat loss. It's volume loss, specifically the deflation of intracellular water and glycogen stores. System green, the sponge model. Your tissues, muscles, skin, face, are like sponges. They maintain volume through two mechanisms. 1. Glycogen, stored glucose in muscles and liver, 300 to 500 grams total. 2. Water binding. Each gram of glycogen binds 3 to 4 grams of water. This means your glycogen stores hold 1 to 2 liters of water. When glycogen depletes, the sponge releases its bound water. Tissue volume decreases. Face appears sunken, skin appears slack. This happens before significant fat loss. The gaunt look is primarily deflation, not dissolution. This is why people can look dramatically different within 24 to 48 hours, based purely on hydration and glycogen status, not fat change. 21.2.1. The two dehydration mechanisms. Mechanism, what happens? Visible result. Glycogen depletion, liver/muscle. Glycogen burns leads to releases bound. Water leads to water excreted. Rapid volume loss, 3 to 4 grams water per 1 gram glycogen. Osmotic redistribution. Blood becomes concentrated leads to water pulled from cells to blood. Cellular raisening, skin, muscle cells shrink. Cortisol mobilization. Stress hormone breaks down tissue for water extraction. Protein catabolism, facial muscle wasting. Combined effect. All three simultaneously in high stress states. The characteristic drug face, sunken, hollow, aged. Critical system failure. The stimulant cascade. Why stimulant users develop the characteristic gaunt appearance. 1. Hypermetabolism. Stimulants dramatically increase metabolic rate. 2. Glycogen burn. Elevated metabolism rapidly depletes glycogen stores. 3. Water release. 1 to 2 liters of glycogen-bound water released and excreted. 4. Appetite suppression. No food intake to replenish glycogen. 5. Thirst suppression. Stimulants often suppress thirst awareness. 6. Continued metabolic demand. Body begins pulling water from cells. 7. Cortisol. Surge. Chronic stress state mobilizes tissue breakdown. 8. Facial deflation. Cheeks, temples, under eyes lose volume. The before/after photos of stimulant users show rapid onset, days to weeks, not months. Disproportionate facial change versus body fat change. Rapid reversal with rehydration and glycogen repletion. This is primarily a volumetric phenomenon, not just weight loss. Architect's log. For those with MTHFR/COMT variants, double null genetics. Your methylation inefficiency means neurotransmitter production already compromised, higher baseline stress/cortisol tendency, greater susceptibility to the gaunt cascade, less metabolic flexibility. This makes proper hydration during fasting even more critical. Your body is already working harder to maintain homeostasis. Adding dehydration stress compounds every other system inefficiency. The protocol later in this document is especially important for those with methylation variants. those in stimulant recovery, even caffeine-dependent, those with anxiety/cortisol dysregulation, those combining fasting with high physical demands. Section 21.3, the MMC repair cycle. The migrating motor complex, your gut's cleaning crew. The migrating motor complex, MMC, is one of the most important and least understood digestive processes. It's literally the cleaning cycle of your GI tract, and it only runs when you're fasted. System Green, the MMC, explained. The migrating motor complex is a cyclical pattern of electrical activity and contractions that moves through your stomach and small intestine. The phases: Phase 1, 45 to 60 minutes. Quiescence, minimal contractions, rest period. Phase 2, 30 to 45 minutes. Intermittent contractions, building activity. Phase 3, 5 to 15 minutes. Powerful sweeping contractions. Phase 4, brief. Transition back to Phase 1 or to feeding state. Total cycle, approximately 90 to 120 minutes. Phase 3 is the critical housekeeper phase. Powerful contractions sweep debris, bacteria, undigested material. Clears stomach and small intestine distally toward colon. Prevents bacterial overgrowth in small intestine. Allows intestinal lining to repair without digestive workload. This is what stomach growling actually is. The borborygmi, growling sounds, are Phase 3 contractions. It's not desperation hunger, it's the cleaning cycle running. Critical system failure. Why constant grazing destroys gut health. Eating resets the MMC. Every time food enters the stomach, MMC immediately stops. Digestive mode activates. The cleaning cycle resets to 0. Must wait 90 to 120 minutes after digestion completes to restart. If you eat every 2 to 3 hours, constant grazing, MMC never completes Phase 3. Debris accumulates. Bacteria overgrow in small intestine, SIBO risk. Intestinal lining never gets repair window. Chronic low-grade inflammation develops. The modern advice to eat small meals throughout the day is catastrophic for MMC function. Your gut needs extended fasting windows to run its cleaning cycle. Minimum 4 to 5 hours between meals. Optimal 12 to 16 plus hours overnight. Fast. The hunger/growling you feel at hour 4 to 5 is often the MMC running. This is a good sign, not a crisis requiring immediate food. Eating pattern. MMC status. Gut health implication. Eating every 2 to 3 hours. MMC never completes. SIBO risk. Inflammation. Poor repair. 3 meals, no snacks. MMC completes 1 to 2 cycles per day. Adequate cleaning, basic maintenance. 16 to 8 intermittent fasting. MMC completes 3 to 4 cycles. Good cleaning, enhanced repair. OMAD, 1 meal per day. MMC completes 5 to 6 cycles. Maximum cleaning, significant repair time. Extended fast, 24 to 72 hours. MMC runs continuously. Deep cleaning, major repair opportunity. Architect's log. The reframe is critical. Old belief. My stomach is growling. I must be starving. I need food now. New understanding. My stomach is growling. The cleaning cycle is running. Good. The growling is not distress. The growling is maintenance. Think of it like your dishwasher running. The noise isn't the dishwasher begging for dishes. It's the dishwasher doing its job. Your stomach growling at hour 5 of a fast is your GI tract, finally getting the chance to sweep itself clean. This is why fasting improves gut health, not just calorie restriction, MMC completion. Section 21.4, Why Ignoring Hunger Heals, ignoring thirst destroys. The autophagy versus desiccation divide. 21.4.1, What happens when you ignore hunger? System green, the fasting cascade, beneficial. Hours 0 to 4, absorptive state. Digesting last meal, insulin elevated, storage mode. Hours 4 to 8, post-absorptive state. Glycogen mobilization begins, blood sugar stabilizes, MMC cycles begin running. Hours 8 to 12, early fasting, glycogen significantly depleted, lipolysis, fat burning increasing, growth hormone rising. Hours 12 to 16, metabolic switch, ketone production begins, autophagy, cellular cleanup, initiating, insulin at baseline. Hours 16 to 24, enhanced autophagy, ketosis established, autophagy in full effect, cellular debris being recycled, damaged proteins/organelles cleared. Hours 24 to 48, deep autophagy, significant cellular renewal, immune cell recycling, gut lining repair with MMC running, BDNF increase, brain benefits. This is the ignoring hunger benefit, accessing these repair cascades that only run in the fasted state. 21.4.2, What happens when you ignore thirst? Critical system failure, the dehydration cascade, harmful. Hours 0 to 2, early thirst, blood osmolality rising, greater than 295 milliosmoles per kilogram. Hypothalamus detecting concentration, ADH released to conserve water. Thirst signal initiated. Hours 2 to 4, compensation phase. Kidneys concentrating urine maximally. Water being pulled from cells to blood. Cortisol rising, stress response. Cognitive function beginning to decline. Hours 4 to 8, cellular stress. Intracellular dehydration progressing. Cellular processes impaired, enzymes need water. Cortisol chronically elevated. Skin, muscle cells losing volume. Kidneys under strain. Hours 8 to 12, system compromise. Significant cellular desiccation. Cognitive impairment obvious. Kidney function declining. Cardiovascular strain. Electrolyte imbalances developing. Hours 12 plus, emergency state. Organ function compromised. Confusion, weakness. Risk of permanent damage. Hospitalization territory. This is the ignoring thirst. Consequence. There is no beneficial adaptation, only progressive damage. Time without, ignoring hunger, ignoring thirst. 4 hours, MMC running, normal. Thirst signal, mild concentration. 8 hours, glycogen mobilizing, normal. Cellular water redistribution beginning. 12 hours, fat burning increasing, beneficial. Cognitive decline, cortisol elevated. 16 hours, autophagy initiating, beneficial, significant cellular stress. 24 hours, deep autophagy, highly beneficial. Organ strain, medical concern, 48 hours, enhanced repair, therapeutic, dangerous hospitalization likely. 72 hours, significant renewal, supervised only. Life-threatening without intervention. Architect's log. The fundamental difference, hunger signals fuel opportunity. Your body has alternatives, stored fat. Thirst signals solvent emergency. Your body has no alternatives. Water is 60% of your total body weight, 73% of your brain and heart, 83% of your lungs, the medium for all biochemical reactions, irreplaceable by any other substance. Fat is a stored energy reserve, variable, you can have more or less, replaceable by other fuel sources, ketones, protein, something the body expects to use during scarcity. Evolution designed hunger to be ignorable during food scarcity. Evolution designed thirst to be urgent because water scarcity kills fast. Any protocol that treats these signals as equivalent is biologically illiterate. Section 21.5, the volumetrics protocol. Maintaining cellular volume while utilizing fasting windows. The goal, capture the benefits of fasting, autophagy, MMC completion, metabolic flexibility, without the damage of dehydration, cellular desiccation, cortisol surge, gaunt appearance. System green, the core principle, fast from fuel, not from solvent. Fasting equals pausing caloric intake to access repair cascades. Fasting is not equal to depriving cells of their operating medium. During a fast, food is paused, allowing autophagy, MMC ketosis. Water is maintained, keeping cells functional. Electrolytes are maintained, keeping osmotic balance. This is how you check get gut repair, MMC completes. Check get cellular cleanup, autophagy runs. Check get metabolic benefits, ketosis, insulin sensitivity. Without cellular desiccation, crossmark, without cortisol cascade, without the gaunt appearance. You're cleaning the pipes while keeping the sponge wet. 21.5.1, the hydration protocol for fasting. System green, daily hydration baseline, fasting or not. Minimum water intake. Baseline, 0.5 ounces per pound of body weight. Example, 160-pound person equals 80 ounces, 2.4 liters minimum. Add 16 to 24 ounces per hour of exercise. Add 16 to 32 ounces in hot environments. Electrolyte requirements. Sodium, 2,000 to 3,000 milligrams, more if sweating. Potassium, 2,500 to 3,500 milligrams. Magnesium, 300 to 500 milligrams. Fasting-specific additions. Morning, 16 to 24 ounces water with 1/4 teaspoon salt on waking. Throughout fast, sip water consistently. Don't chug large amounts. Electrolytes. Add to water or take supplement. No calories. Optional. Black coffee, plain tea. No calories. Don't break fast. Signs you're hydrating correctly. Urine is light yellow, not clear, not dark. No headache, common dehydration sign mistaken for detox. No dizziness on standing. Skin bounces back when pinched, turgor test. Maintaining mental clarity. System caution, the anti-gaunt fasting protocol. For fasting while maintaining facial/tissue. Volume 1. Hydration first. Start fast well hydrated. Hydrate heavily day before. Maintain hydration throughout fast. Electrolytes prevent water from just flushing through. 2. Glycogen consideration. Full glycogen depletion equals significant water release. For appearance maintenance, don't fully deplete. Shorter fasts, 16 to 20 hours, preserve more glycogen. Or refeed with carbohydrates to restore glycogen/water. 3. Cortisol management. Stress increases cortisol, accelerates gaunt cascade. Keep fasting stress-free. Don't combine with high-intensity exercise. Sleep well during fasting periods. Don't extend fasts if feeling significant stress. 4. Strategic refeeding. Break fast with protein plus complex carbs plus fats. Carbohydrates restore glycogen and bound water. Sodium helps retain appropriate water. This plumps tissues back up for those already gaunt. Prioritize hydration and glycogen restoration before extended fasting. Get cellular volume back first, then utilize fasting windows. Reverse diet approach. Restore, then optimize. Section 21.6. The complete protocol. The hydration architecture for recovery. 21.6.1. The 16-8 hydrated fast daily. System Green daily protocol. 16-8 hydrated fast. Fasting window 16 hours. 8 p.m. last food. Overnight sleep. Fasting continues. 6 a.m. wake. 16 to 24 ounces water plus 1/4 teaspoon sea salt. Optional, black coffee or plain tea. Electrolyte supplement if desired. 8 a.m. mid-morning. 16 ounces of water. Continue sipping as thirsty. Notice, stomach may growl. This is MMC running. 10 a.m. late morning. 16 ounces of water. You are now 14 hours fasted. Autophagy initiating. 11 a.m. approaching feed window. Light movement, walk, can enhance autophagy. Continue hydration. Hunger waves will come and go. Eating window, 8 hours. 12 p.m. Break fast. Start with protein plus vegetables. Add complex carbs plus healthy fats. Eat until satisfied, not stuffed. Continue hydrating with meals. 4 p.m. second meal if desired. 8 p.m. final food before fast begins again. Total water, 80 to 100 ounces throughout day. This protocol achieves check 16 hours for MMC completion, 3 to 4 full cycles. Check autophagy activation. Check full hydration maintained. Check no cortisol cascade from dehydration. 21.6.2. Extended fast protocol, 24 to 72 hours. System caution, extended fast, enhanced hydration. For fasts beyond 24 hours, hydration becomes more critical, not less. Daily requirements per 24 hours. Water, 80 to 100 ounces minimum, more if active. Sodium, 2,000 to 4,000 milligrams, salt in water, electrolyte mix. Potassium, 2,000 to 3,000 milligrams, light salt, electrolyte mix. Magnesium, 300 to 500 milligrams, supplement. Allowed during extended fast. Water, unlimited. Electrolytes, sodium, potassium, magnesium. Black coffee may enhance autophagy. Plain tea. Sparkling/mineral water. Not allowed, breaks fast. Anything with calories. Artificial sweeteners may trigger insulin response. Bone broth has calories, use for breaking fast only. Monitoring. Urine color, light yellow equals good. Energy levels should stabilize after day 1. Blood pressure can drop, electrolytes help. Mental clarity should improve, not decline. Stop the fast. If dizziness that doesn't resolve with electrolytes. Heart palpitations. severe headache unresponsive to salt/water, confusion or significant cognitive impairment, any concerning symptoms. 21.6.3, the Recovery-Specific Protocol. System Green, for those in addiction recovery. Your system has additional considerations. 1. Already depleted. Addiction depletes glycogen, hydration, electrolytes. Maybe starting from cellular deficit. Restore before extended fasting. 2. Cortisol sensitivity. Recovery already elevates cortisol. Additional stress, dehydration compounds damage. Prioritize hydration even more than typical. 3. Neurotransmitter considerations. Methylation requires adequate hydration. Dehydration impairs neurotransmitter production. Don't add hydration stress to methylation stress. Recovery-specific. Protocol. Weeks 1 to 4. Acute recovery. No extended fasting. Focus on regular meals plus hydration. 80 to 100 ounces water, daily minimum. Electrolytes with every meal. Allow tissues to restore volume. Weeks 4 to 12. Stabilization. Introduce 12 to 14-hour overnight fast, gentle. Continue aggressive hydration. Monitor for gaunt appearance. Back off if developing. Glycogen-restoring meals include carbohydrates. Months 3+ optimization. 16 to 8 fasting if desired. Full volumetrics protocol. Extended fasts only if stable and well-nourished. Always maintain hydration throughout. Section 21.7, Key Takeaways. System Green, Protocol 21, Key Takeaways. 1. Hunger and thirst are different categories. Hunger is informational, thirst is alarm. Body has fuel reserves, no water reserves. 2. Ignoring hunger can heal. Triggers autophagy, ketosis, MMC completion, cellular repair. The body is designed for food scarcity. 3. Ignoring thirst destroys. Triggers desiccation, cortisol surge, cellular damage. No beneficial adaptation exists. 4. The gaunt look is deflation. Glycogen depletion releases 3 to 4 grams water per 1 gram glycogen. Face deflates before significant fat loss. 5. The MMC is your cleaning crew. Runs every 90 to 120 minutes only when fasted. Stomach growling equals cleaning cycle, not desperation. 6. Constant grazing prevents gut repair. Eating resets, MMC. 4 to 5+ hours between meals minimum. 12 to 16+ hours overnight, optimal. 7. Fast from fuel, not solvent. Food is paused, water is maintained. You clean the pipes while keeping the sponge wet. 8. Electrolytes are critical. Sodium, potassium, magnesium. Without them, water flushes through without hydrating cells. 9. Hydration baseline. 0.5 ounces per pound body weight daily, more with exercise/heat. Light yellow urine equals adequate. 10. Recovery requires restoration first. If already depleted, restore volume before utilizing extended fasting. Hydration is non-negotiable. Architect's log. Final system. Note: the wellness industry loves simple rules. Listen to your body, or ignore your body. All signals are wisdom, or all signals are weakness. Reality is more nuanced. Your body sends different types of signals. Some are scheduling suggestions, hunger. Some are emergency alarms, thirst. Some are cleaning notifications, stomach growling. Some are damage reports, pain. The skill is learning which is which. Hunger waves that pass after 20 minutes equals scheduling suggestion. Thirst that intensifies continuously equals emergency alarm. Stomach growling at hour 5 of a fast equals maintenance notification. Ignoring your body isn't a virtue or a vice. Understanding which signals to act on immediately and which to let pass, that's metabolic intelligence. Fast from food, feast on water. Let the pipes clean while the sponge stays wet. The gaunt look is optional, not inevitable. The system architect. End of protocol. 21. The hydration architecture. Architect's log. Extended electrolyte science. Cellular hydration optimization. IV protocols. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Pharma Trap Extended. Protocol 22. The Pharma Trap. Protocol. A systems approach to informed deprescribing, redefining medication as a boot disk, not a life sentence. Architect's log. The current psychiatric paradigm has a fundamental design flaw. Success is measured by compliance, not functionality. The patient who stays on medication indefinitely is considered stable. The patient who asks, "When can I stop?" is considered non-compliant. The patient who tapers successfully is considered lucky or never really needed it. This is backwards. In systems architecture, you don't leave the boot disk in after the OS loads. You don't keep the scaffolding after the building is complete. You don't run on emergency backup power after the main system is restored. Yet psychiatric medicine routinely prescribes medications based on 6 to 12-week trials, continues them for years or decades, never establishes exit criteria, labels attempts to discontinue as relapse risk, measures success by prescription refill, not life function. This protocol reframes the entire paradigm. Medication equals system boot disk. Used to stabilize during crisis, allows the real operating system to load, must be ejected once the system can run independently. Leaving it in causes hardware conflicts. The question is not, are you compliant? The question is the underlying system repaired? Section 22.1. Defining the Pharma Trap. How success got redefined as permanent dependency. Critical system failure. The Pharma Trap defined. The Pharma Trap is a systems failure in psychiatric care characterized by 1. Compliance as success metric. Good patient equals takes medication as prescribed indefinitely. Stable equals continues refilling prescriptions. Success measured by adherence, not functionality. 2. Absent exit criteria. No biological markers for treatment complete. No defined endpoint for medication use. Indefinite maintenance as default protocol. 3. Study to practice. Mismatch. FDA approval based on 6 to 12-week trials. Clinical practice extends to years/decades. No long-term efficacy data supporting indefinite use. Side effect profiles worsen over time. Tardive dyskinesia, metabolic syndrome. 4. Withdrawal framed as relapse. Discontinuation symptoms labeled as return of illness. Reinforces belief that medication was working. Creates fear of ever attempting taper. Physician and patient both trapped. The result: millions of patients on medications longer than any study has validated, with no exit strategy, declining function, and increasing side effects, labeled stable because they keep filling prescriptions. 22.1.1 The study duration problem. Medication class, typical approval study, typical prescription duration. Long-term data, SSR is/SNR is 6 to 12 weeks, years to decades, limited beyond 2 years. Stimulants, ADHD, 4 to 12 weeks. Years, often childhood to adulthood. Minimal adult long-term data. Antipsychotics, 6 to 8 weeks acute, 6 to 12 months maintenance, often indefinite. Increasing harm data over time. Benzodiazepines, 2 to 4 weeks, labeled for short-term. Often years, harm data clear beyond 4 weeks. Mood stabilizers, 3 to 6 months, often indefinite. Better long-term data, still gaps. Architect's log. The math doesn't add up. If an SSRI is approved based on a 12-week trial, and the prescribing insert recommends at least 6 to 12 months for acute episode, and the patient is still on it 8 years later, what is the evidence basis for year 8? There isn't one. The assumption is it's still working. But the patient's biology at year 8 is not the same as at week 12. Receptors have adapted, tolerance/tachyphylaxis. Side effects have accumulated. The original crisis is long resolved. The underlying biology was never addressed. The medication isn't treating the disease anymore. The medication is treating the withdrawal from itself. This is the trap. Section 22.2. The hardware mismatch. Why pharmacogenomics proves one-size-fits-all is scientifically bankrupt. The compliance model assumes medications work the same way in all brains. Pharmacogenomics proves this is false. Your genetic variants determine whether a medication is appropriate hardware or a system conflict waiting to happen. 22.2.1. ADHD and stimulants. The COMT conflict. Critical system failure. Case. COMT met/met plus stimulant equals hardware conflict. The genetic context. COMT, catechol O-methyltransferase, clears dopamine from the prefrontal cortex. Val/Val, warrior. Fast dopamine clearance leads to lower baseline dopamine. Met/met, worrier. Slow dopamine clearance leads to higher baseline dopamine. The standard protocol. Patient presents with focus issues, restlessness, can't get things done. Diagnosed ADHD leads to prescribed amphetamine, Adderall, or methylphenidate, Ritalin. The hardware conflict. For a met/met brain, already high dopamine. Stimulant adds more dopamine to an already saturated system. Initial effect. It's working. Hyperfocus, euphoria. Week 2 to 4. Anxiety, irritability, racing thoughts. Month 2 to 3. Burnout, worsening focus, can't function without stimulant. Year 1 plus. Tolerance, dose escalation, addiction risk, personality changes. The system. Error. The medication wasn't treating dopamine deficit. It was flooding an already adequate system. The ADHD symptoms were actually dopamine overload plus anxiety. The actual fix. Reduce stimulation, not add it. Stress management. Cortisol affects COMT function. Adequate sleep clears dopamine overnight. Exercise regulates dopamine without exogenous input. For true focus issues, consider alpha-2 agonists or non-stimulant options. The exit question. Before year 1 on stimulants. What is my COMT status? Am I adding fuel to a fire or filling an empty tank? 22.2.2. Depression and SSR is the MTHFR ceiling. Critical system failure. Case. MTHFR-C677T plus SSRI equals empty tank problem. The genetic context. MTHFR converts folic acid to L-methylfolate, active form. L-methylfolate is required to synthesize serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine. Normal MTHFR, adequate neurotransmitter production. C677T heterozygous, approximately 35% reduced function. C677T homozygous, approximately 70% reduced function. The standard protocol. Patient presents with depression leads to prescribed SSRI. SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, recycles existing serotonin. The hardware conflict. For an MTHFR-compromised brain, low neurotransmitter production. SSRI recycles what's there, initial improvement, but no new serotonin is being made, methylation bottleneck. Tank gradually empties despite recycling. Week 6 to 12. It stopped working. Tachyphylaxis. Response. Increase dose or add second medication. Cycle repeats until patient is on multiple meds, still depressed. The system error. SSR are circulation pumps, not production facilities. If the production is broken, MTHFR, recycling faster doesn't help. You can't recirculate what you're not making. The actual fix. L-methylfolate, Deplin or OTC methylfolate, 15 milligrams. Methylcobalamin, B12. Address the production bottleneck. Once methylation is supported, SSRI often becomes unnecessary. The tank is full. Recycling becomes redundant. The exit question. Before starting SSRI, is my serotonin production intact? Or am I installing a pump in an empty well? 22.2.3. Psychosis and antipsychotics. The emergency brake problem. Critical system failure. Case. Acute crisis plus indefinite antipsychotic equals zombie process. The clinical context. Antipsychotics, especially D2 antagonists, block dopamine receptors. Highly effective for acute psychosis. Dopamine flood leads to delusions, hallucinations. The standard protocol. Patient presents with psychotic episode leads to antipsychotic prescribed. Episode resolves to medication continued for maintenance. Indefinite use becomes default right arrow. You need this forever. The hardware conflict. Antipsychotics are an emergency brake on the dopamine system. In acute crisis, absolutely necessary. Stops the flood, saves the system. After crisis resolves, the brake is still engaged. No dopamine signaling in reward/motivation pathways. Result: anhedonia, apathy, emotional flatness. Negative symptoms that look like the disease but are caused by treatment. Metabolic syndrome, weight gain, diabetes risk. Tardive dyskinesia, often irreversible after years. The zombie process. The system isn't running properly. It's not crashed. It's not functional. It's undead. The patient exists but doesn't live. Labeled stable because not actively psychotic. Actually, chemically restrained, not recovered. The actual fix. Use antipsychotics for acute stabilization, the boot disc. Identify the cause of the dopamine dysregulation. Support: sleep, stress reduction, substance cessation, methylation. Taper slowly under supervision once stability established. Some patients need long-term, many do not. Exit criteria should be established from day one. The exit question. After acute stabilization. What is the taper timeline? What biological markers indicate I can reduce? What is the plan beyond stay on this forever? 22.2.4 Benzodiazepines, the most dangerous trap. Critical system failure. Case: benzodiazepine dependence, the tightest trap. The clinical context: benzodiazepines, Xanax, Klonopin, Valium, Ativan, enhance GABA activity. Highly effective for acute anxiety/panic. The standard protocol: patient presents with anxiety, leads to benzodiazepine prescribed. Short-term use only, per every guideline. Prescription continues because stopping causes rebound anxiety. Patient is now dependent, labeled needs it for anxiety. The hardware conflict. This is the fastest, tightest trap in psychiatry. Week 1 to 2. Works beautifully. GABA enhanced. Week 3 to 4. Tolerance begins. Receptors down-regulate. Month 2 to 3. Original dose less effective. Interdose withdrawal. Month 6 plus. Full physiological dependence. Stopping. Severe rebound anxiety. Insomnia. Seizure risk. Continuing. Cognitive impairment. Falls risk. Early dementia association. The trap. Stopping feels like the disease is worse. The reality. Stopping reveals the withdrawal, not the disease. The system error. Benzos were approved for short-term use, 2 to 4 weeks. Average prescription duration, years. The medication creates the anxiety it's treating. GABA receptors down-regulated. Brain can't calm itself without drug. The actual fix. If currently dependent, slow taper. Months to years, not weeks. Ashton protocol or equivalent. Gradual 5 to 10% reductions. GABA support. Magnesium, L-theanine, taurine. Nervous system regulation. Breath work, exercise, sleep hygiene. Address underlying anxiety causes. Methylation, COMT, trauma. Never cold turkey benzos. Seizure risk is real and potentially fatal. The exit question. Before first prescription, what is the 2-week exit plan? If I'm still on this at week 4, what's the taper protocol? If already dependent, what is the supervised taper timeline? Who will manage this with me? Section 22.3, the boot disc model. Redefining medication's role in the recovery architecture. System green, the paradigm shift. Old model, medication as foundation. You have a chemical imbalance. You'll need this for life. Like insulin for diabetes. Success equals continued prescription. New model, medication as boot disc. Your system is in crisis. We'll stabilize while we identify the real problem. Like a boot disk while the OS loads. Success equals system runs independently. The boot disk function. 1. Emergency stabilization. Stops the acute crisis. Prevents further damage. Creates window for assessment. 2. Buys time for diagnosis. Can't assess biology during crisis. Medication creates stable state for evaluation. Genetic testing, nutrient status, lifestyle audit. 3. Bridge to biological fix. Holds position while real interventions implemented. Nutrition, methylation support, exercise, sleep, therapy. System gradually takes over its own regulation. 4. Planned ejection. Exit criteria defined from the start. Taper timeline established. Biological markers tracked. Successful removal equals treatment success. Medication class. Boot disc function. Exit criteria. support stack during, stimulants, provide dopamine while system recalibrates, focus sustained without, COMT status known, sleep, exercise, stress management, protein, SSR is/S, NR is, recirculate serotonin during crisis, mood stable, methylation supported, methylfolate, B12 omega-3, exercise, antipsychotics, emergency brake on dopamine flood, no psychotic symptoms 6 to 12 months, stable sleep/stress, sleep hygiene, substance cessation, methylation, benzodiazepines, acute GABA support 2 to 4 weeks max, never long-term, taper immediately if greater than 4 weeks, magnesium, theanine, breathwork, CBT, mood stabilizers, stabilize cycling during assessment, mood cycles manageable, triggers identified, sleep, circadian rhythm, omega-3, exercise, architect's log. The key insight: medications don't fix the underlying biology. They mask or compensate for it. Stimulants don't fix dopamine production. They force release/block reuptake. SSR is don't fix serotonin production. They slow its breakdown. Antipsychotics don't fix dopamine regulation. They block receptors. Benzos don't fix GABA function. They artificially enhance it. While the medication is working, the underlying system isn't being repaired. The underlying system may be further dysregulating. Receptors adapt to the drug, tolerance. The biology becomes dependent on exogenous support. The boot disk paradox: the longer you leave it in, the harder it is to remove. The system stops trying to run on its own. This is why exit criteria must be established before starting. The exit plan is the treatment plan. Section 22.4, the 4-phase protocol. The new standard of care. Phase 1, crisis stabilization. System green. Objective: stop the bleeding. Stabilize the system. Duration: days to weeks, acute. Up to 3 months, stabilization. Actions: use medication to resolve immediate crisis. Prevent self-harm, psychosis, severe depression, panic. This is appropriate, necessary, and not the trap. The trap is what happens after this phase. Critical at this phase: document baseline symptoms before medication. Establish exit criteria from day 1. Order pharmacogenomic testing, gene site, etc. Begin basic support, sleep, nutrition, safety. Set follow-up timeline for phase 2. The question to ask your provider: I understand this medication is for the current crisis. What are the criteria for knowing when I can taper off? What biological tests will help us know if I still need it? Phase 2, the biological audit. System green. Objective: find the actual bottleneck. Duration: month 1 to 3, while medication provides stability. Actions: pharmacogenomic testing, gene site, genomind or equivalent, MTHFR, COMT, CYP450 status. Identifies hardware compatibility with current medication. Nutrient status testing. Vitamin D, B12, folate, ferritin. Homocysteine, methylation marker. Omega-3 index. Metabolic markers: thyroid panel, full, TSH, T3, T4, antibodies. Fasting glucose, HbA1c. Inflammatory markers, CRP, ESR. Lifestyle audit: sleep quality and duration, exercise frequency, substance use, including caffeine, cannabis, diet quality, stress load. The question to ask your provider. Now that I'm stable, can we test my genetics and nutrient status? I want to know if there's a biological cause we can address, so I'm not on medication longer than necessary. Phase 3. Support stack implementation. System green. Objective. Install the real operating system. Duration. Months 2 to 6, while tapering medication. Actions. Address genetic findings. MTHFR positive leads to methylfolate plus methylcobalamin. COMT MET/MET leads to stress management, reduce stimulation. CYP450 variants lead to adjust medication metabolism understanding. Correct nutrient deficiencies. Vitamin D to optimal, 50 to 70 nanograms per milliliter. Omega-3 supplementation, 2 to 4 grams EPA/DHA. Magnesium, most people deficient. B-complex, methylated forms. Implement lifestyle, patches. Sleep optimization, 7 to 9 hours, consistent schedule. Exercise, 30 to 45 minutes, 5 times per week minimum. Circadian entrainment, morning light, evening dark. Stress management, breath work, nature, boundaries. Gut-brain support. Probiotic, see Protocol 18. Reduce inflammatory foods. Support serotonin production at source. The question to ask your provider. Based on my test results, what supplements and lifestyle changes should I implement? I want to build the biological foundation, so my system can eventually run without medication support. Phase 4, the verified exit. System green, objective. Eject the boot disk. System runs independently. Duration, months 4 to 12 plus slow taper verification. Actions, verify stability markers. Symptom-free or manageable for 3 to 6 months. Sleep normalized without medication support. Mood stable across stressors. Functioning at work/relationships. Support stack fully implemented. Begin slow taper. 10% reduction every 2 to 4 weeks, medication dependent. Slower for benzos, 5 to 10% every 2 to 4 weeks, or slower. Monitor for withdrawal versus relapse, different timelines. Pause taper if destabilizing, don't abort. Track biological markers. Mood tracking, daily. Sleep quality, objective if possible. Cognitive function, subjective and objective. Physical symptoms, withdrawal signatures. Have rescue plan. Know the difference. Withdrawal, temporary, versus relapse, condition returning. Withdrawal, peaks and improves over days/weeks. Relapse, persists and worsens over weeks. Option to pause taper, reinstate temporarily if needed. This is not failure. It's iteration. The question to ask your provider. My symptoms have been stable for X months. I've implemented. Support stack. My labs are optimized. Can we begin a slow taper? What's the timeline and how do we distinguish withdrawal from relapse? Section 22.5. Class-specific taper protocols. Safe exit paths by medication type. System caution. Universal taper principles. 1. Never cold turkey psychiatric medications except under specific medical guidance. 2. Slower is better. The brain needs time to recalibrate. 3. Percentage-based cuts. 10% of current dose, not original dose. 4. Hold if destabilized. Pause at current dose until stable, then continue. 5. Withdrawal not equal to relapse. Different timeline, different symptoms. 6. Medical supervision. Always taper with provider awareness/support. 7. Support stack first. Don't taper until biological support is in place. Medication class, taper rate, duration, specific risks, support during taper. SSR is/SNR is 10% every 2 to 4 weeks, 3 to 12 months. Brain zaps, emotional lability. Omega-3, methylation support. Stimulants, 10 to 25% every 1 to 2 weeks, 1 to 3 months. Fatigue, depression, focus issues, sleep, tyrosine, protein, exercise. Antipsychotics, 10% every 4 weeks minimum, 6 to 18 months. Rebound psychosis, supersensitivity, sleep, stress reduction, slow pace. Benzodiazepines, 5 to 10% every 2 to 4 weeks. 6 months to 2+ years. Seizures, severe anxiety, insomnia. Ashton Protocol, magnesium, medical supervision. Mood stabilizers, 10% every 2 to 4 weeks, 3 to 9 months. Mood cycling, rebound symptoms, sleep, circadian support, omega-3. Critical system failure, benzodiazepine taper, highest risk. Benzodiazepines require special attention. Why it's different? Abrupt cessation can cause seizures, potentially fatal. Dependence develops in weeks, not months. Withdrawal can last months to years. Protracted withdrawal syndrome is real. The Ashton Protocol, gold standard. Switch to long-acting benzodiazepam if on short-acting. Reduce by 5 to 10% every 2 to 4 weeks. Hold if withdrawal symptoms too severe. Total duration, often 6 months to 2+ years. Medical supervision essential. Support during benzo taper. Magnesium glycinate, 400 to 800 milligrams. GABA support. L-theanine, 200 to 400 milligrams. Calming without sedation. Taurine, 1 to 2 grams. GABA agonist. Valerian passion flower, cautiously. Breathwork, cold exposure, natural GABA activation. No alcohol, cross-tolerance, dangerous. Consider gabapentin bridge. Discuss with provider. If you are on benzos long-term, this is the tightest trap. Getting out takes time. You can get out, slowly, with support. Do not attempt unsupervised. Section 22.6. The questions to ask. Patient empowerment language for every phase. 22.6.1. Before starting any psychiatric medication. System green. Questions to ask before first prescription. 1. What is the expected duration of this treatment? 2. What are the criteria for knowing I can stop? 3. What biological tests could identify the underlying cause? 4. What happens if I want to stop in 6 months? What's the taper protocol? 5. What are the risks of long-term use beyond the study duration? 6. Is there genetic testing that could tell us if this medication is right for my biology? 7. What lifestyle interventions should I implement alongside this? 8. How will we know if this is treating the disease versus creating dependence? The frame. You are not asking, can I avoid taking this? You are asking, what is the complete treatment plan, including exit? This is informed consent. A provider who cannot answer these questions may not have thought beyond prescribe and renew. 22.6.2, if already on long-term medication. System green. Questions to ask if already on medication. 1. I've been on this for X years. What's the evidence basis for continuing? 2. Can we run genetic testing to see if this medication matches my biology? 3. What would need to be true for me to taper off successfully? 4. Can we check my nutrient status to see if there are deficiencies contributing? 5. I'd like to establish exit criteria. What biological markers would indicate stability? 6. If I wanted to try a slow taper, what's the protocol and timeline? 7. How do we distinguish withdrawal symptoms from relapse? The frame. You are not saying I want to stop against medical advice. You are saying I want a treatment plan, not a maintenance plan. You are asking for recovery, not compliance. Any provider who responds with, "You'll need this forever," without reviewing your specific biology is operating on assumption, not evidence. 22.6.3 Responses to common provider objections. Provider says. Translation, your response. You'll need this for life. I haven't evaluated your specific biology or exit criteria. What testing would help us know for sure? Can we run GeneSight? It's like insulin for diabetes. I'm using a simplified analogy that may not apply. Has my biology been tested to confirm a permanent deficiency? Stopping is risky. I'm concerned about destabilization, valid, but may not have taper expertise. What would a safe, slow taper look like, and what support would I need? You tried to stop before and relapsed. Previous attempts may have been too fast or unsupported. Was that withdrawal or relapse? Can we try slower with more support? Let's not rock the boat. I'm risk-averse and comfortable with status quo. I understand. Can we at least test my biology and optimize my support stack? Section 22.7 Key Takeaways. System Green. Protocol. 22. Key Takeaways. 1. Medication equals boot disc, not foundation. Used to stabilize during crisis, not live on indefinitely. The goal is system independence, not permanent dependency. 2. The pharma trap is compliance as success, measuring prescription adherence, not life function, indefinite use beyond study validation. Labeling discontinuation attempts as non-compliance. 3. Pharmacogenomics proves one-size-fits-all is false. COMT status determines stimulant appropriateness. MTHFR status determines antidepressant effectiveness ceiling. CYP450 status determines metabolism and dosing. Testing should precede long-term use. 4. Exit criteria must be established from day one. What biological markers indicate stability? What support stack must be in place? What is the taper timeline? How do we distinguish withdrawal from relapse? 5. The 4-phase protocol. Phase 1. Crisis stabilization. Use the boot disc. Phase 2. Biological audit. Find the actual problem. Phase 3. Support stack. Install the real OS. Phase 4. Verified exit. Eject the boot disc. 6. Taper. Slowly with support, under supervision. Never cold turkey psychiatric medications. Slower is better. 10% every 2 to 4 weeks typical. Support stack must be in place first. Withdrawal not equal to relapse. Different timelines. 7. Benzodiazepines are the tightest trap. Dependence in weeks. Recovery takes months/years. Ashton Protocol for safe taper. Never unsupervised discontinuation. Seizure risk is real. 8. Ask the exit questions before starting. What are the exit criteria? What biological tests would help? What's the taper protocol if I want to stop? Informed consent includes knowing how treatment ends. 9. You are not non-compliant for asking. Wanting a treatment plan, not just maintenance, is rational. Questioning indefinite use is scientifically valid. Advocating for your biology is patient empowerment. 10. Some people need long-term medication, and that's okay. The goal isn't ideology, it's individualized care. Some conditions genuinely require ongoing support. The point is, evaluate, don't assume. Long-term use should be a verified decision, not a default. Architect's log final system. Note: this protocol is not anti-medication. It is anti-default. Medications save lives, they stop crises, they buy time for real repair to happen. The problem is not that medications exist. The problem is that exit planning doesn't exist. The current paradigm: prescribe based on symptoms. Continue until forever. Success equals still taking the medication, the recovery kernel paradigm. Prescribe based on crisis. Test biology, support system. Taper when system can run independently. Success equals system runs on its own. The question isn't, should I take medication? The question is, what is the plan? Before you fill the first prescription, ask, what is my exit strategy? If there isn't one, you're not being treated. You're being maintained, and you deserve better. The system architect. End of Protocol 22. The Pharma Trap Protocol. Architect's log. Benzodiazepine deep dive. SSRI dependency. Psychiatric polypharmacy audit. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Pain Management Trap. Protocol 23. The Pain Management Trap. Moving from guesswork to genetic precision. Why biological calibration prevents addiction better than fear. Architect's log. The current pain management paradigm operates on fear, not science. The physician fears DEA scrutiny, liability for addiction, patient manipulation, being labeled a pill mill. The patient fears being labeled a drug seeker, being undertreated and suffering, becoming addicted despite genuine need, being switched to safer drugs that don't work. The result is a system built on guesswork, standard doses that fit no one precisely, safe alternatives that may be toxic to specific genotypes. Undertreatment creating desperation mistaken for addiction. Overtreatment creating euphoria that becomes addiction. Both paths lead to the same destination: system failure. This protocol proposes a third path: biological calibration. We don't need more drugs or fewer drugs. We need the right drug at the right dose for the specific hardware. This isn't permissive, it's precise. This isn't dangerous, it's data-driven. This is how we escape the trap. Section 23.1, the 3 traps. How the current paradigm creates the problem it claims to prevent. 23.1.1, Trap number 1, the under-prescription trap. Critical system failure, the under-prescription cascade. The pattern: 1. Patient presents with legitimate pain. 2. Physician, fearing liability/addiction, prescribes lowest possible dose, safer alternative, NSAIDs, acetaminophen. limited quantity with no refills. 3. Pain is not adequately controlled. 4. Patient returns requesting adjustment. 5. Physician interprets as drug-seeking behavior. 6. Patient is labeled, undertreated, or dismissed. 7. Patient seeks relief elsewhere, doctor shopping, street drugs. 8. Patient actually develops addiction from the undertreatment. The cruel irony. The fear of causing addiction causes addiction. The patient wasn't seeking euphoria, they were seeking relief. The desperation created by undertreatment mimics addiction. This is called pseudo-addiction. Pseudo-addiction. Behaviors that look like addiction. Clock watching, dose requests, anxiety about running out, but caused by inadequate pain control, not drug seeking. Resolves immediately when pain is adequately treated. A real addict escalates, a pseudo-addict stabilizes. The physician sees addiction. The reality is failed treatment. 23.1.2, trap number 2. The misprescription trap. Critical system failure. The safe alternative. Illusion. The pattern. 1. Physician wants to avoid opioid liability. 2. Recommends safer OTC options. Just take ibuprofen. 3. Patient has CYP2, C9 variant, intermediate or poor metabolizer. 4. NSAIDs accumulate, not cleared efficiently. 5. Result: GI bleeding, cardiovascular events, kidney damage, inflammation. 6. The safe drug is toxic to this specific patient. 7. Patient is now worse, original pain plus iatrogenic injury. 8. Still labeled drug-seeking if they push back. The data: CYP2, C9 metabolizes most NSAIDs, ibuprofen, naproxen, celecoxib, meloxicam, piroxicam, diclofenac, CYP2, C9. Poor metabolizers, approximately 2 to 3% of Caucasians. CYP2, C9, intermediate metabolizers, approximately 25 to 35% of population. For these patients, standard NSAID doses accumulate. Plasma concentrations 2 to 4 times higher than normal metabolizers. GI bleeding risk significantly increased. Cardiovascular event risk elevated. The safe alternative is the dangerous one. The physician never checked. The patient pays the price. 23.1.3, trap number 3, the overprescription trap. Critical system failure, the euphoria trap. The pattern: 1. Patient has legitimate pain. 2. Physician prescribes standard opioid dose, for example, 10 milligrams oxycodone. 3. Patient has COMT MET/MET, opioid-sensitive genotype. 4. Standard dose is overdose for their hardware. 5. Result: euphoria, sedation, high they didn't ask for. 6. Brain registers: this feels amazing. 7. Tolerance develops, dose escalation begins. 8. Patient is now genuinely addicted from the standard dose. The data: COMT MET/MET, genotype. Slower dopamine clearance equals higher baseline dopamine. Increased sensitivity to opioid effects. Lower doses achieve equivalent analgesia. Standard doses produce euphoria, not just pain relief. What the patient needed: 2.5 to 5 milligrams microdose for pain relief without euphoria. pain-controlled, no high, no addiction pathway activated. What the patient got: 10 milligrams, standard dose, equals relative overdose. Pain-controlled plus euphoria plus sedation. Brain's reward system captured. Addiction pathway activated. The cruel irony: proper dosing would have prevented addiction. Standard dosing created addiction. The physician followed guidelines. The patient became addicted. This is not patient failure. This is system failure. Section 23.2, the case study. The architect's hardware, a pharmacogenomic profile. The following represents a specific genetic profile that demonstrates why standard care fails and precision care succeeds. This is real pharmacogenomic data illustrating the system conflict. 23.2.1, the opioid sensitivity profile. System green, genetic finding, COMT, MET/MET. The raw data: gene, COMT, catechol O-methyltransferase. Variant, MET/MET, RS4680. Function, slow dopamine clearance. Clinical impact, increased opioid sensitivity, lower doses required. What this means for pain management: this genotype has increased sensitivity to opioids, may achieve analgesia with lower doses, higher risk of side effects at standard doses, higher risk of euphoria/sedation at standard doses, higher addiction risk if dosed at standard levels. The physician's view without genetics. Patient has moderate pain. Standard protocol: 10 milligrams oxycodone Q 6 hours. The architect's view with genetics. 10 milligrams is a relative overdose for this hardware. At 10 milligrams, this patient will experience pain relief, good. Euphoria, addiction pathway. Sedation, impairment. Respiratory depression risk, safety issue. The precision protocol. Start, 2.5 milligrams oxycodone. Assess, pain relief without euphoria. If yes, maintain microdose. Pain controlled, no high, no addiction risk. If no, titrate slowly, 2.5 milligram increments to effect. Target, pain control with minimal side effects. Never jump to standard dose without assessment. Scenario, standard protocol, precision protocol. Outcome difference, initial dose, 10 milligrams oxycodone, 2.5 milligrams oxycodone. Euphoria avoided, patient response. Feels great, euphoria. Pain is better, analgesia only. Addiction pathway not activated. 2-week mark, tolerance developing, wants more. Stable on same dose, no escalation needed. 3-month mark, dose escalated, dependence forming. Still on microdose or tapered off. Crisis prevented, long-term. Chronic opioid use or addiction. Resolved pain, no dependence. System intact. 23.2.2, the NSAID toxicity profile. System green, genetic finding, CYP2, C9 intermediate metabolizer. The raw data: gene, CYP2, C9, cytochrome, P4502, C9. Variant, *1/*2 or *1/*3, intermediate metabolizer. Function, decreased activity, 50 to 75% of normal. Clinical impact, reduced clearance of NSAIDs, accumulation risk. What this means for pain management: this genotype has decreased activity for clearing NSAIDs. Ibuprofen, naproxen, celecoxib, meloxicam all affected. Standard doses lead to accumulation, increased plasma concentrations, higher GI bleeding risk, higher cardiovascular event risk, higher kidney injury risk. The physician's view without genetics. Let's try ibuprofen first. It's safer than opioids. The architect's view with genetics. Ibuprofen will accumulate in this patient. The safe drug is actually the toxic one for this hardware. Standard 400 to 800 milligrams doses will produce plasma levels 2 to 3 times normal, GI irritation/bleeding risk, cardiovascular stress, kidney burden, paradoxical inflammation from injury. The precision protocol. Option A, avoid NSAIDs entirely for this patient. Option B, if NSAID required, use lowest dose, 200 milligrams, with PPI protection. Option C, alternative class, acetaminophen, different metabolism. Option D, if opioid indicated, precision microdosing per COMT status. Never. Just take ibuprofen without checking CYP2C9. Critical system failure, the combined profile, the perfect storm. This patient has both. COMT MET/MET, opioid sensitive. CYP2, C9, intermediate metabolizer, NSAID toxic. The standard care trap. Doctor, take ibuprofen for your pain. It's safer. Reality. Ibuprofen accumulates, causes GI damage, doesn't control pain. Patient returns. It's not working and my stomach hurts. Doctor, fine, here's a standard opioid dose. Reality. Standard dose creates euphoria, begins addiction cascade. Patient now has GI damage and opioid dependence. Both standard options failed, not because the patient is difficult, not because pain is subjective, because the hardware wasn't checked. The precision care path. Step 1, run pharmacogenomic panel, gene site, etc. Step 2, identify COMT MET/MET plus CYP2C9IM status. Step 3, avoid standard NSAID dosing, toxic for this patient. Step 4, if opioid indicated, microdose, 2.5 milligrams, not 10 milligrams. Step 5, support with non-pharmacologic interventions. Step 6, patient achieves pain control without addiction or toxicity. Same patient, different outcome. The variable, information. Section 23.3, the safety illusion. Why over-the-counter doesn't mean safe for everyone. Architect's log. The medical system has created a false hierarchy. Tier 1, assumed safe. OTC, acetaminophen, NSAIDs. Tier 2, caution. Prescription NSAIDs, muscle relaxants. Tier 3, fear, opioids. The assumption moving patients down the tier avoids harm. The reality, tier placement depends on genotype, not molecule. For a CYP2C9, poor metabolizer, Tier 1, NSAIDs equals toxic. Tier 3, opioid equals potentially safer if properly dosed. For a COMT MET/MET, Tier 3, standard opioid dose, equals addiction risk. Tier 3, microdose opioid, equals safe and effective. The tier system is a legal/liability construct, not a biological one. safe for the average patient, not equal to safe for this patient. Drug. Metabolism gene. Poor/int metabolizer effect. Population affected. Ibuprofen. CYP2C9. Accumulation. GI/CV toxicity. Approximately 30 to 35%. INT plus poor. Naproxen. CYP2C9. Accumulation. GI/CV toxicity. Approximately 30 to 35%. Celecoxib. CYP2C9. Accumulation. CV risk increased. Approximately 30 to 35%. Meloxicam. CYP2C9. Accumulation. Prolonged half-life. Approximately 30 to 35%. Diclofenac. CYP2C9. Accumulation. Hepatotoxicity risk. Approximately 30 to 35%. Codeine. CYP2D6. No conversion to morphine. Ineffective. Approximately 7 to 10%. Poor. Codeine. CYP2D6. Ultra-rapid conversion. Dangerous. Approximately 1 to 2%. Ultra-rapid. Tramadol. CYP2D6. Reduced efficacy or toxicity. Variable. Hydrocodone. CYP2D6. Reduced conversion to active form. Approximately 7 to 10%. Critical system. Failure. The codeine paradox. Another safe failure. Codeine is considered a mild opioid, tier 2, less scary. Physicians prescribe it as a safer alternative. The problem. Codeine is a prodrug. It requires CYP2D6 to convert to morphine. Without conversion, codeine provides no pain relief. CYP2D6. Poor metabolizers, approximately 7 to 10% of Caucasians. Take codeine as prescribed. Experience no pain relief. No conversion. Report it's not working. Get labeled as drug-seeking. Were never treated at all. CYP2D6. Ultra-rapid metabolizers, approximately 1 to 2%. Take codeine as prescribed. Convert to morphine at dangerous rates. Experience respiratory depression. Risk of death from mild opioid. This has killed children given codeine post-tonsillectomy. The safe drug is ineffective for 7 to 10% of patients, is dangerous for 1 to 2% of patients, is only appropriate for the 85 to 90% in the middle, but we prescribe it to everyone without checking. Section 23.4. The addiction fallacy. How standard dosing creates the addiction it claims to prevent. System Green. The precision dosing principle. Addiction is not caused by the molecule. Addiction is caused by the signal that creates addiction. Euphoria, reward pathway activation. This feels better than anything else. Brain prioritizes seeking that signal, the signal that treats pain without addiction. Analgesia, pain pathway modulation. The pain is reduced. No reward pathway hijacking. The critical insight. For most patients, there is a dose window. Below the window, ineffective pseudo-addiction risk. In the window, analgesia without euphoria, therapeutic. Above the window, euphoria plus analgesia, addiction risk. The problem with standard dosing. Standard dose is based on average patient. You are not average, you have a specific genotype. COMT met/met. The window is lower. Standard dose equals above window. COMT val/val. The window is higher. Standard dose might be below. CYP2, D6, poor. Prodrug window doesn't exist. No conversion. CYP2D6, ultra rapid. Window is extremely narrow, dangerous. Precision dosing. Test genotype. Calculate individual's therapeutic window. Start below the window, titrate into it. Target, pain relief without euphoria. If patient says, "I feel high," dose is too high, reduce. 23.4.1, the microdose protocol. System Green, the precision opioid protocol. For opioid-sensitive genotypes, COMT MET/MET. Principle, start at 25 to 50% of standard dose. Oxycodone, standard starting dose, 5 to 10 milligrams. Precision starting dose, 2.5 milligrams, quarter to half. Titrate, only if 2.5 milligrams inadequate, and no euphoria at 2.5 milligrams. Target, pain relief at lowest effective dose. Red flag, if patient reports euphoria, dose too high. Hydrocodone, standard starting dose, 5 to 10 milligrams. Precision starting dose, 2.5 to 5 milligrams. Same titration principle. Morphine, standard starting dose, 15 milligrams. Precision starting dose, 7.5 milligrams or lower. Greater sensitivity variation, start very low. Assessment questions. Is your pain reduced? Target, yes. Do you feel high or euphoric? Target, no. Are you sedated? Target, minimal. Do you feel like you need more? Target, no. If pain controlled plus no euphoria equals correct dose. If pain controlled plus euphoria equals dose too high, reduce. If pain not controlled plus no euphoria equals can titrate up carefully. Patient type, standard dose effect. Precision dose effect. Addiction, risk. COMT val/val, low sensitivity. Maybe subtherapeutic. Calibrated to higher window, low if dosed correctly. COMT val/MET, intermediate. Usually appropriate. Fine-tuned to individual. Moderate baseline. COMT MET/MET, high sensitivity. Euphoria plus sedation. Analgesia only, no high. High if standard, low if precision. CYP2D6, poor plus codeine. No effect, not converted. Use alternative opioid. NA, ineffective. CYP2D6, ultra-rapid plus codeine. Dangerous overdose. Contraindicated. Death risk before addiction. Section 23.5, the subsidized system. Using the recovery kernel to reduce medication dependency. Architect's log. The question isn't just which drug and what dose. The question is, how do we reduce the need for pharmaceutical intervention? The body has its own pain management system. Endogenous opioids, endorphins, enkephalins. Endocannabinoid system. Serotonin/norepinephrine descending inhibition. GABA-mediated calm. Inflammatory regulation. Addiction often occurs when this system is depleted. The exogenous drug fills a gap the body can't fill itself. The subsidized system. Approach. 1. Support endogenous production, methylation precursors. 2. Reduce system load, inflammation, stress, sleep debt. 3. Use pharmaceutical intervention at lowest tier possible. 4. Taper as endogenous capacity rebuilds. This isn't anti-medication. This is use medication as a bridge, not a crutch. 23.5.1. The endogenous pain support stack. System green. Tier 0. Support the hardware first. Before reaching for pharmaceuticals, optimize endogenous systems. Methylation support. Foundation. L-methylfolate, 400 to 800 micrograms daily. Methylcobalamin, B12, 1,000 to 2,000 micrograms daily. Why? Neurotransmitter production requires methylation. Impact. Better serotonin/dopamine equals better pain modulation. Inflammation reduction. Omega-3 fatty acids, 2 to 4 grams EPA/DHA daily. Curcumin, 500 to 1,000 milligrams daily with piperine. Why? Inflammation amplifies pain signaling. Impact. Less inflammatory load equals lower pain perception. Endorphin support. Exercise, natural endorphin release. DL-phenylalanine, DLPA, 500 to 1,000 milligrams morning. Why? DLPA inhibits enkephalin breakdown. Impact. Endogenous opioids last longer. GABA/calm support. Magnesium glycinate, 300 to 400 milligrams evening. L-theanine, 200 milligrams as needed. Why? Pain amplified by anxiety/tension. Impact. Calmer nervous system equals lower pain perception. Sleep. Optimization. 7 to 9 hours consistent schedule. Why? Pain sensitivity increases 30% plus with sleep debt. Impact. Adequate sleep equals reset pain threshold. COMT specific. MET/MET. Avoid excess stimulation, already sensitive. Stress management critical. Same may help. Methylation plus mood. Magnesium especially important. Intervention, tier, examples. When to use. Genotype considerations. Tier 0, endogenous support. Methylation, omega-3, exercise, sleep. Always, foundation for all patients. MTHFR variants need methylation support. Tier 1, topical/local. Lidocaine patches, capsaicin, TENS. Localized pain, first-line add-on. No major genotype concerns. Tier 2, non-opioid systemic. Acetaminophen, gabapentinoids, moderate pain, neuropathic component. Acetaminophen, check CYP2E1, gabapentin, renal function. Tier 3, NSAID, genotype verified. Ibuprofen, naproxen. Only if CYP2C9, normal metabolizer. CYP2C9, int/poor. Avoid or reduce dose significantly. Tier 4, opioid, precision dosed. Oxycodone, hydrocodone, morphine. Severe pain, genotype calibrated dose. COMT status determines dose. CYP2. D6 determines drug choice. 23.5.2, the tier de-escalation protocol. System green. Once pain is controlled, de-escalate. The goal is not zero medication, it's appropriate medication. After achieving pain control, Phase 1, stabilization, weeks 1 to 4. Pain controlled at precision calibrated dose. Begin Tier 0 support stack. Verify no euphoria, dose calibrated correctly. Document baseline function. Phase 2, support stack saturation. weeks 4 to 12. Methylation support fully implemented. Omega-3 at therapeutic levels. Exercise routine established. Sleep optimized. Inflammation markers improving. Phase 3. Tier reduction. Months 3+. Attempt to step down 1 tier. Tier 4 opioid to Tier 3 NSAID if genotype allows, or Tier 2. Monitor pain levels. Hold if pain increases significantly. Continue with support stack. Phase 4. Maintenance. Lowest effective tier for chronic pain. Robust tier, 0 support, ongoing. Periodic reassessment. Option to attempt further reduction. Success. Metric. Pain managed, not necessarily eliminated. Function restored. Medication at lowest effective tier. No addiction, no toxicity, no desperation. Section 23.6. The paradigm contrast. Letting the doctor decide versus knowing your genes. Parameter. Letting the doctor decide. Knowing your genes. Starting point. Population averages, guidelines, individual genotype data, NSAID approach. Take ibuprofen, it's safer. Is your CYP2C9 status safe for NSAIDs? Opioid dosing, standard dose from PDR, COMT calibrated precision dose. Codeine use, mild opioid, good starting point. What's your CYP2D6? May not work or may be dangerous. Patient feedback. They're drug-seeking. Their biology may require different approach, escalation cause, tolerance, or addiction. Was the original dose correct for their hardware? Safe definition. Avoids opioids equals safe. Matches molecule to genotype equals safe. Long-term goal. Minimize prescribing liability. Maximize patient function with minimal intervention. Addiction prevention. Fear-based restriction. Precision-based calibration. System outcome. Under-treatment or over-treatment. Right treatment for this patient. Architect's log. The current system asks, how do we protect the physician? The precision system asks, how do we optimize the patient? These are different questions with different answers. Protecting the physician leads to default to safer drugs without genotype verification. Underdose to avoid liability. Dismiss patient reports as drug-seeking. Defensive medicine that fails the patient. Optimizing the patient leads to test before prescribe. Know the hardware. Calibrate dose to genotype, not population. Interpret patient feedback as data. Precision medicine that serves the patient. The irony. Precision medicine also protects the physician. Documented rationale, genotype-based decisions. Lower addiction rates, precision dosing. Better outcomes, right drug, right dose. Defensible standard of care, data-driven. Fear-based medicine creates the problems it fears. Precision medicine solves them. Section 23.7. Key takeaways. System green. Protocol. 23 key takeaways. 1. 3 traps exist in current paradigm. Underprescription creates pseudo-addiction, desperation, not addiction. Misprescription pushes safe drugs toxic to specific genotypes. Overprescription, standard dosing, creates euphoria, leads to addiction. 2. Pseudo-addiction is not addiction. Behaviors look similar, clock watching, requesting more. Cause is under-treatment, not drug-seeking. Resolves immediately when pain adequately treated. A real addict escalates. A pseudo-addict stabilizes. 3. Safe. NSAIDs are not safe for everyone. CYP2. C9. Intermediate/poor metabolizers, approximately 30 to 35% of population. NSAIDs accumulate, causing GI/CV/renal toxicity. The safer alternative is the toxic option for these patients. Never say just take ibuprofen without checking CYP2C9. 4. Standard opioid dosing creates addiction in sensitive patients. COMT MET/MET, increased opioid sensitivity. Standard dose equals relative overdose equals euphoria equals addiction pathway. Precision microdosing achieves analgesia without euphoria. The high is what creates addiction, not the pain relief. 5. Codeine is a trap. CYP2, D6, poor metabolizers, no effect, not converted. CYP2, D6, ultra-rapid metabolizers, dangerous, overconversion. Mild opioid is either ineffective or lethal, depending on genotype. 6. The subsidized system reduces medication need. Support endogenous pain systems, methylation, omega-3, sleep, exercise. Reduce inflammatory load. Use pharmaceuticals at lowest effective tier. Taper as endogenous capacity rebuilds. 7. Precision dosing principle. Start below therapeutic window, titrate into it. Target: analgesia without euphoria. If patient reports high, dose is too high, reduce. If patient reports no relief, can titrate up carefully. 8. Tier 0 is always first. Methylation support, omega-3, exercise, sleep, stress management. This is the foundation before any pharmaceutical tier. Reduces need for higher tiers, enables de-escalation. 9. Knowing your genes greater than letting the doctor guess. Genotype determines drug choice and dose. Population averages don't apply to individuals. Ask for pharmacogenomic testing before long-term pain management. GeneSight, GenoMind, or equivalent. 10. Addiction is a calibration failure, not a character failure. Right drug plus right dose equals pain relief, no addiction. Wrong drug plus wrong dose equals toxicity or addiction. The variable is information, not willpower. Test first, calibrate, treat the individual. Architect's log. Final system. Note: the pain management crisis is not a crisis of molecules. It is a crisis of precision. We have effective medications. We have the technology to predict individual response. We have the data showing genotype-driven outcomes. Yet we still prescribe based on population averages, fear of liability, guidelines written for the average patient who doesn't exist. The result: millions undertreated, suffering, desperate. Millions overtreated, addicted, harmed. Billions in healthcare costs. Lives destroyed by a solvable problem. The solution is not more fear. The solution is more data. Test the hardware. Calibrate the intervention. Treat the individual, not the population. Pain deserves precision. The patient deserves precision. The technology exists. Use it. The system architect. End of protocol. 23. The pain management trap. Architect's log. Extended chronic pain architecture. Opioid receptor science. Pain neuroscience. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Rebooting the drive. Protocol 24. Rebooting the drive. Overcoming the chemical castration of the pharma trap. Restoring the hardware of connection after medication suppression. Architect's log. There is a side effect profile that psychiatry whispers about but rarely addresses. The systematic erasure of sexual function. It's in the package inserts, buried, minimized. Sexual dysfunction, listed alongside dry mouth and headache. As if the destruction of your drive is equivalent to needing a glass of water. Let's be precise about what we're discussing. Antipsychotics. 40 to 80% of patients experience sexual dysfunction. Mechanism. Dopamine blockade leads to prolactin surge, leads to hormonal suppression. Result: erectile dysfunction, anorgasmia, loss of desire. SSR is/SNR is 30 to 70% of patients experience sexual dysfunction. Mechanism. Serotonin elevation leads to dopamine suppression, leads to delayed/absent orgasm. Result: genital anesthesia, anorgasmia, reduced desire. The unspoken truth: this isn't a side effect. This is a system feature. A patient without drive is easier to manage, less likely to form relationships that complicate treatment, less likely to reproduce, eugenics by prescription, more isolated, more dependent on the treatment system. Your anger at having this stolen from you is valid. Your drive was suppressed, not deleted. The hardware is still there. It just needs the correct boot sequence. This protocol provides that sequence. Section 24.1, the biological audit. The mechanics of chemical castration. 24.1.1, the dopamine prolactin seesaw. Critical system failure, the mechanism, why your drive disappeared. Dopamine and prolactin exist in an inverse relationship. This is the seesaw principle. When dopamine goes up, prolactin goes down. When dopamine goes down, prolactin goes up. Dopamine inhibits prolactin release from the pituitary. This is called the tuberoinfundibular pathway. What antipsychotics do? Antipsychotics block D2 dopamine receptors. Dopamine signal is blocked. Prolactin is no longer inhibited. Prolactin surges, hyperprolactinemia. What high prolactin does? In males, suppresses GnRH, leads to reduces LH/FS. H leads to lowers testosterone, directly inhibits testicular function. Result: low T, ED, no libido, possible gynecomastia. In females, suppresses GnRH, leads to reduces LH/FS. H leads to disrupts estrogen/progesterone. Can cause amenorrhea, periods stop. Result: low estrogen, vaginal dryness, no libido, infertility. The bottom line: push dopamine down, medication, leads to prolactin goes up, leads to sex hormones crash. This is not mysterious. This is pharmacology. The medication is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Your sexual function was collateral damage, or the quiet point. Medication class. Mechanism: prolactin effect, sexual dysfunction rate, typical antipsychotics, Haldol, etc. Strong D2 blockade. Severe elevation, often 3 to 10 times normal, 70 to 80%. Risperidone, Risperdal, strong D2 blockade plus 5 HT2A. Severe elevation, 60 to 80%. Paliperidone, Invega, strong D2 blockade. Severe elevation, 60 to 80%. Olanzapine, Zyprexa, moderate D2 blockade. Moderate elevation, 40 to 60%. Quetiapine, Seroquel, weak/transient D2 blockade. Minimal elevation, 20 to 40%. Aripiprazole, Abilify, partial D2 agonist, may lower prolactin, 10 to 20%. SSRIs, Prozac, Zoloft, etc. Serotonin elevation, variable/mild, 30 to 70%. Different mechanism. SNR is Effexor, Cymbalta. Serotonin plus norepinephrine, variable/mild, 30 to 60%. Architect's log. Notice the pattern. The strongest dopamine blockers cause the most prolactin elevation. The most prolactin elevation causes the most sexual dysfunction. This is not random. This is dose-response pharmacology. Risperidone and paliperidone are the worst offenders. Aripiprazole, partial agonist, can actually lower prolactin. This matters for the recovery protocol. If you're on a high prolactin medication and experiencing dysfunction, switching to a prolactin-neutral medication may restore function. This is a conversation to have with your prescriber. The question to ask, what is my prolactin level? Is there a medication option with less prolactin elevation that could work for my condition? 24.1.2, the SSRI mechanism. Different path, same destination. Critical system failure, SSRI-induced sexual dysfunction. SSRIs work differently, but arrive at similar dysfunction. The mechanism. SSR is increase serotonin in the synapse. Elevated serotonin has inhibitory effects on sexual function. 1. Decreased libido. 5-HT2A receptor activation suppresses desire. 2. Delayed ejaculation/orgasm. 5-HT2C activation. 3. Erectile dysfunction. Serotonin inhibits NO release. 4. Genital anesthesia. Reduced sensation. The dopamine connection. Elevated serotonin inhibits dopamine release in some pathways. Less dopamine equals less reward/motivation system activation. Sex drive requires dopamine activation in the mesolimbic pathway. No dopamine equals no drive, no reward, no motivation. Genital anesthesia. Some patients report their genitals feel numb, reduced sensation. This is 5-HT receptor-mediated peripheral nerve effects. The hardware is intact, but the signal is blocked. Post-SSRI, sexual dysfunction, PSSD. A subset of patients experience persistent dysfunction after stopping. Mechanism not fully understood. May involve receptor changes, gene expression, neuroplasticity. Duration: months to years after medication cessation. This is a recognized, if under-researched, phenomenon. This is not in your head. This is neurochemistry. Section 24.2. The hidden shame architecture. The psychological cost of biological suppression. Critical system failure. The exile protocol. Sexual dysfunction creates a shame spiral. Stage 1. The discovery. You realize something is wrong. Erections fail, orgasm impossible, desire absent. You blame yourself, stress, performance anxiety, not attractive enough. Stage 2. The isolation. You avoid sexual situations to avoid failure. Dating becomes terrifying. What if they find out? Intimacy triggers anxiety, not anticipation. You pre-reject yourself before anyone else can. Stage 3. The self-exclusion. I'm broken. No one would want me like this. Dating is for normal people. You remove yourself from the mating pool voluntarily. Stage 4. The identity collapse. Sexual function is tied to identity, masculinity/femininity. Dysfunction feels like fundamental brokenness. I'm not a real man/woman. The medication was supposed to help. Instead, it took something core. The exile protocol. The patient self-selects out of dating, relationships, social spaces where connection might occur, any situation where the dysfunction might be exposed. Result: isolation, loneliness, further mental health decline. The medication stabilized the patient right out of human connection. Architect's log. Let's name what this actually is. Chemical eugenics. A medication that removes sexual drive, eliminates reproductive capability, creates shame that prevents partnership, isolates the patient from the gene pool. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is outcome. Whether intentional or not, the effect is people with mental illness don't reproduce. People with addiction history don't reproduce. The undesirable genetic lines are quietly ended. The patient is told, this is the price of stability. The patient accepts, at least I'm not psychotic/depressed. The patient loses the most fundamental biological drive. And no one talks about it because psychiatrists are uncomfortable with sexuality. Patients are ashamed to report it. Society thinks the mentally ill shouldn't breed anyway. This silence is complicity. Your sexuality is not a luxury. It is a fundamental human function. Its suppression is not a side effect. It is a cost. And you were never told the full price before you signed. 24.2.1. The damaged goods narrative. Critical system, failure. The narrative you've been sold. The internal script that plays on loop. I have a mental health history. I'm damaged goods. Who would want to date someone on psych meds? I can't even function sexually. I'm broken. Normal people don't have these problems. I should just accept being alone. My addiction history makes me undateable. I've been through too much. No one would understand. This narrative is a lie. The reframe, stress-tested hardware. What you've actually demonstrated. Survival. You're still here after experiences that break people. Self-awareness. You know your vulnerabilities. Most people don't. Growth. You've done the work. Therapy, treatment, recovery. Resilience. You've been tested and you've rebuilt. Depth. You understand suffering, which creates empathy. The architect's frame. I'm not damaged goods. I'm stress-tested hardware. I know my failure modes. Do they know theirs? I've been through the fire and rebuilt. That's strength, not weakness. My recovery demonstrates the character they can't verify in others. The untouched haven't been tested. I have, and I'm still here. The person who has navigated mental health crisis and come out the other side has demonstrated more resilience than someone who's never been tested. That's not damaged, that's proven. Section 24.3, the Reproductive Reboot Protocol. Step-by-step system restoration. Step 1, the hormonal reset. System green, lowering prolactin/restoring dopamine. Objective, restore the seesaw to balance. If currently on high prolactin medication, Pharmaceutical options. Discuss with prescriber. Request prolactin level test, blood work. If elevated, discuss medication switch from risperidone to aripiprazole, may lower prolactin. From typical antipsychotic to quetiapine, less prolactin. Adjunct options. Aripiprazole added to current regimen, partial agonist effect. Cabergoline, dopamine agonist, directly lowers prolactin. Bromocriptine, older dopamine agonist. Note, these are prescription interventions requiring medical supervision. Natural prolactin, modulators. Pyridoxine, vitamin B6/P5P, active form, 50 to 100 milligrams, P5P daily. Supports dopamine synthesis. May modestly reduce prolactin. Vitamin E, 400 to 800 international units daily. Mixed tocopherols. Some evidence for prolactin reduction. Antioxidant support for reproductive tissues. Square zinc, 30 to 50 milligrams daily, with copper 2 milligrams to prevent imbalance. Supports testosterone production, essential for sexual function in males. Mucuna pruriens, velvet bean. Contains L-dopa, dopamine precursor, 300 to 500 milligrams standardized extract. May raise dopamine, lower prolactin. Use with caution if on dopamine-affecting medications. Ashwagandha, 300 to 600 milligrams KSM66 extract. Reduces cortisol. Cortisol can elevate prolactin. May support testosterone. Adaptogenic stress support. System green, testosterone/estrogen restoration. If hormones are suppressed, confirmed by blood work. For males, natural support. Zinc, 30 to 50 milligrams, essential for T production. Vitamin D, 3,000 to 5,000 IU, correlates with T levels. Magnesium, 400 milligrams, supports T, especially if deficient. Boron, 6 to 10 milligrams, may increase free testosterone. Sleep optimization, T produced primarily during sleep. Reduce body fat, aromatase in fat converts T to estrogen. Heavy compound lifting, squats, deadlifts, presses, spike T. Pharmaceutical, if warranted. TRT, testosterone replacement, if levels clinically low. HCG, maintains testicular function if on TRT, requires medical supervision and monitoring. For females, natural support. Maca root, 1,500 to 3,000 milligrams, may support libido, hormone balance. Vitamin D supports hormone production. DHEA, low dose 10 to 25 milligrams, precursor to sex hormones. Evening primrose oil, GLA, supports hormonal balance. Iron, if deficient. Anemia, common cause of low libido. Pharmaceutical, low-dose testosterone, off-label, some benefit for libido, requires specialist guidance. Intervention, target, dose, mechanism, P5P active B6, dopamine support/prolactin, 50 to 100 milligrams daily, cofactor for dopamine synthesis, zinc, testosterone/sexual function, 30 to 50 milligrams daily, essential for T production, vitamin D3, hormone support, 3,000 to 5,000 international units daily, correlates with T levels, magnesium, T support/sleep/calm, 400 milligrams daily, glycinate, depleted by stress, supports T. mucuna pruriens. Dopamine/prolactin, 300 to 500 milligrams standardized. L-dopa content raises DA, ashwagandha KSM66. Cortisol/T support, 300 to 600 milligrams daily. Reduces cortisol, may boost T. maca root. Libido/energy, 1,500 to 3,000 milligrams daily. Adaptogen hormone balancing, vitamin E, prolactin/reproductive, 400 to 800 international units mixed. Antioxidant may lower prolactin, boron, free testosterone, 6 to 10 milligrams daily, may increase free T, reduce SHBG. Step 2. The physical reboot. System Green, exercise as hormonal medicine. The single most powerful intervention for restoring drive, resistance training. Heavy compound movements, squats, largest muscle recruitment, highest hormonal response. Deadlifts, full posterior chain, massive systemic signal. Bench press, upper body compound. Overhead press, shoulder/core compound. Rows, back compound. Why this works? Large muscle recruitment triggers testosterone spike. Post-exercise T elevation can be 15 to 30%. Growth hormone release supports tissue repair, libido. Dopamine release, reward, motivation, drive. Cortisol regulation. Chronic cortisol kills T. Improved insulin sensitivity. Insulin resistance kills T. Body composition improvement. Less fat equals less aromatase. The protocol. 3 to 4 times per week, compound focused. Progressive overload. Add weight over time. 3 to 5 sets of 5 to 8 reps. Strength range. Rest 2 to 3 minutes between heavy sets. Total session, 45 to 60 minutes. Don't overtrain. Chronic cardio can lower T. The signal to your body. Heavy resistance equals we need to be strong. Strong equals we need testosterone. Testosterone equals we're ready to compete and reproduce. You are literally signaling to your endocrine system. We are back in the game. Bring the hormones online. System caution. Additional physical interventions. Sleep optimization. Testosterone produced primarily during deep sleep. Sleep deprivation equals 10 to 15% lower T. 7 to 9 hours consistent schedule. Dark room, cool temperature. Minimize alcohol, disrupts sleep architecture. Cold exposure. Cold showers/plunges may support T. Increases dopamine 250% plus Huberman data. Builds stress resilience. 2 to 5 minutes cold exposure daily. Sunlight. Morning sunlight, circadian rhythm. Testicular sun exposure, emerging research. Vitamin D production. Dopamine/mood support. Body composition. Excess body fat contains aromatase. Aromatase converts testosterone to estrogen. Losing fat reduces conversion. More muscle equals more T production capacity. Avoid chronic excessive cardio, cortisol, T suppression. Endocrine disruptors, plastics, BPA, phthalates. Excessive alcohol directly suppresses T, raises estrogen. Chronic sleep deprivation, T produced during sleep. Soy in excessive amounts, phytoestrogens debated. Step 3, the sensory re-engagement. System Green, re-entering social spaces, the social spec. Objective, reconnect with humans without chemical numbing. The problem, you've been isolated by medication, by shame, by choice. Social spaces feel threatening. What if they notice? Previous social lubricant was alcohol/substances. Now you're sober and sexually uncertain equals double vulnerability. The social spec approach from Protocol 17. You are entering social spaces as an architect, not a patient. You are observing and selecting, not desperate and hoping. Phase 1. Low-stakes exposure. Coffee shops, work there, notice people. Gyms, shared activity, natural conversation. Classes/courses, learning context, built-in topic. Volunteer activities, service context, less pressure. Goal: get comfortable being around people without agenda. Phase 2. Structured social. Meetup groups, shared interest. Sports leagues, team context. Hobby communities, focus on activity, not you. Recovery communities, shared experience. Goal: build social muscle without romantic pressure. Phase 3. Selective engagement. Notice who you're drawn to. Low-pressure conversation. No expectation of outcome. Practice being present without performing. Goal: reconnect with desire on your terms. The key insight: you don't need alcohol to be social. You don't need medication to feel safe. You need practice being yourself in social contexts. The more you do it sober and present, the more natural it becomes. Step 4. The sovereign dating mindset. System green. Architect, not applicant. The old frame, patient-seeking caregiver. I hope they accept me despite my history. I have to hide my past/medication/recovery. I'm lucky if anyone wants me. I need someone to complete me/fix me. I should be grateful for any attention. The new frame, architect selecting partner. I'm evaluating whether they meet my criteria. My history is part of my strength, not my weakness. I'm whole on my own. Partnership is optional enhancement. I select based on compatibility, not desperation. I have value to offer. I'm assessing if they do too. The sovereign dating protocol. 1. Know your non-negotiables. What do you require in a partner? Values, lifestyle, goals. What are your deal breakers? Be specific, not vague. This puts you in the evaluator position. 2. Lead with strength. Your recovery demonstrates character. Your self-awareness is rare. Your depth comes from experience. Present these as features, not bugs. 3. Disclose strategically. You don't owe your history on date 1. Disclosure is earned through demonstrated trustworthiness. I've been through some stuff and come out stronger. Details come as intimacy develops naturally. 4. Expect respect. Anyone who shames your history is disqualified. Anyone uncomfortable with recovery is not your person. You are filtering for compatibility, not begging for acceptance. 5. Recognize your value. You've done work most people haven't. You know yourself at a depth most don't. You've survived what would break others. You are not less than. You are tested and proven. Section 24.4, the disclosure architecture. When and how to share your history. Architect's log. One of the biggest anxieties. When do I tell them? About the mental health history, about the medication, about the recovery, about the sexual side effects. This is not a first date conversation. This is also not a never conversation. There's an architecture to disclosure that protects you, while allowing authentic connection to develop. Stage: appropriate disclosure, inappropriate. Reasoning: First date. I live a healthy lifestyle / I don't drink. Full mental health history. Trust not established. No obligation. Early dating. 1 to 4 dates. I've been through some challenges and grown from them. Detailed medication list / trauma dump. Building rapport, not therapy session. Getting serious, 1 to 3 months. I have a history with mental health / recovery. Nothing if you see long-term potential. Trust developing. Honesty matters now. Committed relationship. Full relevant history, including sexual side effects if present. Still hiding major history. Partnership requires full information before sexual intimacy. I want you to know I've experienced some medication effects, if relevant. Nothing if it's clearly going there. Partner deserves context, not surprise. System green, the sexual function conversation. If you're still experiencing dysfunction and things are becoming physical. The proactive approach. I want to be honest with you about something. I've been on some medication that has affected me physically. Things might work differently than you expect. It's not about attraction. It's about chemistry I'm working on. I wanted you to know so there's no confusion. Why this works. Takes the pressure off the moment. Prevents partner from thinking it's about them. Demonstrates vulnerability and honesty. Opens communication channel. Actually reduces performance anxiety, paradoxically. The frame. This is a temporary situation. You're working on it. This is physiological, not psychological, not about attraction. You are being honest and mature, high-value behavior. This is an invitation to patience and connection. Their response tells you everything. Compassion / understanding equals good sign. Curiosity / patience equals good sign. Impatience / dismissiveness equals disqualifying signal. Shame / disgust equals absolutely disqualifying. Someone who can't handle this conversation, can't handle the reality of being with you. This is a filter, not just disclosure. Section 24.5. The reboot timeline. What to expect and when. System caution. Recovery timeline. Set realistic expectations. Sexual function. Recovery is not instant. The system needs time to recalibrate. If medication has been changed / stopped. Weeks 1 to 4. Hormonal fluctuation. May see some libido return. Don't expect full function yet. Body recalibrating. Months 1 to 3. Prolactin normalizing, if it was elevated. Testosterone / estrogen recovering. Libido increasing. Function improving but variable. Months 3 to 6. Most patients see significant improvement. Function more reliable. Sensation returning. Confidence building. Months 6 to 12. Near baseline function for most. Some may need longer. PSSD cases may take longer. Years. Continued improvement possible. If still on medication, supporting despite ongoing use. Improvement may be partial, not complete. Support stack can help but won't fully override medication. Medication switch may be necessary for full recovery. Discuss prolactin-neutral options with prescriber. The hard truth. Full recovery may require medication change. Support stack helps, but cannot fully overcome ongoing D2 blockade. If medication is non-negotiable, focus on lowest effective dose, least prolactin elevating option, maximum support stack, acceptance of partial recovery if necessary, time frame, off medication, medication switched, still on high prolactin med, month 1, hormones fluctuating, early recovery signs, adjustment period, hormones shifting, support stack helps margins. Month 3, significant improvement for most. Prolactin normalizing, improvement starting, modest improvement possible. Month 6, near baseline function typical, good recovery for most. Plateau at partial recovery. Month 12, full recovery expected, most cases. Full recovery expected, limited further improvement. Beyond. Maintenance, rare. PSSD cases, continue healing. Maintenance, consider medication change if unacceptable. Section 24.6, key takeaways. System green, protocol 24, key takeaways. 1. Medication-induced sexual dysfunction is common and real. 40 to 80% for antipsychotics, 30 to 70% for SSR is. Not in your head, it's pharmacology. Dopamine blockade leads to prolactin surge, leads to hormone suppression, leads to no drive. 2. The seesaw principle. Dopamine down leads to prolactin up. Prolactin up leads to testosterone/estrogen down. This is the mechanism, not a mystery. 3. This is a feature, not just a side effect. A patient without drive is easier to manage, creates isolation that entrenches treatment dependency. Your anger at this is valid and appropriate. 4. The hidden shame creates self-exile. Dysfunction leads to shame, leads to avoidance, leads to isolation, leads to removal from dating. You self-select out of connection to avoid exposure. This compounds mental health problems, not solves them. 5. Your drive was suppressed, not deleted. The hardware is still there. It needs the correct boot sequence. Recovery is possible for most. 6. The hormonal reset. Test prolactin, request blood work. Discuss medication switch if prolactin elevated. Support. P5P, zinc, vitamin D, mucuna, ashwagandha. Heavy resistance training signals hormonal restoration. 7. Exercise is hormonal medicine. Heavy compound lifting triggers testosterone. Dopamine release from training. Body composition improvement reduces aromatase. Signals to endocrine system. We're back online. 8. Re-enter social spaces as architect, not patient. Low-stakes exposure leads to structured social leads to selective engagement. You are evaluating them, not begging for acceptance. Sober presence is possible and builds with practice. 9. Sovereign dating mindset. You're stress-tested hardware, not damaged goods. Recovery demonstrates character the untouched can't prove. Disclosure is strategic and earned, not owed on date 1. Lead with strength. Filter for compatibility. 10. Recovery takes time. 3 to 12 months, typical. Be patient with the process. Support stack helps at every stage. Medication change may be necessary for full recovery. PSSD cases may take longer, but improvement is possible. Architect's log. Final system. Note, your sexuality is not a luxury that psychiatry gets to take as payment. It is a fundamental human function. Its loss has profound psychological and social consequences. The silence around this is not consent. It is suppression. You are allowed to be angry that this happened. Demand that it be addressed. Prioritize its restoration. Expect your providers to care. The narrative that the crazy and the addicted don't deserve. Full human function, including sexual function, is eugenics. dressed up as treatment compliance. Reject it. Your drive was suppressed. It was not destroyed. The hardware is intact. It's waiting for the boot sequence. Restore your hormones. Rebuild your body. Re-enter social spaces on your terms. Date as a sovereign, not a supplicant. You've been through fire and you're still here. That's not damage. That's proof of resilience. Now claim what's yours. The system architect. End of protocol. 24. Rebooting the drive. Architect's log. Sexual dysfunction deep dive. Hormonal architecture. Libido restoration science. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Isolation algorithm. Protocol 25. The isolation algorithm. Why the party became a prison. Understanding the system logic behind social collapse. Architect's log. You didn't become antisocial because you are bad. You became antisocial because your system optimized for the wrong metric. Let me explain what happened. Phase 1. The social API. In the beginning, the drug was a connector. Festivals, parties, friends, shared experiences. The drug enhanced connection. Connection enhanced the drug. Social bonds formed around the ritual. We're all in this together. Phase 2. The efficiency hack. Your brain noticed something. The drug provides the dopamine. The people are just the delivery mechanism. Why coordinate 5 schedules for a party when you can just text the dealer? The group supply became a personal supply. Phase 3. The optimization. The brain rewrote the code. Friends equals latency, delay in dopamine delivery. Socializing equals overhead, energy cost without direct return. Solo use equals direct server access, maximum efficiency. Phase 4. The prison. Now you're alone in a room wondering, why don't I want to see anyone? Why does even Netflix feel pointless? Why is my only comfortable space behind a screen? The answer? Your system optimized for dopamine efficiency. In doing so, it deprioritized everything that makes life worth living. This protocol explains the mechanism, without blame, and provides the engineering pathway back to connection. Section 25.1. The middleman error. Why the brain cut out your friends. Critical system failure. The latency problem. In systems architecture, latency is delay between request and response. Your brain learned to identify sources of latency in the dopamine pipeline. The original architecture, desire for high to coordinate with friends, to travel to venue, to social interaction, to find supply, to consume together, to dopamine. Total latency, hours to days. Energy cost, high. Social coordination, travel, conversation. Reward, dopamine plus social bonding plus shared experience. The optimized architecture, desire for high to text dealer to consume alone to dopamine. Total latency, minutes to hours. Energy cost, minimal. One text, no coordination. Reward, dopamine, pure, undiluted by social overhead. The brain's logic. Why run all that code when I can call the function directly? Friends are middleware, useful but not essential. Strip out the dependencies, go straight to the source. From an efficiency standpoint, this is correct. From a human flourishing standpoint, this is catastrophic. The brain optimized for the wrong metric. 25.1.1, the supply chain collapse. Stage, Supply source, social requirement, isolation level. Stage 1, social use, friends/group supply, high, shared ritual, none, embedded in community. Stage 2, known dealer, group's dealer contact, medium, still connected to scene, low, contact through network. Stage 3, personal dealer, direct dealer relationship, low, one transaction relationship, moderate, bypassing social network. Stage 4, solo acquisition, personal stock/dark web, none, completely independent. High, no human contact required. Stage 5, total isolation, whatever's available, none, actively avoiding humans. Complete, humans are obstacles. Architect's log. Notice the progression. Each stage removes a social dependency. Each stage is more efficient from a dopamine acquisition standpoint. Each stage strips away the connective tissue of human relationship. The brain isn't being irrational, it's being ruthlessly rational. Given the objective function, maximize dopamine per unit effort, removing social overhead is the optimal solution. The problem isn't the logic, the problem is the objective function. The drug hijacked the reward system's success metric. Instead of maximize connection, belonging, meaning, it became maximize dopamine, minimize friction. Once that metric changed, everything else followed logically. The friends weren't cut out because you stopped caring about them. The friends were cut out because caring about them was classified as inefficient code and optimized away. 25.1.2 Social skill atrophy. Critical system failure, the use it or lose it problem. Social skills are neural pathways. Neural pathways that aren't used get pruned. The atrophy cascade, month 1 to 3 of isolation. Social skills intact but unused. Slight awkwardness upon re-engagement. I've just been busy. Month 3 to 6. Small talk feels exhausting. Can't remember how to do conversation. Increased anxiety about social situations. Avoidance reinforced. See, it's too hard. Month 6 to 12. Significant skill decay. Can't track conversations, miss social cues. Other people feel too fast or too loud. The screen feels safe. Humans feel dangerous. Year 1 plus. Social anxiety becomes primary. Even contemplating social interaction triggers fear. Identity shifts. I'm just not a social person. The prison feels like a choice. The trap. Skills atrophied leads to social situations harder, leads to avoid social situations. Skills atrophy further, even harder, more avoidance. Each cycle reinforces the isolation as the only option. The brain concludes, I was never good at this anyway. But the truth, the skills were there, they were abandoned, and they can be rebuilt. Section 25.2, the Netflix problem. When nothing registers anymore. 25.2.1, the signal-to-noise ratio. Critical system failure, dopamine. Economics, why normal life feels gray. Your brain runs on signal detection. It notices things that stand out from baseline. The signal above the noise. The normal baseline. Waking up, 10 units of dopamine. Morning coffee, 50 units. Notable, pleasant. Good conversation, 80 units, rewarding. Accomplishment, 100 units, satisfying. Great meal, 70 units, enjoyable. Netflix episode, 40 units, relaxing. Range, 10 to 100 units, everything registers. Life has texture. The drug-adjusted baseline. Drug high, 500 to 1,000 units, massive spike. Waking up, withdrawing, minus 50 units, below zero. Morning coffee, 50 units, barely noticeable. Good conversation, 80 units, muffled, distant. Accomplishment, 100 units, so what? Great meal, 70 units, can't taste it. Netflix episode, 40 units, why bother? The math. When your system has experienced 1,000 unit spikes, a 40-unit signal is noise, not signal. The brain literally cannot detect it as meaningful. This isn't boredom. This is receptor downregulation. This isn't laziness. This is neuroadaptation. The sensors have been recalibrated for a different scale. Netflix isn't boring. Your receptors can't hear it anymore. Activity, normal dopamine, post-drug perception. Reason, watching a sunset, moderate spike. What's the point? Signal too weak to register. Conversation with friend, moderate high spike. This is exhausting. Energy cost greater than reward signal. Completing a task, moderate spike plus satisfaction. So what? Accomplishment doesn't compute. Good meal, moderate spike. Can't taste it. Pleasure pathways muted. Exercise, moderate spike plus endorphins. Too much effort. Activation energy exceeds perceived reward. Music, variable spikes. Sounds flat. Emotional resonance dampened. Netflix/passive content. Low moderate spike. Boring but safe. Lowest effort, minimal signal needed. 25.2.2, the opportunity cost anxiety. Critical system failure, the wasting it. Paradox. A unique torture of addiction. You can't enjoy anything. The paradox. If sober, this is boring. I should be high for this. I'm wasting my time doing this without enhancement. What's the point of Netflix if I'm not high? If high. I'm wasting my high on Netflix. I should be doing something more with this. This isn't the optimal use of this state. Result. Can't enjoy sober, too boring. Can't enjoy high, wasting it. Can't enjoy anything. The mechanism. The brain has created an impossible standard. Everything is measured against the peak drug experience. Sober Netflix. This would be better high. Don't enjoy. High Netflix. This isn't peak experience. Don't enjoy. Sober nature walk. This would be better high. Don't enjoy. High nature walk. Am I doing this right? Don't enjoy. The drug created a reference point that ruins everything. Even the drug itself becomes subject to optimization anxiety. Am I high enough? Is this the best high? Am I wasting it? The prison isn't just isolation. It's the inability to be present. Past. Remember when highs were better. Future. Next time I'll do it right. Never, now. Section 25.3. The Safety Shield. Why the screen became your only safe space. Architect's log. Let me validate something important. The outside world does hurt. You're not being dramatic. You're not weak. For a system under the stress you're under, social interaction is genuinely, metabolically expensive. Your retreat to the screen isn't cowardice. It's a survival strategy. A maladaptive one, yes. But it made sense to your system at the time. Let's understand why the screen became the only safe place. 25.3.1. The firewall function. System caution. The screen as protective architecture. In computing, a firewall controls access between networks. It allows read access, receiving data, while blocking write access, sending data. The screen functions as a firewall. Read access allowed. Observe the world through social media. Watch content passively. See what others are doing. Receive information without response required. Write access blocked. Being seen in return. Having to respond in real time. Risking rejection or judgment. Expending energy on interaction. Why this feels safe. No rejection risk. You're not putting yourself out there. No performance anxiety. No one's watching. No energy drain. Passive consumption only. Full control. Pause. Stop. Scroll away anytime. Predictable. No surprises. No social curveballs. The trade-off. The firewall protects you from negative social outcomes. It also blocks you from positive social outcomes. No rejection, but no acceptance either. No judgment, but no validation either. No drain, but no energization either. Full control, but no spontaneity, surprise, or genuine connection. The screen keeps you safe in a way that slowly kills you. 25.3.2 The biological cost of interaction. Critical system failure. Why humans became exhausting. Social interaction requires resources your system doesn't have. The metabolic cost of socializing. Normal system. Neurotransmitters adequate for social processing. Cortisol regulated, not hypervigilant. Energy reserves available. Reward system functional. Interaction feels good. Cost of socializing. Moderate, offset by reward. Depleted system. Addiction plus withdrawal. Neurotransmitters depleted. Cortisol dysregulated. Everything feels threatening. Energy reserves exhausted. Chronic oxidative stress. Reward system hijacked. Interaction doesn't register. Cost of socializing. Massive. Reward insufficient to offset. For the depleted system, reading facial expressions equals exhausting. Tracking conversation equals overwhelming. Performing normal equals acting, huge energy cost. Worrying about being seen equals constant drain. The mask required for public equals heavier than you can carry. The result, social interaction becomes genuinely painful. Not emotionally painful, though that too. Metabolically painful. Your system is running on empty, and social interaction is a high-energy process you can't afford. The screen isn't laziness, it's triage. The system is conserving resources for survival. Social task, normal cost, depleted system cost. Result, eye contact minimal, high hypervigilance. Avoidance looks away. Small talk, low, high performance required. Monosyllabic responses. Emotional attunement, moderate, extreme, no resources. Appears cold or distant. Conflict/criticism, moderate to high. Overwhelming, complete shutdown or rage. Group settings, moderate, impossible. Paralysis, escape behavior. Unexpected interaction, low. Crisis level, panic, dissociation. 25.3.3 The read-only existence. Architect's log. There's a particular purgatory of scroll mode existence. You're watching life happen to other people. Instagram stories of friends at events. Group chats you mute but can't leave. The highlight reels of the life you used to have. You're in read-only mode. You can observe but not participate. You can want but not act. You can remember but not recreate. The cruelest part, the screen shows you what you're missing, while simultaneously being the barrier preventing you from having it. You scroll through parties you weren't invited to. because you declined the last 10 invitations. You see friends connecting. Friends who stopped reaching out because you never responded. You watch life happening while your life has stopped. The screen isn't connecting you to the world. It's showing you the world you've locked yourself out of. Read-only is not living. It's haunting your own life. Section 25.4, the Recovery Protocol. Engineering the path back to connection. Step 1. Analog re-entry. Hardware repair. System green. Repair the sensors first. You cannot just go back to the party. The sensors that make social interaction rewarding are damaged. First, we repair the hardware. The receptor restoration protocol. Phase A. Detox/baseline reset, weeks 1 to 4. Remove the superstimulus, the drug. Allow receptors to begin upregulating. Accept. Everything will feel gray. This is temporary. Don't try to socialize yet. You can't afford the energy. Focus, sleep, nutrition, basic self-care. Phase B, neurochemical support, weeks 2 to 8. Methylation support, L-methylfolate, B12, B6. Dopamine precursors, tyrosine after acute detox. BDNF support, exercise, lion's mane, omega-3. Inflammation reduction, omega-3, curcumin. The goal, rebuild the neurotransmitter supply. Phase C, sensitivity recalibration, weeks 4 to 12. Introduce small pleasures intentionally. Morning sunlight, dopamine plus circadian. Cold shower finish, dopamine spike natural. One enjoyable meal eaten slowly. Short walk outside. The goal, teach the sensors to detect small signals again. The Netflix test. When Netflix starts to feel interesting again. When you can watch an episode and feel something. Your sensors are beginning to recalibrate. This is a sign that social re-entry becomes possible. Weak, receptor state, social capacity, focus. Week 1 to 2, severely depleted, none, conserve resources. Sleep, nutrition, safety. Week 2 to 4, beginning upregulation, minimal, low demand only. Basic self-care, gentle movement. Week 4 to 8, partial restoration, low-stakes exposure possible. Rebuild neurotransmitter supply. Week 8 to 12, significant recovery. Structured social tolerable. Practice social in controlled settings. Month 3 to 6, approaching baseline, increasing capacity. Expand social gradually. Month 6 plus, near normal function, full capacity returning. Maintain, don't overload. Step 2, parallel processing, social retraining. System green, the low-stakes re-entry protocol. You cannot go from isolation to party. The gap is too large. The system will crash. We need parallel processing. Being around humans without interacting. Being mandatory. The skating rink concept. A skating rink is a social environment where presence is the point. You're there. You're participating. Conversation is optional. You can skate in silence. Activity provides structure. You're not just standing awkwardly. Duration is controlled. You can leave when you're done. Success is being there, not performing socially. Parallel processing environments, gym/fitness class. Presence mandatory, conversation optional. Activity provides structure. Earbuds acceptable, gradual removal. Coffee shop, working there. Around humans, not interacting. Practice being in space with others. Gradually, make eye contact, nod, small talk. Walking/running groups. Activity-based, not conversation-based. Side by side, less intense than face-to-face. Built-in start and end time. Classes, art, cooking, language. Structured activity. Conversation about the activity, not you. Consistent exposure to same people. Volunteer activities. Focus on task, not self. Service provides meaning. Social byproduct, not primary purpose. The progression. Week 4 to 8. Be in public spaces, alone. Just exist there. Week 8 to 12. Attend structured activities. Minimal interaction. Month 3 to 4. Exchange brief words. Practice small talk. Month 4 to 6. Attend social gatherings. Brief duration exit plan. Month 6 plus. Rebuild friendship capacity. Invest selectively. System caution. The interaction exposure ladder. Start low. Build up. Don't skip rungs. Rung 1. Proximity. Week 4 plus. Be in the same space as other humans. No interaction required. Examples: gym, coffee shop, park bench. Goal: normalize presence without fear. Rung 2. Acknowledgement. Week 8 plus. Brief eye contact, nods. Hi. Cashier interactions, gym staff. Brief and transactional. Goal: practice micro interactions. Rung 3. Structured exchange. Month 3 plus. Conversations with defined scope. Class discussions. Workout partner logistics. Time limited. Topic limited. Goal: practice sustained attention in conversation. Rung 4. Casual social. Month 4 plus. Coffee with one person. Brief social outings, 1 to 2 hours max. Exit plan always available. Goal: rebuild one-on-one capacity. Rung 5. Group social. Month 6 plus. Small group gatherings, 3 to 5 people. Known people, comfortable setting. Can leave when needed. Goal: rebuild group navigation skills. Rung 6. Social events. Month 6 to 12 plus. Larger gatherings, parties, events. Not mandatory, only if ready. With trusted person, exit plan. Goal: prove to yourself you can. Do not skip rungs. If a rung feels impossible, you're not ready. Drop back. Build more at the previous level. There's no timeline, there's only your readiness. Step 3. Reframing the dealer. Internal supply chain. System green. From external vendor to internal production. The core problem. You outsourced dopamine production to an external vendor. The solution. Bring the supply chain back in-house. The external vendor model. Addiction. Need dopamine to contact external vendor, dealer/drug. Arrow, receive massive supply. Arrow, temporary satisfaction. Arrow, depletion. Arrow, need more. Arrow, contact vendor again. No internal production. Total dependency on external source. Supply chain vulnerable. Availability, purity, access. The internal production model. Recovery. Need dopamine to engage internal production systems. Arrow, receive moderate, sustainable supply. Arrow, satisfaction. Natural fluctuation. Re-engage systems. Internal production restored. No external dependency. Supply chain resilient and self-sustaining. The internal production. Systems. One movement. Exercise triggers natural dopamine release. Achievement. Task completion activates reward circuits. Connection. Social bonding releases oxytocin plus dopamine. Novelty. New experiences stimulate dopamine. Anticipation, looking forward to things. Mastery, skill development. Service, helping others, surprisingly, dopaminergic. Each of these is a production line for internal dopamine. The drug shut them all down. They can be restarted. Internal system. Mechanism. How to restart. Timeline to function. Movement. Exercise leads to dopamine plus endorphins. Start with walks. Build to cardio/weights. Weeks 2 to 4. Achievement. Task completion to reward signal. Small tasks, check-off lists, visible progress. Weeks 4 to 8. Connection. Social bonding leads to oxytocin plus DA. Parallel processing, gradual exposure, months 2 to 6. Novelty. New experiences leads to dopamine spike. Small new things, routes, foods, places, weeks 4 to 8. Anticipation. Looking forward, right arrow, preemptive DA. Schedule things to anticipate. Weeks 4 to 8. Mastery. Skill development leads to competence reward. Learn something new, track progress, months 2 to 6. Service. Helping others leads to meaning plus DA. Volunteer, help friends, contribute, months 3 to 6. Architect's log. The dealer isn't just the person who sold you the drug. The dealer is the entire mindset that dopamine comes from outside. The dealer is the belief that you can't feel good without help. The dealer is the learned helplessness about your own neurochemistry. The dealer is the outsourced responsibility for your inner state. Reframing the dealer means, I don't need an external vendor for my well-being. I have internal production systems that work. My job is to maintain and operate those systems. No one else is responsible for my neurochemical state. This isn't toxic positivity or bootstrap nonsense. This is systems architecture. You have the hardware. The drug convinced you it was broken. It's not broken. It was bypassed. The bypass is being removed. The internal systems are being restarted. Soon you'll be producing your own supply again. And when that happens, the external vendor becomes unnecessary. Then, undesirable. Finally, unthinkable. That's freedom. Section 25.5, the Friend Protocol. Rebuilding the relationships you optimized away. System caution, assessing the damage. The isolation algorithm didn't just remove you from friends, it may have burned bridges. The audit. Which friendships were lost to active using? They saw and stepped back. Which were lost to neglect? You just stopped showing up. Which are recoverable? Some goodwill remains. Which are incompatible with recovery? Using friends triggers. The categories. 1. Recovery-compatible friends. Rebuild these. Don't use or use very moderately. Understand recovery or willing to learn. You neglected them. They're still willing. These are gold. Prioritize. 2. Mixed signal friends. Approach carefully. Party context, but genuine connection. Might be supportive, might be triggers. Feel them out before full investment. 3. Using network. Firewall these. Connection was drug-centered. Still active would pull you back. Not bad people, just incompatible with recovery. May revisit in years, not now. 4. Burned bridges. Accept and move on. You did real damage. Trust is gone. Amends may be possible later. For now, don't chase. Focus energy where ROI is possible. System Green, the reconnection protocol. For recovery-compatible friends. The reach out, not, sorry, I've been MIA, I was using and fell apart. Too much, too fast centers your drama. Instead, hey, I've been going through some stuff and working on myself. I've been thinking about you. Would you want to grab coffee sometime? The first meeting. Keep it brief, 1 hour. Choose low stimulation environment. Be honest, but not detailed. I've been dealing with some health stuff, getting better. Listen more than you talk. Don't make it all about you. The rebuild. Consistency over intensity. Show up when you say you will. Small gestures of investment. Let them set the pace of re-engagement. They may be cautious. That's fair. What to avoid? Trauma dumping on reconnection. Over-promising and under-delivering, again. Making them responsible for your recovery. Using them as unpaid therapists. Expecting it to be like before immediately. System green. Building new friends. Your old network may not be sufficient. You may need new friends who know the recovery version of you, no history to overcome. Share your current values, health, growth, presence. Exist in recovery-compatible contexts. Where to find them? Recovery communities, SMART, AA, refugee groups, etc. Pre-selected for understanding your journey. Shared experience, instant rapport. Risk. Relapse contagion. Choose stable members. Fitness communities, CrossFit, running clubs, climbing gyms. Health-focused people. Consistent attendance equals relationship building. Activity-based, conversation optional at first. Learning environments, classes, workshops, skill groups. Growth-oriented people. Shared interest provides topic. Structured interaction. Volunteer organizations. Service-minded people doing something meaningful together. Bonds form through shared purpose. The 15-30-50 rule. 15 exposures. They recognize you. 30 exposures. You're a familiar face. 50+ exposures. Potential friend. Friendship in adulthood takes time and repeated exposure. Don't expect instant connection. Plant seeds. Water consistently. Section 25.6. Key takeaways. System green. Protocol 25. Key takeaways. 1. You didn't become antisocial because you're bad. Your system optimized for the wrong metric, dopamine efficiency. Friends were identified as latency in the dopamine pipeline. The brain removed the middleware to go direct to source. This is ruthlessly rational but humanly catastrophic. 2. The middleman error. Social coordination equals overhead in drug acquisition system. The brain learned to bypass friends for direct dealer access. Each stage of isolation was an efficiency improvement. Social skills atrophied because they were deemed unnecessary. 3. The Netflix problem is signal to noise. Drug highs recalibrated the dopamine scale. Normal activities, 40 units, can't register against 1,000 unit spikes. This isn't boredom, it's receptor downregulation. The sensors need time to recalibrate to smaller signals. 4. Opportunity. Cost anxiety ruins everything. Sober. This would be better high. High. I'm wasting this high. Result. Can't enjoy anything, anywhere, anytime. The drug created an impossible standard. 5. The screen is a firewall. Read access, observe, without write access, participate. Protects from rejection, but blocks acceptance. Social interaction is metabolically expensive for depleted systems. The retreat is a survival strategy, not laziness. 6. Repair. Hardware before social re-entry. You can't just go back to the party. Receptors need time to upregulate, weeks to months. Support, methylation precursors, BDNF, inflammation reduction. The Netflix test. When small pleasures register, sensors are healing. 7. Parallel processing for social rehab. The skating rink concept. Presence without mandatory interaction. Low-stakes environments. Gym, coffee shop, classes. Interaction exposure. Ladder. Proximity to acknowledgement to exchange, to casual, to group, to events. Don't skip rungs. 8. Reframe the dealer equals internal supply chain. External vendor model creates dependency. Internal production model creates resilience. Production systems, movement, achievement, connection, novelty, anticipation, mastery, service. All can be restarted. 9. Friend protocol, audit, rebuild, build new. Assess damage honestly. Recovery-compatible friends, prioritize. Using network, firewall for now. New friends, fitness, classes, recovery communities, volunteering. 15-30-50 rule, friendship takes repeated exposure. 10. The path out exists. The party became a prison through system logic. The same logic can be reversed. Repair hardware, then recalibrate sensors, then rebuild social gradually. Freedom isn't going back to before. It's building something better. Architect's log. Final system note. The isolation algorithm was your system trying to survive. It wasn't wrong, exactly. It was solving the problem it was given. Maximize dopamine. Minimize friction. Isolation is the optimal solution to that equation. The problem was the equation. Recovery means changing the objective function. From maximize dopamine efficiency to maximize human flourishing. Under the new equation, friends aren't latency. They're the point. Netflix isn't boring, it's one of many small pleasures. The screen isn't safety. It's a prison disguised as protection. The dealer isn't needed. You have internal production. The party became a prison because the wrong thing was being optimized. But here's the hope. The same brain that learned to optimize for isolation can learn to optimize for connection. The same ruthless efficiency that cut out your friends can be redirected to building a life worth living. The algorithm can be rewritten. The hardware can be repaired. The firewall can be opened. You're not broken. You're running outdated code on damaged hardware. We're upgrading both. The system architect. End of protocol. 25. The isolation algorithm. Architect's log. Loneliness neuroscience. Social pain circuits. Connection as medicine. See this protocol for full implementation details, clinical rationale, and genotype-specific considerations. Protocol content begins on the following pages. Cross-reference the full recovery kernel system. Final transmission. 44 core protocols addressing every domain of recovery. 25 Centurian Papers providing deep dive expansions. 4 special protocol modules for edge cases and identity work. 2 substance-specific exit guides. The system is modular. The system is cross-referenced. The system serves you, not the other way around. You are not your crash. You are the system that survived it. You are not your diagnosis. You are the architect rebuilding. You are not broken. Your firmware needed updating. Deploy patches as needed. Cross-reference by affliction. Trust the process. Execute the protocols. Your system. Your recovery. The system architect. End of Volume 4. Centurion Papers. The Recovery Kernel. Deploy patches as needed. your system, your recovery.